One today. Let's go, Mets. Get one.
All right, thanks everybody listening.
Win the second. A liner caught by Vientos with a snow cone, and Ozuna retired one out.
Edge technology, London Jewelers can help you select or even design the absolute perfect ring. So whether you're starting over or starting new, let the professionals at London Jewelers be a part of your journey. Visit any one of their convenient 7 locations across New York and New Jersey. London Jewelers, serving you and your family since 1926.
The G-Men didn't find the end zone on Thursday night, but that didn't mean the Giants didn't have some positive moments. Big Blue had not recorded a sack on Dak Prescott since 2021. That
Brought to you by Hard Rock Bet. Download the Hard Rock Bet app and roll with us. Simple recipe for the Mets: a win, they're playoff bound. 2 wins, they knock the Braves out, allow the Diamondbacks to sneak in. But Ozzie Albies with the first strike for the Braves. A 2-run shot off Tyler McGill in the bottom of the 3rd as the Braves lead at 2-0. Mets had a chance in the top half of the inning. Tyrone Taylor with a single, stole second, went to 3rd on a ground out. Harrison Bader, though, grounded out seems for Francisco Lindor. Spencer Schwellenbach, who shut the Mets down last week, 3 innings, just the 1 hit. He struck out 3. Again, Braves a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the 3rd. Mets need a win to go to the playoffs. Knicks media day unable to officially mention the Karl Anthony Towns trade. Josh Hart seems to think, though, he's going to fit in just fine.
He's a great dude, high character. I think
someone like that with his high character would fit well.
And the Nats met the media. Ben Simmons saying he's healthy, ready to go, and offered a little warning apparently to the league.
I think people forget, me as a player when I'm healthy. I can play basketball. I'm pretty good, right? So.
We're sponsored by SupplyHouse.com.
What a
Meeting
clown.
lines looks way different than it did 5 years ago. One thing that hasn't changed, SupplyHouse.com is still the best way to stay stocked up and stay ahead of the curve, no matter what kind of system you're working with. Tackle your next heating job with confidence at SupplyHouse.com. 70 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park, and that's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Stuck in traffic and need to vent? Dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Stream the NFL on CBS live on Paramount Plus. Evan Roberts. Tiki Barber. It's Evan and Tiki on WFAN, The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome into one of the most unique days in New York sports. The Mets are playing for their postseason lives. We will keep you posted all day long. We got huge TVs in front of us. We'll also mix in talk about how the Jets absolutely sucked up MetLife Stadium yesterday. The Knicks made a shocking blockbuster. The Yankees are getting set for the playoffs. But we're having a big live watch party. And so far, it stinks. Because Tyler McGill gave up a 2-run home run to Ozzie Albies. The Braves lead 2-0 in the bottom of the third inning. They have 2 on and 2 out with Travis d'Arnaud up. So we are going to keep you as posted as humanly possible on this game. Everything that happens, you're going to hear it here. But we'll also mix in all the other fun stuff. But right now, just to set the mood for you, Tiki, I understand the Mets only have to win once. I get it. I understand the formula. We all do. I am a wreck because I don't want to have to sweat out a second game.
I know it.
I want to win this freaking game. I want game 2 not to matter very much, and I want to chill for the last 2.5 hours of this show. But right now, down 2-0 in the bottom of the third inning, I have a freaking ulcer. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Ev. But don't you think it's more interesting if you have to sweat it out for the second game?
No!
Don't you think it'll be better for your blood flow if they have to win the second game?
No!
Don't you think it'll be better if you go finish this game, say you lose? Let's just assume that the Mets lose this game.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be so nice to just have the conversation between you and I and Tommy and Sean about what are the Braves going to do in game 2?
No. I mean,
are they going to bullpen it? Are they going to have a position player starting? What's going to happen in game 2?
Those conversations may have to take place. I don't want to have them. Yeah. As it stands right now, Francisco Alvarez, and I love the man, could not catch a ball that was right down the middle, so it was a passed ball. And so the Braves have a chance in the bottom of the third inning to sort of break the game open. They have second and third, 2 outs, already leading 2-0, and Spencer Schwellenbach has continued to look completely unhittable against the New York Mets. That's the situation they face right now. And while, yes, they would get themselves a mulligan if they lost this game, and all those scenarios would certainly be talked about. Who do the Braves pitch? Do they try? Blah, blah, blah. And I've already had numerous people. Sean Morash has said it to me 150 times. Don't worry. They couldn't possibly lose the second game. You got nothing to worry about. By the way, Tyler McGill has gotten through the third inning. He just struck out Travis d'Arnaud. So at the end of 3, they're not dead yet. Though it feels like I'm dead, the Braves lead the Mets 2-0 as they go to the top of the fourth inning.
It's 2 runs, Evan. Eventually, they're going to start scoring. Why are you so concerned about this?
Really?
Schwellenbach got them. They're in their minds, obviously, because the last time they faced Schwellenbach, they were terrible as well. But still, this game means something. This is where this team that you've implored for months, this guy's got to step up. Pete Alonso's got to do this. Nemo's got to do X, Y, Z. Like, this team will do it. Don't
really?
you have faith?
No, not really.
Why do we have more faith than you do?
Because you're not Met fans. That's a simple answer. They
Positive Tommy over there has more faith.
He's like a machine. You put a quarter in and he'll repeat the same 10
Even
things.
though he's strangely quiet today.
Yeah, because even he deep down knows that there's some negativity. Look, I give the Mets credit. They responded on Sunday. They needed to win, and they won a game they had to win. But on Saturday, they didn't. On Friday, they didn't. Obviously, you go back to Tuesday against Atlanta, they didn't. And one thing about this Met team is sometimes their offense disappears for long periods of time. What is going to make this game really interesting but also a struggle is that because there is a second game, because you have that, hey, there's a second opportunity, how do you handle this game if, let's say, the Mets don't score in the top of the fourth inning, McGill's pitch count is getting very high, do you go to your bullpen, and who are you going to? Are you going to high leverage guys to keep it close because you're trying to win? Or do you actually go to lower leverage guys thinking, hey, I got to save my top guys just in case I need to win game 2? That's another part of the strategy that will be very interesting.
It is, but I think Carlos Mendoza just gave us a clue because early in this past inning, he went out. After he gave up the 2-run home run, he went out to the mound to talk to Tyler McGill, and you saw someone starting to warm up. I didn't catch it who it was, warming up in the bullpen.
Alex Young started the stretch. He's one of the low-leverage guys.
Well, there you go. So I think you're getting your answer right now.
Yeah, and that's what makes this game so difficult to win. You want to win this game. I want to win this game, if not just to not be stressed from 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock. But I think you've got to be smart, because they do get a second opportunity if they don't win this game. They are trailing 2-0, top of the 4th inning. They've got Iglesias, Vientos, and Nimmo coming up. We will keep you posted on everything from this Met game. Now, let's get to this Jet thing. There are a lot of people that you can blame for what happened yesterday. Number one, I blame myself because I bought in. I believed. I sat here on Friday, and I said, you know what? I trust this team. And it may not be pretty, but they'll find a way. And Robert Saleh and this coaching staff, Jose Iglesias grounds out to start the 4th. They deserve a lot of blame too. But you know who actually pisses me off the most today?
Who is that?
The guy, and this is going to shock you guys.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for this?
I'm waiting.
Quarterback's got to be better.
No, you know what?
The quarterback's got to be better.
I am shocked and impressed that you said that.
Thank you.
Because he did need to be better. Because it felt like he was affected by the weather yesterday. Now, both sides of the ledger were affected by the weather because Bo Nix was terrible. He looked like he was shot putting the ball, trying to get it downfield, completely inaccurate until it mattered most. Mm-hmm. Really, it was a run game that got him going for the Denver Broncos. But I thought that Aaron Rodgers felt affected by the conditions. And he didn't have that confidence that you're used to him having when he's leading a team.
Yeah.
He didn't show up. He didn't make the plays that needed to be made. Some of the throws were short. The decision down in 3rd and 1 on the 1-yard line before they ultimately had to settle for the field goal because they jumped off sides for the 15,000th time in the game and had to settle for 3 when they were on the 1-yard line at 1st and 1, 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. So I think that Aaron shoulders some of this blame. It's hard to put it on him because there was so much else.
Well, look, when you lose a game like that, when you lose a freaking football game 10-9 to the Denver Broncos at home.
Who couldn't get out of their own way.
No doubt.
Most of the game.
Trust me, you're going to make a long list of people and instances to blame for a loss like that. And so Robert Saleh, yes, this team has been undisciplined since the day he got here. More on that later. You can rip Nate Hackett for the play calling. More on that later. You can rip the defense. I know it's crazy to say that. They only gave up 10 points. Cortland Sutton found himself as open as humanly possible on what turned out to be the difference in this game, a touchdown. So there are a lot of things that you can point to. But here's why Aaron Rodgers is the guy that I'm going to turn to first. Before we get to everybody else, because I expect more from him. Because my belief as a Jet fan was that when Aaron Rodgers walks through that door, everything changes. And so when you have the football in your hands in the 4th quarter, not once, not twice, but 3 times, with a chance to give your team the lead and potentially win the game, and you fail on all 3 occasions, I'm sorry. To me, what was so tough to get through my head was that I thought with a real quarterback we would
an unbelievable amount of money to the.
I don't know what that was. I apologize. I thought that things would be different. I thought that the Zach Wilson, Tim Boyle, even old Sam Darnold, it would be different. If the ball's in your hands when your defense stands on its head, that quarterback will make enough plays for you to win. And so thank you, Aaron Rodgers, for after the game putting the blame on himself. I do appreciate that.
Of course.
I'm not saying he was blaming everyone else. He put it on himself. But I don't think enough people are actually pointing the blame at the guy who we expect more from.
Yeah, but I think there's so many other things that could have happened.
Sure.
Whether it was the fumbles, whether it was the lack of awareness. Breece, Hall, as much as I love the guy, he had 2 easy, not easy because they're decisions that are happening so fast, it's hard to say they're easy. In retrospect, when I look at it on film, it's easy to say, you know what, he should have kept this thing or cut this thing backside, or he should have bounced this one outside, or he should have run out of bounds in the 2-minute drill instead of trying to stay in bounds and forcing them to use the timeout. Those type of little things are what make differences in games that are decided by a point. So it was everybody's fault.
I agree.
It was everybody's responsibility to make those plays, to beat an inferior team, and they didn't do it. But I also feel like this team is still in a growth phase. This is only their fifth game with Aaron Rodgers. It's not like they have this long history of familiarity with each other and understanding how to perform in critical moments. And so it's a loss. It sucks. You're still 2-2 at the quarter pole of this season. So there's no reason to get alarmed except for Aaron Rodgers looked old and bothered by the weather. That's the only thing I take away from it.
The Mets went down very meekly 1-2-3 against Spencer Schwellenbach. They trailed 2-0 in the bottom of the fourth inning. They have managed against Schwellenbach one base runner through 4 innings. That came on one of the weirdest infield hits you'll ever see in the third inning of this game, in which Tyrone Taylor broke the baseball. He swung over it and it looked like the baseball broke, was in foul territory, took a weird turn. Luckily, Taylor was running, and he beat it out for an infield hit, stole second base, got on third with less than 2 outs. Mets couldn't score him. That's all they've done against Spencer Schwellenbach. So on the bottom of the fourth inning, they trailed 2-0. All of those things are true, Tiki. Mm-hmm. They did a lot to lose this game, but Aaron Rodgers, to me, is the break glass in case of emergency. He's the insurance policy that when Brees doesn't have the greatest game on the ground, or Nate's play calling isn't the greatest, or Cortland Sutton finds himself wide open for a touchdown, or Robert Saleh continues to coach the most undisciplined team in the history of the NFL, or Garrett Wilson is confused. All of those things, I still think you can overcome with a quarterback. And what really concerned me and pissed me off at the end was back-to-back plays in which Aaron and his wide receiver, one-time Garrett Wilson, had absolutely no idea what each other guy was doing. They looked like they had never played a game together.
But that's what comes from inexperience.
Sure.
Everybody wants to make a play. Everybody wants to be that guy who steps up in the big moment. But it takes a different kind of, experience, different kinds of type of time on task in order to do it without thinking about it. And I think that's where the Jets aren't quite there yet. And so it's hard for me to be upset with them because I know they just haven't had the hours. They haven't had the moments, the situations. This is a bad physical day because of the weather. This is an emotional challenge because of the weather. As much as you think that it's just rain and it's fine and easy, it messes with you, man. You got
to find a way to win.
I know, but you start thinking about like should I wear gloves or should I not wear gloves?
Well, Garrett Wilson showed that early because he had no gloves on.
Yes.
Then he puts the ball on the freaking ground, fumbles, and goes back and is like, maybe I should put some gloves on.
Yeah, so those things get in your head. So all of a sudden you're thinking about those things as opposed to doing your job well. And it affected everybody. Aaron Rodgers got frustrated. I think he was looking for Gibson down the left sideline. He wanted to throw a back shoulder throw. Gibson's just running a complete go route. It's the only time I saw him yesterday get frustrated, like physically frustrated. You saw him stomping at the ground and pissed off because that was a play that gets them closer to field goal range. And ultimately maybe they can kick and make the winning field goal instead of missing it. And so those little things aren't going to happen until they have many more days, games, doing those type of things.
I agree with you, and that's why when Greg Zuerlein lined up, even more before Greg Zuerlein lined up for what could have been the game-winning 50-yard field goal, when the Jets, by the luck of the football gods, were given the ball back with a respite, another opportunity after Will Lutz missed his 50-yard field goal, I thought to myself, all right, and this is literally what I thought, we're going to win this football game. The haters, Sean, Loogie, all you angry, bitter Jet haters, would say, oh, pathetic, what a pathetic win. And I would say, yeah, they did a lot of things wrong, but they got the victory, they got to move on and continue to try to improve. You have to win that game. You know what I mean? Like everything you said about the mistakes and they haven't played a lot together, I accept that. I've accepted that through the first 3 weeks of the season. It slowly has gotten better through the first 3 weeks. But you have to find a way against a team that I still think is a bad team. Tyler McGill strikes out the first 2 hitters to start the fourth inning, trying to keep it right there at 2-0. His pitch counts at 74. 2 outs in the fourth. Top of the order for the Braves, Michael Harris coming up. You have to, when you play a bad team at home, I don't care how bad things are, Michael Harris hits one very deep to the warning track. I'm not doing play-by-play. Harrison Bader does that thing where he sprints back to the spot and he makes the catch. So a nice 1-2-3 inning for Tyler McGill. We're through 4 in Atlanta. It's 2-0. Can the bats wake up? Can these freaking bats wake up now? McGill's done a decent job. He's made the one mistake to Ozzie Albies. You've got Alonso, JD, and Tyrone coming up in the 5th inning. This is a big inning against Schwellenbach.
Do you feel how heightened Evan is?
What?
Yeah. This is insane. I don't know if I've had an energy-filled show like this from Evan in a long time. It has nothing to do with the Jets. You're masking it with the Jets.
Right.
Your blood pressure is probably at a 180 over 100 right now. It's crazy how jazzed up you are.
Well, my season's on the line. What do you want?
It's not. It's the Mets season.
Yes.
I know that you're a big fan of the Mets. Somehow you're scoring this while talking.
Are you impressed by that?
I am so impressed by this.
We're breaking down Aaron Rodgers in the first game, or the game yesterday. And look at this scorecard. Describe it to the people.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Tiki, it's very nice to be a live guest here for the Rico. So we're very excited for it.
No, I was going to ask Evan if he's digging for gold because his legs have not stopped shaking the entire time. You might need to go during a break and relieve yourself somewhere. You got to relax a little bit.
I cannot stop shaking. And look, I know that it's one game and they get a second chance, but I'm very, very nervous.
It's not like Chris Sale is jumping on the mound in game 2.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. You've clinched already, Ev.
Now, stop. I'm going to give you one more chance to say that.
Nope.
And then I never want to hear this again.
Congratulations on clinching the playoffs. It's
okay. You are a human jinx.
No, I'm not.
What did you say the Jet record would be this season?
I did predict 16-1. I forgot about one important thing, though, Evan.
Here we go. Here comes the shot, Tiki. Wait for it.
Yes, I'm
it's
waiting.
that if you follow Aaron Rodgers' career the last 5 years, he stinks in bad weather. Ask Packer fans. So the moment it was raining yesterday, you knew you were doomed.
I think Aaron Rodgers was doomed for a few reasons. And the weather, sure, whatever. I also think the offensive line was horrific. Olu Fashanu, it's his first NFL game starting at a position he's not familiar with, right tackle. He was bad. Tyron Smith. Mm-hmm. Tyrone Taylor, Tyron Smith.
I mean, everybody took turns jumping off sides so it didn't matter.
Bro, it was the offensive line in general, not just the pre-snap penalties, but not just the big holding plays, but they didn't protect them.
Yeah. How about this kid Denver has, John Franklin Myers? He looks tremendous out there.
And that looked bad, too. They couldn't use John Franklin Myers, another Joe Douglas special. So there was a lot that contributed to the despair of yesterday. And look, you want to say Aaron Rodgers can't play in the bad weather? Whatever. I'm not going to sit here and argue about stuff he did in Green Bay. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to say he didn't play well enough yesterday, and I expect more. And that's the bottom line. You're Aaron freaking Rodgers. And so, trust me, we will rip Robert Saleh a little bit later on. You will certainly, Tiki, because you broke it down with film. Breece Hall. There will be plenty of rips going around for them to lose this game. I expect that when the quarterback has the ball in his hands three different times in the fourth quarter with a chance to win a game, he's going to make enough plays to pull that off.
Yeah.
That's what I expect.
That's what he's paid to do. That's what he was brought here to do. And football is never pretty. It's never perfect. It's always going to come down to one or two plays in a game. I know it's hard to say that when each side is running 60-plus plays, but it's always going to come down to one or two plays. The Jets didn't make any of those plays.
No doubt. Pete Alonso begins the 5th inning with a base hit to left field. It's funny with Pete, who gets a lot of crap, and I get why. He has not come up big this season. He's not had a clutch year. Pete Alonso on this road trip has had one at-bat with runners in scoring position. That's it. It seems like Pete always comes up leading off an inning, but in a case like this, with the Mets trailing 2-0 in the top of the 5th inning, a leadoff single is a big one. So the Mets bring the tying run to the plate. J.D. Martinez, who got the start today and has looked better. His first out was actually one of the hardest hit balls of the game. Hit a line drive deep to center field that was caught by Michael Harris. He had a couple of hits the other day. J.D. Martinez is up with the Mets trailing 2-0 against Spencer Schwellenbach in game 1 of this doubleheader. We will take your calls throughout the day, whether it's your emotions during this Met game, whether it's reaction to the absolutely putrid and disgusting loss that the New York Jets faced yesterday at MetLife Stadium. That toll-free number is 888-808-1019. I do give Sean Morash a little bit of credit. Sean, in trying to contribute to our audio watch party, not only brought food, he brought Grimace-styled food, and that is chicken McNuggets from McDonald's.
They're good.
So thank you very much for that.
Yes, so stop grimacing and enjoy the game.
No,
I'm sorry you're here.
We also brought in homemade quesadillas from Abuelo, so everybody can have a piece of that. Chorizo quesadillas.
Thank you, Abuelo.
Also, Odyssey.
No. Gracias, Abuelo.
Oh, gracias. Abuelo.
Yeah, you know Spanish, right?
Yes, 99 of my regions.
There you go.
Roll the R, though. Gracias.
Gracias.
Yeah, close.
Abuelo.
Close.
It is amazing chorizo quesadillas. It's the only thing that's calming me right now because I am very stressed. And deep down, every Met fan is stressed too. Because, yes, your brain tells you if they lose game one as J.D. Martinez dunks a base hit into center field. So the Mets have a little itsy-bitsy rally going here in the 5th inning. 2 on and nobody out for Tyrone Taylor. We're keeping it right here. We're not going to any commercial breaks. We're going to stay right here and find out if this Met offense can actually respond here in the 5th inning. But let me just finish that point. I'm trying to remember what it was.
You were talking about Chorizo calming you down.
Oh, yeah. So even though Sean and Keith McPherson, Keith, you still here? Keith, my man. Keith said the same thing to me, and I appreciate it. Because at least in Keith's case, maybe not your case, it comes from a nice place of don't worry, you'll be fine.
You will be.
If you lose the first game, you'll win the second game. Here's what you and Keith don't understand.
Mindy trying to bunt the runners over, by the way.
Yeah, which, by the way, I'm not against with Tyrone Taylor. Get the tying runs to second and third with Alvarez and Bader, though Harrison Bader is just an absolute mess right now.
Francisco Lindor is chirping in the background. Mindy turns around and says, "Shut the hell up."
Is that what happened? Watch. Did Lindor tell Mendy, what the F are we doing? Let's not lay a bunt down. It's 2-0 on Tyrone Taylor.
I think Tyrone Taylor, by Mindy's reaction, tried to do that on his own.
Oh, you think so?
Absolutely.
I would take the bunt off at 2-0, get a good pitch to hit, and try to drive it. Taylor, unfortunately, fouled it off. But what Keith and Sean don't understand is while you're using smart logic, Mets lose this game, Braves are going to use their bullpen, you should win the second game. You don't understand what being a Met fan is. Being a Met fan means losing to the Florida Marlins in back-to-back seasons in game 162. That's what being a Met fan is.
No.
Losing games you're not supposed to lose.
Evan, what are you talking
Closing
about?
down Shea Stadium with a loss. Like, this franchise has handed us so many painful moments that you can't blame us for not thinking, wow, wouldn't this be the ultimate? Not only do you lose to the Braves once, but then in a game in which they don't care about, you lose to them again 2-2 on Tyrone Taylor. Quickly make your point.
How could you throw that at me and Keith's way as Yankee fans? All I've heard all year is that you guys were the more recent team that win a World Series.
First
So
of all,
you understand the
I
success.
have not
Or
uttered
make the
that.
World Series.
Tyrone Taylor struck out at a pitch that was buried in the dirt.
Yeah.
I'm a loser.
It was a 2-2 slider that was buried. Tyrone Taylor, who's been very good so far and deserves to play. I have no problem with him being in the lineup. And it was a nasty pitch. Completely fell off the table. So Taylor strikes out. They've got 2-1 and 1 out for Francisco Alvarez.
I got good news,
That
Ev.
ball started below the zone. He shouldn't have swung.
Yeah, no, it was, look, it was, yes. What?
I have 6 or more strikeouts for Schwellenbach. That's 5.
So you sat here betting the Atlanta Braves still?
Well, Evan, you are too. I might as well join you.
Yeah, actually. Francisco Alvarez taps one, and Schwellenbach makes a very good play throwing him out. So it comes down to Bader with second and third and 2 out. Let's have a little survey. All right?
What do we think is going to happen?
Harrison Bader was unbelievable in the 2022 playoffs for the New York Yankees. He was a postseason hero to the point where a lot of Yankee fans said, how can we not bring him back? And this guy's amazing. They did bring him back. Obviously, things didn't go well in 2023. Harrison Bader, for the first 4 months of this season, was an incredibly clutch player. I'd argue he's one of the more clutch hitters the Mets had. Go back to early this season against the Cardinals. Got a big hit, down 0-2, down by a run, bottom of the 10th inning. He came through. It is impossible, though, right now, to have any faith that Harrison Bader, who came up with a runner on third and less than 2 outs in the third inning and topped out the third base, there's very little confidence that I have that Bader's going to come through.
2-out single down the right field line.
Really?
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Spoken like a true non-Met fan. All right, Sean Morash.
I think he's hitting a 3-run home.
Oh, you know what?
No. I'm just wild about Harry.
Chance that's
All right, real quick, Loogie, before the first pitch.
Base hit down the left field line.
These guys are unbelievable. Harrison Bader did swing at the first pitch. He fouled it off.
Did you give a prediction?
Yeah, he's not driving the runs in. You want me to be specific?
Yes, specific. Is he striking out?
No, I think he's going to pop up to left field. It's going to be like a weak pop-up to left field. That'd be my prediction.
Negative.
Why am I so? You're going to ask me this all day, aren't you?
I am, because you're putting yourself in position to just have this negativity
I think
be predicted.
I think a part of why my negativity has emerged, Bader behind in the count 0-2, was what happened Tuesday in Atlanta and what happened Friday and Saturday. And I think what that did is it rekindled the old bad memories that the Mets have had. And so that's why I have no faith. It'll be an 0-2 pitch to Harrison Bader. Not doing play-by-play. I'm going to pause. Ball 1.
You are literally doing play-by-play.
I'm not doing play. That's not play-by-play. I waited. I stopped myself. Aaron Rodgers, get your head out of your ass, all right?
Oh, wait, we got back to football.
No, I was trying to, calm myself down during this big moment in the 5th inning, because it is a big moment.
Here, eat some chicken nuggets.
Have a nugget.
I don't want to know. I can't eat. When I get stressed, I cannot eat. True story.
This is really entertaining.
That's why
your anxiety.
You don't eat. What do you do? Meth?
All right, come on, Harrison Bader. He fouled it off. He's battling against Spencer Schwellenbach. The count is 1-2. Schwellenbach's pitch counts at 66-5, so certainly reasonable. Yeah, when I'm stressed out, I can't eat. What I do, and Loogie called it early, is I shake a lot. So my feet are moving, they're tapping. Do you feel my feet tapping?
Yes, because we're on a raised stage here in the performance space. By the way, credit to everybody who showed up here. We have more people here than they do in Atlanta for this game.
That's a good point. Come on, Harrison Bader. Mets are down 2-0 with second and third, and Bader hits a little ground ball to second base. It's an easy play for Albies, and what a shocker. We're all just shocked that Harrison Bader in a big spot grounds out the second. Mets trail 2-0. We go to the bottom of the fifth inning.
Darn it.
We'll mix it. See, Tiki, can you slap him for me?
Oh, I wanted him to strike out. I need 6.
I can't do it because it'll be too obvious that it was me doing it because of anger.
Right.
But he's being, what do they call those things, a troll?
A troll?
Yeah.
No.
Slap him in the back of his big bald head,
I just
will you?
remember you being this exact same way during the NHL playoffs. So
Yeah, that's kind of yeah.
Or Game 6, Knicks Sixers.
Boy, those Panther growls aren't so funny now, are they?
We'll get to your calls coming up. We'll continue to keep you as posted as humanly possible on this mega Mets-Braves game and more on what went wrong for the Jets. 888-808-1019. Plus, what does the lead dog have to say about the Knicks trading dogs for a cat? We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
WFAN is your home for New York football. The biggest games, the biggest names.
I know you want to be the guy that you were in Green Bay. There's a point where you can put too much pressure on yourself.
Boom, you're a great competitor. Like, us great competitors, we'd like to put on the line.
Boomer and Gio with Daniel Jones, I'm a fan.
I've been trying to push the ball down the field, and I think the guys up front, excited about some of the guys we brought in.
Malik Neighbors. Malik, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on.
I want to be the best person that's out there when I'm playing, so that's just how I carry myself every time I step on the field.
We're talking to Breece Hall.
It's also hard to find guys with a good stature who can play 3 down.
The greatest NFL insiders.
Part of the game is going to be the defensive line, getting their hands up and seeing if they can knock down some of these balls.
It starts from the top down.
For your football fix, there's nowhere else. We are the Fan, 1019 FM and live on the free Odyssey app.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-951-6844. 800-951-6844. 800-951-6844.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Guess what's here? NFL Week 5, and you could start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. New to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Maybe you want to build a same-game parlay for Thursday's Buck-Falcon game. You could take Bijan Robinson anytime touchdown, combine it with Drake London over on receiving yards, and maybe put it together with a Baker Mayfield over on passing yards to really increase those odds. We love the app around here because it's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid fast. Visit FanDuel.com/Evan and make every moment bigger this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is also the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com for help with a gambling problem. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Do-over. Remember saying that as a kid? Do-over. Well, you still can. Plumbers, don't stay at that dead-end job. Start a career in plumbing with Plumbers Local 24. Go to njpipetrades.com. Better education, better pay, better benefits. Start your do-over today.
The G-Men didn't find the end zone on Thursday night, but that didn't mean the Giants didn't have some positive moments. Big Blue had not recorded a sack on Dak Prescott since 2021. That changed on Thursday when Kayvon Thibodeau got to the Dallas quarterback. Kayvon blew kisses to the crowd, and we all breathed a sigh of relief. The drought is over. This iconic moment of the game is sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Some vehicles are simply made. Cadillac vehicles are made to be iconic, like the vibrant, all-electric Lyric, with a range of over 300 miles. Lyric can go the distance with an agile drive, making every mile a milestone. Because icons aren't just born, they're made. EPA estimated range with a full charge. Actual range may vary based on several factors, including temperature, terrain, battery, age, loading, use, and maintenance. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer.
How does it feel to have a real chance at winning millions? I call it the Jackpocket effect. I get my lottery tickets on my phone with Jackpocket, and then I can't shake the feeling that an exciting win could be coming my way. New customers, use code RADIO to get your first ticket free.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. 18 or older. Void where prohibited. Promo code required. $2 credit terms. Jackpocket.com/TOS/free ticket promo.
Connecticut's best value is at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This hour is brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of Evan Tiki. WFAN runs on Dunkin'.
When you drive a vehicle so reliable it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty, you stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Find out what you're capable of in a vehicle that inspires confidence around every corner. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of select new 2024 Sportage and 2024 Sorrento models. Kia, movement that inspires.
Warranties include 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and 5-year, 60,000-mile basic. Warranties are limited. See retailer for details. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance KF. Subject to credit approval by KF to well-qualified buyers for purchase of a new 2024 Sportage or 2024 Sorrento. Excludes hybrid PHEV. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed at 48 months. No down payment required. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. Must take delivery by 9/30/24. Limited inventory available. See Kia retailer for available stock.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
21 of the last 22 times they scored. Here's Sims to throw on third down. Up the middle. Touchdown, Bavaro. Mark Bavaro goes to one knee. Genuflex in prayer. As a 13-yard throw over the middle answers the prayer for the Giants fans.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
What a day, what a day. Just your typical Monday afternoon in New York City, right? The Jets are coming off a very Jetsian kind of loss to the Denver Broncos 10-9. The Mets are playing 161 and 162 on the Monday after The regular season was supposed to end. They are trailing the Atlanta Braves 2-0 in the top of the 6th inning. Tyler McGill, to his credit, has done a great job. He's gotten through 5 innings. He only made the one mistake, the Ozzie Albies, a 2-run home run. Unfortunately, and this has been something ugly that has popped its head into the Met problems over the last week, and that is the fact that the offense completely disappears, and the offense does nothing. And so far in this game, they had 2 opportunities to score. They have failed on both. Spencer Schwellenbach has already gotten the first 2 guys out in the 6th inning, and the Mets are having a tough time breaking through against a guy that they've seen 2 previous times this year and have been unable to hit.
Yeah, but the challenge is that he's a good pitcher, and I know we don't know because we haven't seen him that much this season, but not only has he been good, but the Braves have not basically lost from much of the last week. What are they, 5 out of the last 6?
Yeah, well, they lost yesterday. If they would have won yesterday, this game wouldn't have mattered to them.
But they're 5 of the last 6 they've won. So they've been exactly what you want to be at this point in the season, which is dialed in and hot. The Mets are not.
Here's the problem with Spencer Schwellenbach and the compliments you just gave him. He's had a fine rookie season. Watch this. Look, I'm applauding.
Yeah, but he's a rookie.
Yes, he's a rookie.
Yeah, but sometimes you don't know that you're not supposed to do something well.
It's not even that. He's given up 1 run in 19 2/3 innings against the Mets. So I'm all for saying, hey, he's better than people realize. The Mets have turned him into Jim Palmer on steroids.
How is he against everybody else?
Not that. I mean, his ERA this season was in the high 3s. He's cutting through the Met lineup easily. In fact, he just got Mark Vientos to ground out, and through 6 shutout innings, that's after giving up 1 run in 7 innings in his last start against the Mets, and prior to that back at Citi Field 2 months ago, shut them down through 7. The Met bats are lifeless. Now, granted, they're going to get a second chance if they can't come back and win this game, but this creates a very tough dilemma now for Carlos Mendoza. They're down 2-0. Do you go to your high-leverage guys to keep it at 2-0? Do you just tell Tyler McGill, look, Ty, you're probably not pitching in the wild card series anyway if we make it, so just let it out, let it all hang out, or do you go and say, you know what, Alex Young, you stink, come into the game?
No.
I think this is a very tricky spot for Mendy.
I don't think you can concede yet. It's too early in the game to concede. I think you let Tyler McGill go another inning, maybe even if he gets out of it quickly, maybe another 2 innings, because he's had 1 bad pitch, 1 bad hanging slider that he threw that got taken out of the ballpark. But other than that, he's actually been pretty good.
He's been fine. I don't blame Tyler McGill.
And so the last thing you want to do right now is concede and put all your eggs in game 2.
No, it's a very tough spot. There's no great answer to it. My answer would be what you said, which is push McGill.
Yes.
All right, Ty, you've done a hell of a job through 5. Get me through the 6th.
His pitch counts as 80 yet?
I got to double check.
It's close, but
I'll let you know the answer. But we'll get to your phone calls, too. A lot of Jet fans want to respond to that disgrace that was yesterday, and it was a disgrace. And the thing that bothered me the most is I believed. Even when Greg Zuerlein was lining up for that 50-yard field goal, I was already thinking, this makes me sick that I was thinking this. All I could think about was what the haters were going to say about an ugly win.
Yeah.
And my response was going to be, who cares, we won. Now, let's get to your phone calls. Let's kick it off with Phil in River Edge. How you doing today, Phil?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You know.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, my problem right now rests with Saleh, and in particular the supporting staff he brought in to fill out his staff. Like, why is it every time this team tries to fortify the line with vets, their production falls off a cliff? We signed Lincoln Tomlinson. He went from a Pro Bowler to being garbage. The guys they brought in are known to be productive players, and they look mediocre. And my gripe is with Saleh hiring coaches like Keith Carter. This guy is the same guy that was hated in Tennessee. He was a terrible coach and gets hired to be the Jets offensive line and running game coordinator. Like, Tiki, very much welcome your thoughts here, but for a team to be good, you not only need a head coach, but his supporting staff needs to be filled with talented coaches who other teams want to poach during the offseason. I mean, that's a huge problem right now, and it all starts with Saleh and his inability to bring in good coaches.
Phil, it's a good question you asked, because one of the hardest things, this is for new head coaches, and I think even maybe more challenging for veteran head coaches. One of the hardest things for a coach to do is build his staff. It's why when you get these young, let's look, darlings of, say, the Kyle Shanahan tree, they always bring someone from the staff that they were on. Like, for instance, Mets give another one.
Ramon Laureano just hit a home run off Tyler McGill with 1 out in the 6th inning. It's 3-0. Continue while I choke on this.
So the challenge is finding your staff if you don't have a deep Rolodex of coaches that you know. and are consistent with. I remember when Jim Fossil had this issue. John Fox and Sean Payton left our staff. Right. Both went to, Sean went to the Cowboys and John Fox went to be the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. And replacing them became very hard for him because he didn't have the Rolodex of the next upstart or big-time DC or offensive coordinator. And so that happens along the chain, not just the coordinators, but the running back coach, the tight end coach, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so you end up getting recommendations, but you don't necessarily know that guy.
Yeah,
you know what he's all about.
Phil brings up a point, and I was thinking about this yesterday in relation to a few areas. Guys either come here and get worse, or guys leave here and get better.
Well,
and that's infuriating. And you ask yourself why.
Well, hold on. Just for context with the Jets' offensive line, because I think it's a little bit nuanced, and the background of it, no one's paying attention to. So 2 of those guys, John Simpson and Morgan Moses, were on the offensive line for the Baltimore Ravens a year ago, and the Baltimore Ravens made a decision to get younger. And these 2 guys were, I don't want to say trending down because I like Morgan Moses. I think John Simpson's a good player. But they're getting to that point where they're starting down the hill. They're not over the hill, but they're starting to go down the hill. And so they came here, and we looked at them from our perspective as, these are upgrades from what the Jets have.
Well, they kind of are.
But they are. But the reality is they're not ascending players. And so like the expectation changes depending on what you need. And so when Morgan Moses gets hurt and now all of a sudden you have a first rounder and Fashanu
playing a position he's not even familiar with.
Exactly right. Starting his first game, of course it's going to be challenging for him. And so some of those issues are expected, even though we won't look at it that way because we're judging the offensive line as a whole as opposed to the individual parts that make it up.
Let's go to Rick, who's calling from Morristown, New Jersey. How are you today, Rick?
Yeah, I'm not bad. I'm just curious to know if you guys have enough ice for that champagne you got in the office.
I didn't buy any champagne. You want to know why? Rick? Want to know why? Because I'm not as confident as everybody else is that it's inevitable. Don't worry. Don't worry. Mets lose game 1.
What about juice boxes? You got enough juice boxes?
Rich, don't worry. I got whiskey in my room, my office, so when they lose both, Evan can drown his sorrow.
That's what I need. That's what I need, Rick. Rick wants to call in and be douchey, and that's fine. You have every right to be. If you're a Yankee fan or you root for another team, you can put your feet up. This is a relaxing time for you. Your stress begins on Saturday. My stress is today. But where have I ever once had any kind of overwhelming confidence? Don't worry, this will be fine.
I don't know.
You want to say it to Positive Tommy, say it to him. He told me, and I listened, you got to clear your October schedule. I have been scared like a child for weeks. So I'm afraid. I'll be the first to tell you. What douchey comment do you want to make before we move on?
First of all, not everything I'm going to say is douchey. I'm just looking around at the 4 of us in a performance space with a bunch of great staff members behind us. I'm thinking to myself, this was your idea. You must have had some sort of confidence you were going to celebrate a party here.
Absolutely not. It's more that there's big games going on with the Mets season on the line, and we shouldn't ignore it. That was a radio decision, not a celebration. Do you see stuff put up for us to celebrate?
You may not see it.
Well, I have nothing to do with it. I'm the guy who's scared. Everyone's telling me to calm down.
Don't be scared. This is what you live for. It's what you watch all year for, a moment like this.
No, I hate sports.
I just want to cry.
I hate sports. Sports in general actually gives me more pain than joy. Look at yesterday's Jet game as a perfect example. Eddie in Rockland knows what I'm talking about. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, what's happening, guys? You guys you Jet fans, you blame Sally, you blame this. The Jets had no game plan. When it's a rainy day, you know what you use? You use your tight ends. You use your running back. And you know what you don't do against Denver? You don't run up the middle on Denver. So I guess it has to be on the offensive coordinator.
Here we go. Put it on Hackett. Let's go put it on Hackett.
Well, did you like their offensive game plan yesterday?
I didn't mind their offensive game plan. It was the execution that was the problem.
Here's my problem with strategy, and you tell me where I'm wrong. And this is the one that really jumped out at me yesterday. When you have 1st and goal on the 1-yard line, and you've got this bowling ball known as Braylon Allen, the ball has to be in his hands at least one time.
Yeah.
And it bothered me that he wasn't on the field until 3rd down, and then when he was on the field in 3rd down, they didn't run with him.
Yeah, I know it.
That was the one thing that really jumped out at me and bothered me.
Yeah, that whole sequence after the 1st and goal on the 1-yard line, that whole sequence was, it just Fashanu missed, which forced Breece Hall to make a decision that, looking back on it, he's going to go look at it and say he missed it because he had a chance to just challenge the middle linebacker. His one-on-one, I'm going to beat you and get into the end zone. He didn't. He laid into the missed block of Fashanu, and it got nowhere. Second play, 2nd and 1 from the 1. If he takes the ball outside as opposed to cutting it inside and taking on the linebacker again, he walks into the end zone. And then on the 3rd down, which then they flipped the ends, that was on Aaron. He missed the throw.
Yes.
They had a roll out to the right. The throw is there for Conklin. He just has to let it
Why
go.
wasn't Braylon Allen the guy with the ball in his hands on 1st and 2nd down? Breece Hall was getting shut down all game that far, and Allen actually looked good.
That's not my call. Personnel is not my issue. The play call was the right play calls.
Yeah, but who's deciding the personnel?
Executed.
Who do I rip for deciding the personnel? Because that was my big issue in that, and I think that was the most important sequence of the game.
Find the running back coach.
He makes that decision?
I would assume so. My running back coach made the decision
really?
for me.
On which personnel should be on the field?
I lie. I made the decision for me. So, unless it was on the goal line.
I like Breece Hall, all right? I'm not burying Breece Hall, all right? I think that in Minnesota, in London against Minnesota, I still want Breece Hall to have an opportunity to be that bell cow running back that Robert Saleh describes. I'm not giving up on him when I say this.
But there are circumstances where Braylon Allen is better suited.
And Teak, not only that, it's not just those circumstances. Braylon Allen is tough to bring down. He was averaging 4 yards per carry. So if you're going to be committed to running the ball, especially on a day in which Aaron Rodgers wasn't his best, his pass protection was brutal, Braylon Allen deserved to kind of take over that role, and it never happened.
Yeah.
That's my big issue.
I get it. I understand it. But it was 2 plays, and they were critical plays. The problem is that we'll remember them because they didn't happen in a moment where they needed it to happen.
That changes the game.
100%.
They punch it in there, they change the game. So here's what Carlos Mendoza has done in the 6th inning of this game against Atlanta. Ramon Laureano hit a home run, put the Braves up 3-0. McGill gave up a 2-out hit to Gio Urshela, and as he was about to face Orlando Arcia with 2 outs in the 6th inning and a runner on first, and Ty Lure's pitch count at exactly 100, he made the call. He went to the bullpen, and he's gone to one of his low-leverage guys, Huascar Brazaban, who usually is in games in which the Mets are trailing or they're up big. So he's going to try to keep this game close with 2 outs in the 6th inning. I would assume Brazaban hopefully gets through the 6th and the 7th inning. And it's still reasonably close if he could keep it right here. And we'll see if the Met bats can wake up against Spencer Schwellenbach and eventually the Brave bullpen. As far as McGill's performance was concerned, it was okay. 5 2/3 innings, 3 runs. He kept them in the game. But much like a lot of games over the last week, it is about the offense. You can't win games when you don't score any runs. Much like you can't win a football game when you score 9 points. It's very difficult to win games in the NFL when you kick 3 field goals. And that's the type of game the Jets tried to win. So it's 3-0 Braves. They got a runner on first, 2 outs. Huascar Brazaban into pitch. Let's go to Christina, who's calling from Long Island. What's up, Christina?
Not much. I just want to talk about how the Jets are such a mediocrity team that we're celebrating such minuscule things that we're willing to celebrate if they win by 4 field goals instead of 3, or that we got a fumble recovery and the entire defense with the coach runs to the end zone as if we won the Super Bowl. We had 13 penalties yesterday with 90 yards of basically on the penalty.
Yeah.
We have Hassan Riddick who's sitting there just holding out to play. If this was Belichick's team, Hassan would have been gone. Team would have been ripped apart even if they did win that game for the amount of penalties they committed. And yet, if we won, we would have been sitting there going, well, we won. So
No. Christina, here's what I would say. I can't speak for everybody. I can't speak for Robert Saleh, and I can't speak for every Jet fan. If the Jets would have won that game yesterday, we would have said they got the victory, great, but I think we still would have gone through every mistake and talked about, hey, they better clean this up. If they want to win the AFC East, they got to clean it up. If they want to be a Super Bowl contender, they have to clean it up. And there would be some deep concerns on if they ever will. So don't miss the point that if they won that game yesterday, we'd all be celebrating. I'd be happy they won because wins are important in the NFL, but it wouldn't have hidden the fact that they played like crap and they went backwards. As far as Robert Saleh is concerned, I got a lot of issues with Robert Saleh. One area I'm not going to rip him for is being excited when his defense forces a turnover.
Yeah, but that's
like, what do we want him to do?
I know what she's saying, though, because that gets annoying.
What do you want him to do?
I don't know.
Pump his fist and move on?
Yes. It is a play. It is not. You haven't won the game.
No one said, but you can't be excited?
Of course you
That's
can.
his personality. I want Robert Saleh to be who he is.
Does everybody have to be excited?
Like, what do you mean?
Everybody has to run into the end zone. Everybody has to take a photo. Let's find the camera. Let's take a picture. Right? This is cool. Great. You'll never see it again. You know why? Because you lost the damn game.
Well, you don't know that in the moment. In the moment, it's a big defensive play.
Yeah, celebrate when the game is won.
My biggest issue with this head coach is the same issue that Benigno will have when he joins us a little bit later on, and the same issue that every Jet fan deep down has. This football team, since the moment he got here, has been an undisciplined mess. You can say pre-snap. It's not just pre-snap, coach. Yeah, the pre-snap was bad, but it's not just pre-snap. You've got a veteran wide receiver doing like I don't know what the hell he was doing with his fingers. Whether it's a gun or not, you can't be called for dumb penalties like that.
Yeah.
You had brutal holding calls.
No, it was a gun. You get called for those consistently.
How about
it happened in our game as well.
How about the special teams play? I mean, you can't just run into a guy when they call a fair catch. Like, there was a lot of undisciplined, messy football, some of which the Jets overcame. By the way, it is now raining in Atlanta.
Messy baseball.
This would be so freaking typical for Major League Baseball, as it's 2-0, 3-0 Braves in the 6th inning, and the rains are coming down. If they got to put that tarp on the field.
That's positive for the Mets, though, because you get Schmackabacher out of the game.
That's a good point.
Schmuckabacher, is that what you wanted to call him?
He won't come back in the game. No, we need one more K. He's got to come back out.
You really bet the over on the strikeouts?
Well, yeah, Evan.
What was that total, by the way?
6 or more.
Right.
It was plus 180.
Oh, good for you. How does he have right now? Let me look at my scorecard. I've somehow managed to remain scoring this game. Well, we've had these discussions. Hold on, I'm behind in the count. It's 3-1 on Michael Harris. They have 2 on and 2 outs. That's the situation. I can't believe it's raining in Atlanta.
No, it's pouring in Atlanta.
How freaking hysterical is that?
Jet fans, by the way, didn't find that funny yesterday. How many went unprepared for rain and were soaked?
Well, look, I looked at the forecast that morning. I didn't see a lot of rain in the forecast.
No, it wasn't. I know several people that went and they said it was the most miserable. Nobody came prepared.
Well, because we actually look at weather forecasts and believe what they tell us. And if they tell us that it's not supposed to rain, we believe it. Awashkar Brazaban gets through the 6th inning as he gets Michael Harris to line out. Mets have 9 outs to play with. They're losing 3-0 to the Braves. More of your calls coming up, 888-808-1019. We're going to shove our face with food throughout the day and keep you posted on this huge Mets game, plus continue to rip the Jets. And the New York Knicks surprised us with a big trade. What did we think? We'll give you our thoughts coming up in a little bit as well. Live from our big watch audio party. Mets Braves. We got an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by Jack Pocket. Order official state lottery games on your phone.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Why don't we just start with the way the night ended, with Buffalo getting hammered by Baltimore, and we should have seen that coming, because right when that game started, the first play from scrimmage, we saw the Bills not lay a single finger on a 250-pound future Hall of Fame running back, Derrick Henry. Gone. It's a good reason why they call this guy the king, and nobody is coming for that crown anytime soon. I'm Jim Rome.
Football is back, and what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Cap off the NFL Week 4 slate with a chance for a big W on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. Maybe you want to build a same-game parlay for Seahawks-Lions. You could take DK Metcalf anytime touchdown, combine it with Geno Smith over passing yards, and Amon-Ra St. Brown over receiving yards to really increase the odds. We just love the app around here. It's safe, secure, and when you win, you get paid fast. Just visit FanDuel.com/Gio, that's G-I-O, to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is also the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-951-6844. 800-951-6844. 800-951-6844.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Costa, Sunday mornings at 8 right here on The Fan. Nick will preview all the football action to get you ready for kickoff. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now get a low $269 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $4,709 initial payment excludes tax, title, license, and $695 acquisition fee. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 9/30/24.
WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
How are y'all doing? What a wonderful day. What a weird day. It's a Monday afternoon here in New York City. The Giants didn't play, so that's good. The Jets did play. That was bad. They lost 10-9 at home. And the New York Mets are in a very odd situation. They're playing a doubleheader against the Atlanta Braves. It's why we're having this audio watch party as we watch along. And if the Mets can somehow win, they go to the playoffs. If they lose, they get a second crack at it. Right now, they trail 3-0 in the bottom of the seventh inning. Carlos Mendoza has employed the strategy of, we're down 3. I hope we can stay in the game, but I'm going to go to some of my lower leverage arms. First, it was Huascar Brazaban, and now it's Adam Ottavino pitching the bottom of the seventh inning, trying to keep this game close. Unfortunately, the Met offense, and this has been the calling card of the Mets' struggles when they've struggled, has completely disappeared after they had their mini explosion against the Brewers on Sunday. They had 2 scoring opportunities in this game, and that's pretty much it. And despite Tyler McGill pitching into the 6th inning, and so far the bullpen keeping where it's at, the Mets have put up a goose egg against Spencer Schwellenbach, who is now through 7 innings in which the Mets have managed 3 base hits. 3 base hits, no runs, no walks. That's it against Spencer Schwellenbach. His pitch count is 83, so I firmly believe, Tiki, he comes out for the 8th inning.
Yeah, I mean, he probably does. He's already cooked for the first few games here, the wild card. He's probably cooked for the wild card in general.
Yes.
So it doesn't even matter.
Correct.
So let him go as deep as he can. He's a young pitcher with still a fiery arm. He'll be fine, come the divisional series. It's interesting. I mean, the rain has stopped, it looks like. So I think we're not in danger of having some kind of postponement. But I was just talking.
Well, there wouldn't be a postponement. They would wait for 30 hours.
No, Luga.
No, I mean not a postponement from. I'm just a delay. Whatever.
Right.
Call it a delay. And if it got really delayed, wouldn't you send Chris Sale to San Diego?
If I'm the Braves and I won?
Yes. You win one. You win game 1.
Right.
So you're guaranteed in. You know exactly where you're going. Wouldn't you send Chris Sale
to
San Diego?
Put it this way, Tiki. If I'm the Atlanta Braves and I win game 1 and they're 6 outs away from doing it, I would send Chris Sale and Marcelo Zuna and Matt Olson there immediately.
Right.
I'd say you're done. Just go get in a plane.
Right.
You're going to San Diego. You're locked in to play the Padres, and we'll see you tomorrow night. I don't know if they're actually going to do that. I don't know if Major League Baseball would frown upon that. But they should.
But why would they frown upon it?
I don't know.
I mean, Major League Baseball created this problem where this could get really dicey if weather becomes an issue for the second game.
Major League Baseball has issued a statement, by the way, and Evan's not going to like it.
Which is,
if the weather continues to be bad and they have to put a tarp on and cancel the game tonight, they will not postpone and they will end the season based on win percentage, eliminating the loser of the first game.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they've already issued a statement.
Are you just making stuff up again?
I really was hoping for a better reaction.
Because we have an audience who's listening to you saying you're full of crap.
Well, normal people do know that I'm full of crap, but you're gullible, so I was trying to get you to bite.
I'm not that gullible. Adam Ottavino pitched a nice bottom of the 7th, so the Mets will come up in the 8th inning down 3-0. A lot of things to get to on the Jets that we haven't touched on, including the disconnect between Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers. We'll get to that in a few minutes, but more of your reaction to that, and obviously your thoughts on the Mets as they are in the midst of a doubleheader that will define how we view the 2024 season. 888-808-1019. Lee is calling from Long Island. What's up, Lee?
Gentlemen, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Bad, but thanks for asking.
Okay. I know. You should have bet $1 million on the Braves in the first game. You knew what was going to happen.
I didn't bet $1 million, but trust me, I bet a few shekels.
There's a little emotional insurance. It's always guaranteed
sure.
for Evan.
Yes, I believe that. Really quick about the Jets game yesterday. 1 point for each of you guys. Really quick. It's got to be getting harder and harder for you to keep defending Nate Hackett when we watch the same garbage.
Tell me what happened yesterday that made you question Nate.
What happened was that offense was completely unprepared. That's what that was. And you can blame the head coach, but I'm sorry when you score 9 points. And here's the second point I'm going to get to. And Evan, sometimes the best way to get past an issue is to first admit you have one. You know that expression?
Yeah. What's my issue?
No, it's the issue for all of us, Jets fans.
Go ahead.
For all of us.
Yes.
It's not you. It's you. The universe.
Yeah,
is you,
that's fine. What's
Jets
that?
fans.
What is our issue? I know a few of them.
Aaron Rodgers, at this point of his career, is a very average quarterback, and he's on the decline.
Okay.
And
So let me.
And I'm going to give me a second. Give me a second.
Yeah.
And I understand that he has experience, and he's going to have some good moments, and he's going to have some good games. But the truth of the matter is, there are probably 20 or more quarterbacks in this league that are better than him right now, including Joe Flacco, who just lit up the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, he did.
Who's also an average quarterback, but is playing better. And I'm telling you that Jets don't have the advantage at quarterback in most games.
Okay. Let me answer it this
Well,
way.
I think yesterday they did.
Well, yeah, but yesterday you're better against a young guy like Bo Nix, who put up one of the greatest stats I've ever seen. Cortland Sutton had more receiving yards than Bo Nix had passing yards, which is almost impossible to do, but it actually happened. So let me address this with Aaron Rodgers. I think I've accomplished step one, okay? And even Sean, I think, would be proud of me. I accomplished step one. The first thing I said about yesterday's game, and there's a lot of different ways you can go, but the first place I went to was the quarterback let us down.
Yes. Yeah.
The quarterback didn't play well, and I believe he's getting a free pass from just about everybody else because it's easy to rip Robert Saleh. Rightfully so. Not saying ripping Robert Saleh is wrong. I'm saying that's the easy one. We're so used to it. But this quarterback is supposed to be better, and he wasn't good enough yesterday, and dare I say he was bad yesterday. So just say you're proud of me.
I am proud of you, Evan.
Thank you. That's step one. But I'm not ready, despite criticizing his performance in yesterday's game, to take the leap that our last caller's leaping, which is, that's it. He's not that good. He's just average. I can't do that. I don't think I've seen enough evidence to do that. I haven't seen enough through these 4 games. I don't put that much stock in 2 years ago, where, yes, he had a very average year in his final year with Green Bay. That, to me, is not enough to come to that conclusion. Will I come to that conclusion at some point this season? It's possible, but I'm not there yet to say, hey, the Jets have an Aaron Rodgers problem. I am ready, though, on a week-by-week basis, like I'm doing today, to say he didn't play well yesterday, and he deserves a lot of the blame for it.
It's hard to say you have an Aaron Rodgers problem. It depends on what your expectations are, right? If you're thinking this team is a playoff team, fun year, then you don't have an Aaron Rodgers problem. But I think you were reminded yesterday, if you were a Jet fan that had Super Bowl dreams, you do have an Aaron Rodgers problem, because as the games get in December and January, you saw what Tua had to deal with playing in Kansas City last year and when he was playing at Buffalo. He is going to play in bad weather again,
I'm not convinced,
and this is not an anomaly,
I'm
man.
not convinced that's the issue. To me, here are the 2 issues, and Tiki, you tell me if I'm missing this because you watched the tape on this. Here's my layman's eyes Jets fan issues that Aaron Rodgers had yesterday, twofold. Number one, the offensive line wasn't good. All right? The offensive line wasn't great. The pass protection went backwards. The run blocking has not been great this season. And Breece Hall obviously had a horrible game on the ground, some of it on him, some of it on his offensive line. That's issue number one. And issue number 2, and this is concerning, it seems like his communication and his chemistry with a lot of his receivers, led by Garrett Wilson, is just not there.
Well,
and that's a problem. Well, especially with Garrett Wilson.
So the biggest thing when I look at those things that you're talking about, the communication issues, it's all repetition. It's all how many times have you done this, so that it gets to the point where you're not thinking about it. He reacts, knows exactly how you're going to react. And the Xavier Gibson pass that I was talking about earlier on their last drive, or penultimate drive, I think it was, where he was expecting a back shoulder throw. Aaron Rodgers is. Xavier Gibson's just running a go route. Like you don't know what he wants to do in that moment, because how many passes has Aaron Rodgers thrown to Xavier Gibson? You know what I mean? And so it gets hard to hold anyone at fault because they're just not familiar with one another. There is one thing that I do know is going to happen in London, though, because you saw it on the first play of the game. The Denver Broncos brought 7 on 5 down, and then they brought both linebackers.
Yeah.
And you're just outmatched. You have 6 blockers, there's 7 guys. Aaron Rodgers has got to get rid of that ball.
Yeah.
He doesn't even see it coming on his backside, and he gets sacked. If there's one thing that the Minnesota Vikings do, it is put pressure on quarterbacks.
And the Denver Broncos blitzed, I think, 55% of the time yesterday.
Absolutely.
Spencer Schwellenbach is done. He's done because Tyrone Taylor started the 8th inning with a leadoff double. So the Mets with a little bit of a pulse, trailing 3-0. They get Schwellenbach out of the game. They need one more base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. It's 3-0 Atlanta. Remember, the Atlanta Braves have Raisel Iglesias. I'm not sure if they're going to him right now. and not messing around. It's probably too early to ask for a 6-out save, but it's certainly on the table because if you're the Atlanta Braves, you just want to get this thing done. You don't want to mess around. In fact, it's not Joe Jimenez, who's had a very good year out of their bullpen, is going to come in. Mets have a runner on second and nobody out. But, yeah, you got to get rid of the ball very, very quickly.
Well, he has to get rid of the ball very quickly, but he also has to be, I think, more aware that teams are going to do this to him.
Yeah.
You see the Patriots game where the Patriots just kind of let him run around unfettered and make those ridiculous throws and catches and, elevate everybody. Teams aren't going to let that happen anymore, especially now that they've seen it on tape and they know that, he can scramble a little bit, but he's not the elusive guy that he was even 5 years ago.
Eric is calling from Bayville. How are we doing today, Eric?
No, the question is, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm not doing very good. I'm very stressed out. I've realized that while I respect Sean, I kind of hate him. But other than that, I'm hanging in there okay. How are you?
So I'm okay because my game's on Saturday, but it's just I feel for you about it. The fans should not even let you work because at this point it's like you have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They should just give you the day off because I used to bartend and they used to be like, I'd be like, hey, can I have off for the games? And they'd be like, no, why don't you work? You're a big fan. And then I worked one game and they saw that no one got a beer and I was cursing at people because I was angry. And they were like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't work the games anymore.
Yeah, well, so hopefully that's the decision to make if the Mets are in the postseason. But listen, it is something we're all dealing with on a Monday. If you're a Met fan, people have to work, and they're distracted by the game. It's just the reality of life.
Evan, one more question. Robert Saleh, do you think that he's – all right, he's literally 19 and 38 now. Are these guys treating him like the substitute teacher? Are they throwing, like, paper airplanes at his back when he's right on the board?
Here's why that may be the case, Steve.
No, I don't think that's the case. That's not fair to Robert Saleh.
You know what,
I think his team loves him, actually.
The team could love him as much as they want. All we can judge it on is results.
Yes.
And for this team, since the moment he got here, and it certainly continued yesterday, to continue to be a Francisco Alvarez rip down the left field line. The Mets are on the board. Alvarez is in at second, and the Mets are putting a little rally together.
How about that?
Little rally together.
Our Mets. Let's go.
Francisco Alvarez with an RBI double against Joe Jimenez. So it's 3-1 Atlanta. Runner on second. Nobody out. Bader's up. By the way, Bader's got to be pinch hit for. Let's get that out of the way right now. I would go to Jesse Winker in this spot. Left-handed bat. Jimenez stays in the game, obviously, because he's only faced one batter. If when the screen pops on and I see Harrison Bader's face, I'm going to lose my mind. It's got to be Jesse Winker as a pinch hitter right now as the tying run after this Francisco Alvarez RBI double. And I'm half right. It's Starling Marte. I got no problem with that. All I knew is Bader could not be the guy, and instead Starling Marte is the guy with a runner on second and nobody out. Anyhow, the reason I question that caller may have validity is since the moment he's gotten here, the team's an undisciplined mess. How do you explain it?
But so much of
How do you explain it?
A lot of the discipline from this past game is again getting, and I'm just going to be my theme all day, by the way, is getting used to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers wants to create the free play. He wants to give himself the advantage. It's what really good quarterbacks do when they have the advantage, the ability via cadence to get a team off balance. And so you saw it over and over and over again. But those guys were either distracted by the weather or just unaware. And I loved what Aaron said. Forget the
base hit, Starling Marte. Alvarez stops at third, and the Mets are rallying. They've got the tying run on first base with nobody out.
Evan.
And guess who's coming up?
You want to go up to like 880 and call this?
I know.
Lindor. I'm not doing play-by-play. That is not play-by-play.
I remember the pep talk you gave all of us 5 minutes before we went in the air. You were ignoring all of it.
No. I said I'm going to tell you what happens, and then you guys can respond. What's your response to that?
Well, I mean,
you know how this all started?
Base hit, first and third, nobody out for Lindor. Let's do some quick predictions. What does Lindor do in this spot, Tiki?
He hits a home run. Go ahead.
Really?
Yep.
You're just being way too positive for no reason.
I'm not.
You're just trying to make me happy.
I'm not. I'm just predicting what you asked what I thought was going to happen. He's
All
0
right.
for 2 on the day.
Okay.
He can't, or 0
for
for 3 on the
0 for
day.
3.
He can't waste all these hits. He's batting lefty, obviously against the righty, and he's going to pull this one, second deck, at Truist.
If that happens, I'm taking my pants off.
Please don't do that.
I'm telling you right now.
All right, let's have a look.
Pants are coming off if Lindor goes deep. Raisel Iglesias, the Braves closer, is warming up. So Brian Snitker's getting very aggressive. 2-run lead, nobody out in the 8th inning.
It's going to be too late, and then Edwin Diaz is going to come in. Game over.
Stop. Would you do that? Would you go to Diaz for a 6-out save?
I would.
Actually, let's not debate that. The Mets do not have a lead. All right, real quick. What does Lindor do in this spot, Sean?
Strikes out, swinging, pulls his back out for the year.
Okay. Loogie, what does he do real quick?
Double to tie the game.
You going with a double to tie the game for Lindor. I'm going to go with a sacrifice fly. So it makes it 3-2. And there'll be 1 out with a runner on first. Is that a boring prediction?
That is very boring.
Very.
With Nimmo? Is it Nimmo?
Yeah. No, it would be Jose Iglesias is up
right.
next.
Second.
Iglesias and then Mark Vientos in the 8th inning with nobody out.
Oh, he was swinging for it, too.
Francisco took a very big swing on 1-0. He swung and missed. The count is 1-1.
Do you know how the rally started?
Yeah, the rally started with a double by Tyrone Taylor.
Tyrone Taylor became Justin Timberlake. He was hitting Schwellen back.
I'm really sorry you're here.
I got booed.
Yes, your coworkers are booing you. That was a lame one.
Wow.
Did you plan that for like the last 5 minutes waiting?
I've been sitting on it for a good 6 minutes. Looking for my avenue.
Yeah, the problem is the Mets
Mets
didn't hit Schwellenbach. So you're like, man, I've got this great line that I could actually never possibly use.
How do you turn that?
Lindor rips a base hit up the middle.
That's it.
It's 3-2. They have 2 on and nobody out for Iglesias. Who predicted RBI single? Wasn't you.
No, I struck out back out for the year.
You said home run. What'd you say?
I said double ties the game.
That's fine. RBI single Lindor. The New York Mets, who look dead, have 2 on. They better tie this game, though.
When Lindor opens, another closes. Let's go. Getting booed again.
No, that was a good one, man.
Thanks.
Now we know why the guy that hired you left.
Now, with 2 on and nobody out, the batter is Jose Iglesias. Would you consider laying down a bunt?
No way. He's hitting 340, and he's been the heart and soul of the team all year.
Okay.
Let him swing.
Okay. I'm just asking the question.
And I just answered.
Thank you.
And Jimenez is having trouble.
Yes. No, I wouldn't bunt either, by the way, and I'm usually aggressive on.
Would you bring in?
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Wow, so the Atlanta Braves are making the big bullpen change. Raisel Iglesias, the Braves closer, is coming in for a 6-out save with nobody out in the 8th inning and 2 on. The Mets have pulled it to win 3-2. I'm going to lose my freaking mind here.
What do we got? Mets positive on the money line here.
That's great. All right, we're going to take a very quick break. We're going to come right back. We'll keep you posted on this. We'll mix in the Jets. We'll mix in the Knicks. And hopefully I take my pants off. Because if the Mets tie or take the lead, pants are coming off.
We all lose in that spot.
This is why I said when we were pre-planning this show, you can't talk about the Jets.
Well,
why the hell are we even trying to talk about the Jets?
We've got some Jets in. I feel good about that. We are live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Approved Oil has been the leading oil dealer in New York for over 92 years. At the current low rates, now's the time to lock in for this upcoming winter before the cold weather drives prices up. Don't wait. Call in today to lock in your low rate. Enjoy a worry-free winter. Approved Oil has been delivering a brighter and warmer tomorrow for almost a century. With superior service and unmatched reliability, it has to be Approved Oil. Visit freeztherate.com or call 718-238-1050. Keep it right here. You'll hear everything on our big audio watch party on the Fan.
Our next Boomer and Geo Live is set, and we're bringing the show back to one of our favorite spots, the Paramount in Huntington Village on Long Island on Friday, November 22nd.
That was the perfect 10.
What goes on with you on Friday nights? Boomer and Geo Live, We Give Thanks, featuring special guests including our good friends Adam and the Metal Hawks. I would love that. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Come out and hang with us for a great night at Boomer and Geo Live, We Give Thanks. Brought to you in part by Helix Wireless, connecting everything, everywhere. And the Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh American cheese bacon. And the second bite is like fresh American cheese sauce. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people, from traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production. Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporized daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Mom, Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments. Welcome to Flight 101. To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
He's sold more comedy albums than anyone in history. Weird Al Yankovic. The Bigger and Weirder 2025 tour. Playing his biggest hits in his biggest show ever. Weird Al Yankovic with special guest Puddle's Pity Party. Saturday, July 12th at Madison Square Garden. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Get all the info at WeirdAl.com.
Football season is here, and just like winning teams, your engagement should be all about the best. So if you're ready to pop the big question this season, why not visit the experts at London Jewelers? With top-notch professionals and cutting-edge technology, London Jewelers can help you select or even design the absolute perfect ring. So whether you're starting over or starting new, let the professionals at London Jewelers be a part of your journey. Visit any one of their convenient 7 locations across New York and New Jersey. London Jewelers, serving you and your family since 1926.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Week 4 in pro football tonight with a Monday Night Football doubleheader, the second of the 2 games. Detroit hosts Seattle. Detroit is a 4-point favorite in the game, and the total is sitting at 47. I lean towards Seattle to cover the spread, lean towards the under in the game, but the bet that I really like is Detroit's #1 wide receiver over 76.5 receiving yards. Seattle has good boundary cornerbacks, going to force a lot of action over the middle of the field, and that's where I think Detroit's #1 wide receiver can find success. So let's take his over tonight, over 76.5 yards. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Second decker.
Start some trouble and call the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Stream the NFL on CBS live on Paramount Plus.
Yes! Yes! Brandon Nimmo has hit a 2-run home run. That after Mark Vientos' sacrifice fly. That after Jose Iglesias' RBI single. And the ceiling has come crashing down on the Braves. The Mets have scored 6 runs in the top of the 8th inning with their backs to the wall. I always believed in this team, Tiki.
Good thing they didn't send Chris Sale to the airport because he might have to pitch this afternoon.
This game is not over, but the Mets have scored 6. They lead 6-3. They have tattooed the Brave bullpen. It started with Joe Jimenez, 3 hits in a row, and it has continued against the great Raisel Iglesias. The Mets looked dead. They looked done. And they were down by 3. And then they rally here in the 8th inning. It all started with a Tyrone Taylor double.
He's out of breath.
It continued with an Alvarez double. It continued with Starling Marte and Francisco Lindor and Jose Iglesias. And then finally Brandon Nimmo, who had been an absolute dog in some of the biggest moments of 2022. Brandon Nimmo awoken. And now the Mets are 6 outs away. The Braves did something very interesting. They went to their closer, Raisel Iglesias. He crapped the bed, and then Snitker pulled him because he's thinking about Game 2. The Mets are 6 outs away from not giving a rat's ass about Game 2. They lead 6-3. I would like some insurance runs, but do you go to Edwin Diaz for 6 outs even after he pitched yesterday?
No, you don't need to.
I do not do that.
You don't need to.
Oh, he's blowing this game too. I could see it. I could see it unfolding in front of me. I'm like a prophet. Oh, we're going to be here and Evan's going to be crushed.
Why are you throwing negativity into the
I'm
environment?
not trying to. I just sniff it out.
You really can't sniff that out?
Diaz is blowing this game.
Well, I told you guys if the Mets took the lead, I would take my pants off. I'm going to do that right now.
Take them off.
No, you're not.
Take them off.
Oh, my God.
Take them off. Oh, he's got Mets shorts on with flowers.
I think he pre-planned taking his pants
Look
off
at
today.
this. And look how white those legs are.
Jeez, the sun is free out.
I'm getting moist. Did you see a pool all summer?
Well, that is a Mets bathing suit, and I've been saving it for a very special occasion.
Wow.
Now, if the Mets
That
blow...
almost made me drop my pants.
I'll tell you, 6 runs against the Braves in the 8th inning, that'll make any grown man drop their pants. Let me tell you. That was an incredible sequence. But
Not
it's
the
not
other 15 in here.
But it's not over. Okay, Phil Maton is warming up. Phil Maton has pitched in back-to-back games. He will be asked to pitch a 3rd straight game against 5, 6, and 7 of the Braves order. And then
Catch your breath, dude. You have 3 other guys here. We can talk.
Here's the reality. The sun has now come out.
Yeah.
And so
Literally, it's out.
That's what I mean. Well,
I thought you were doing
you thought you were giving me credit for a figurative.
Yeah, I thought you were doing a show.
I see. I got you. The literal sun has come out down in Atlanta, and so it feels good if you're a Met right now. It feels good in that dugout if you're a Met right now.
Well, the
you got
dugout
Gelbs over there just giving some kind of information. We can't hear it, but I mean, this is exactly what the Mets had planned. I think.
You know what, Steve?
Make Evan stressed all day long, and then when he wants to get as stressed as possible, we're going to make him feel good about himself.
I think
That's what this feels like, Evan.
I think Steve Gelbs is telling the world what he told us a couple days ago. These Mets, the positive Tommy Mets, have more fun, Evan.
Well, the positive Tommy Mets, these Mets, looked dead for multiple days. And if they can hold on and get the last 6 outs, this kind of win, if they can get these 6 outs, would put an exclamation point on, yes, a very fun and very different and very exciting season. But they need to get 6 outs. Their bullpen at times has been shaky.
Mm-hmm.
Edwin Diaz at times has been shaky, though he's been great since the Corbin Carroll Grand Slam not too long ago. They need to find a way to get the final 6 outs and secure this win.
6 outs?
6 outs.
You can't lose to San Diego either if you have a win like this.
What does that mean?
You got to get more than 6 outs. You lose to San Diego, this win versus Atlanta means nothing.
Well,
you got to get to the division series.
Well, first of all, let me explain something to Sean. It's also got a sponsor, so I can explain it to the audience.
Yes, we can.
These MLB scenarios, which Sean doesn't understand.
Oh, Milwaukee, whatever.
They're brought to you by Sloman's Home Heating Oil, okay? So here is the scenario. If the Mets win this game, they make the playoffs. But we don't know who they face next. Mm-hmm. If they win the second game, then Sean's right. They would go play the San Diego Padres. If they lose the second game, then they would go back to Milwaukee and take on the Brewers. So the Mets do not know who they would be facing if they are fortunate enough to get the final 6 outs and make the playoffs.
And they are kind of incentivized, I would think, to lose the second game if they win the first game.
You know what?
One, because of the trip, and 2, because of how good San Diego has been.
I will have that discussion with you. It'll be a very good discussion.
When it matters?
If the Mets win this game. Until then,
when the Mets win this game.
When? If the Mets win this game.
Look how upset she is.
Yeah, there's a woman on TV in Atlanta.
She's taking a nap.
And a man on TV in Atlanta. They're doing, SNY's doing the let's show all the sad people's faces, which I do appreciate. I mean, who doesn't want to drink the tears of a bunch of Georgians? I mean, that's one of the greatest things you could do. But I warn you, get some more runs. Mets have a runner on first and 2 outs in the 8th inning. Tyrone Taylor started the inning, so the Mets are officially batting around as he comes up with a runner on first and 2 outs. I will not feel comfortable unless they get an 8-run lead. If they got an 8-run lead,
8 runs?
Yes, then I would have some exuberance.
I mean, that's just Little League, Tyrone Taylor.
What do you mean that's Little League?
If you bat around and score that many runs, that's Little League.
Well, the inning is over because Tyrone Taylor eventually ended up flying one to center field for the 3rd out of the inning. So it's a 6-run 8th inning. The Mets lead 6-3 going to the bottom of the 8th inning. They are 6 outs away from going to the postseason for just the 7th time in my lifetime. For the 2nd time in 3 years. They need 6 more outs! 6 more outs, Tiki! All right. We're going to break the tension by going back to your phone calls. A lot of angry Jet fans still want to talk about that. This is what I love about today's show. It's just chaos. It's screaming about the Mets into, the Jets suck. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go to a Met call. There is a guy on hold.
Oh, thank you for calling about the Mets.
There is a guy on hold who wanted to rip the Mets, but I wonder how he feels now. Ross in Bergen County. How we doing, Ross?
Guys, I called in 40 minutes ago. School got out about 2 hours ago. I've been sitting in squalor in my car. I had a back-pocketed Morash-type line of this lineup selected legs with piss rolling down them. And all this lineup needed was a spark lit under their ass, and I just watched it unfold for this past 10 minutes. Now, Evan, I'm like you. I'm holding my breath because this game ain't over. And if you know the Mets, they'll find a way to take our smiles.
Why are you Mets fans so negative? I don't understand
but
this.
You know what? This is when this looks so hopeless. I was going to bring up the Benigno cliche if you could change everything, but you're always going to get the same old Mets, and you got Canalita, Grimace, Glizzy, Iggy. They're all smiling over a 7. Oh, my. And you can't forget Positive Tommy.
Of course.
What? Get these 6 outs. The Positive Tommy's going to be on cloud 9.
Hero. I'd say this about Positive Tommy, as obnoxious as he is to sit next to. If the Mets get these 6 outs, I'm going to give him the biggest hug he's ever gotten.
Tongue?
I mean, honestly, I'd be excited enough to possibly consider that situation.
Your tongue is staying in your mouth and your mouth.
Do it for Seymour Wiener.
But it is funny when you think about all the gimmicks the Mets have had this season.
Of course.
Starting all the way back with Seymour Wiener, that's a good reference, into Grimace, into Jorge Lopez.
The rally pimp, sorry, Andy Martino.
I love that Jorge Lopez is considered a gimmick.
His glove is the gimmick.
He bombed and threw a glove into the air.
You know what it is, actually?
It was a catalyst. It wasn't a gimmick. It was a catalyst.
You're right.
It forced them into a team meeting, which ultimately changed the nature of the season.
It's not only that, which is so true, Teak, it's also the quote, which I will find and replay at some point, and that is him saying, even though he probably didn't mean to say this is the worst team in baseball.
He did not say that.
I know he didn't.
He said, I'm the worst teammate in baseball.
No, I agree that's probably what he said.
That is definitely what he said.
But for the sake of this, it's fun. It's fun to do that. By the way, Mets made a bunch of defensive changes, which includes Eddie Alvarez coming in to play second and Iglesias third, so Mark Vientos is done. Phil Maton took over to pitch the 8th inning. Phil Maton is pitching for a 3rd straight day. He's had a wonderful year for the Mets. He has not pitched in 3 straight games at all this season. He only did it 1 time last season. So they are asking Maton with a 3-run lead facing Jorge Soler. Actually, it's not Jorge Soler. He came out for defense. It's Eli White. How about that? That's the risk, Teak, when you make defensive moves.
Yeah.
You get a little cocky.
Especially when you get behind, you lose your bat.
Now, with that said, Eli White can still get a base hit and make us feel like idiots. So Phil Maton's got to go get him out and get at least 2 outs, and then I would assume Mendy would get aggressive like Snitker did and start to warm up Edwin Diaz. Unfortunately, Phil Maton began this inning by hitting Eli White with a pitch. The Mets seem to be angry, thinking he swung. That's not reviewable. The only thing that's reviewable is if a ball hit him or not. That's the only thing the Mets would be able to challenge. But if they're pissed off thinking that Eli White swung, too bad. There's nothing you can do about it. So the Atlanta Braves are about to have the leadoff man on. And looking at the replay, I would say that it definitely hit him. And it looked like he did swing.
Yeah, but he wasn't quite into his swing.
It looks like he swung, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
the rest of the swing happens after he's hit, and it's a reaction from being hit.
Doesn't matter. Do you not know the rules of baseball?
Apparently you don't.
Do you want me to explain that to you?
Apparently you don't.
It doesn't freaking matter what his intent was.
He's let go of the grip of the bat. It's not a swing.
No, it
Let's
is a
move
swing.
on.
It's an absolute swing, but there's nothing the Mets could do. I mean, it's just not a
But
challengeable
is a swing
play.
a swing if it's not full finished
Swing,
yet?
yeah.
No,
he didn't even go all the way around.
It's not a swing until you go all the way around.
No, first of all, when they check swings at first base and
Man,
third
you got
base.
your Homer goggles on.
Positive, Tommy, can you break the tie on that? Did he swing or not?
He swung.
Oh, you guys are
But I also was going to ask Evan when he's going to put his pants back on. You look like a crazy person on a cruise ship.
You know what? If the Braves put another base run around, the pants are going back
pants
on.
stay off. Once they're off, they're off. It's a party, right?
Edwin Diaz
You're
has
going to
begun...
go find a pool to jump in when they win.
I would. Edwin Diaz has begun warming up in the Met bullpen. It'll be interesting to see at what point when Mendy would go super aggressive and go to him. Mendy pitched Diaz yesterday, and he threw a lot of pitches. So we'll keep an eye on that as we're having a big fun time at this audio watch party. Let's go to Tim in Norwalk, Connecticut. What's up, Tim?
Evan, I talked to you last week. I said, relax. I told you, relax. You guys you literally came back from a 3-run deficit right now, and you're worrying about, like, every little inkling.
Because they haven't won the game yet. Because they haven't won the game yet, Tim.
God. Oh, my God. I mean, come on. Like, right now, I mean, I thought you guys were going to throw out Grimace as your jerseys, but obviously you guys are away right now. But, like, I literally told you got to calm down.
First of all, you're
Tim, and you know what? Right now,
Tim, you still going, Tim? All right, he's gone.
Tim.
Tim.
No, he's listening.
Okay,
now.
well, I cut him off. I'm sorry. Tim, they haven't won a game yet. Don't give me the I told you so stuff. You know, I've had this conversation with Tiki where Tiki really wants to say I told you so about Sam Darnold. And I said after 1 week to Tiki, you look very right. Mm-hmm. Let's hold off. But Tiki,
I'm still holding off. I haven't done the on-air I told you so
He
yet.
hasn't done the on-air
But he's
one.
leading the NFL in touchdowns right now.
Here's a good tiebreak. Who would you rather have right now, Sam Darnold or Aaron Rodgers?
That's not the point.
Maybe it is.
But Tiki yesterday in our text chat says, quote, is it too early to say I was right about Sam Darnold? And what I would say to Tiki and what I would say to Tim, who sounds like a wonderful guy, hey, relax, everything's going to be okay. Very easy to say from your ivory perch. When it happens, take your bows. You're right. Take your bows. Like, I'm telling you right now, if the Mets win this game, there's a lot of bows that are going to occur. But the very first bow and the loudest bow is going to come from Tommy Lugauer.
Positive Tommy.
He deserves that.
Positive Tommy's been quiet today.
Because he's nervous.
No, I'm very positive. I don't. Positive Tommy does not have pores. He doesn't sweat, and I'm relaxed, cool, calm, and calculated. Just like I was for Knicks Sixers Game 6.
You know what's crazy? He's not completely lying.
No.
Because I've sat next to Tommy since this game started. And I'll tell you exactly what he does. All right? I'll tell you exactly what he does. He whispers to himself. He whispers to himself. And what I have heard over the last 2 hours, a lot of excuses, a lot of, Schwellenbach.
He is pretty
nasty.
good.
Yeah,
He's good.
I don't know. It isn't easy because Phil Maton gave up a bloop hit to Travis d'Arnaud. So the Braves are rallying in the 8th inning. They bring the tying run to the plate with 1st and 3rd and 1 out. And I'll tell you right now, I go to Diaz. Gio Urshela's coming to the plate. The tying run's at the plate. Maton's faced 3 batters. Like I said, he's pitching for a 3rd straight day. This is the moment. I'm first guessing it right now. This is the moment
I don't know.
where you go to Edwin Diaz.
The problem was this was a cheapie.
Doesn't matter.
That was a cheapie. And so it's not like he's getting hit hard. It's not like he's lost it. It was a cheapie. And what's this kid's name?
Eli White.
Well, Eli White's the guy that went to third
aggressive.
base.
Well, Eli White was aggressive on a bloop single to center field. He gets all the way to third. He's not even looking. He just turns the corner.
Well, I've got news for you. Carlos Mendoza agrees with me. Edwin Diaz is now coming into this game to try to get a 5-out save. Raisel Iglesias, the Braves closer.
Don't love it.
How about this situation? The Braves and the Mets have both gone to their closers in the 8th inning of a game in which they'd like to win, but if they don't win, they've got the insurance of a game 2.
Feels
and I
desperate.
guess, I think it's aggressive.
It's desperate to win this game.
You wouldn't have gone to Diaz there?
I think I would have waited one more batter. I would just because.
Not even factoring in the fact that Phil Maton has pitched an awful lot over the last couple of days.
Edwin Diaz pitched yesterday, and so
but Edwin Diaz is better when he pitches a lot. He hadn't pitched in a week when he came into the game yesterday. You clapped when d'Arnaud got a hit, did you not?
Yeah, because
Why?
I'm in the same boat as you. My money's behind an emotional hedge. You didn't do it?
Yeah, I did emotionally
By the way,
hedge.
plus 630. Double down. Let's go.
Oh, I definitely will. Excuse me. I'm sorry to
Are
burp.
you just
but
burping on the air now?
We have
like
to
a
have
little respectable?
some decorum.
Wow.
I didn't mean to.
I
We
really
are
don't.
full social show right now.
Oh, my God.
I didn't mean to.
Your pants are off and you're burping.
Well, it's a party. We're having an audio watch
It's
party.
not an old folks' home here. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I don't think in this watch party you should be clapping for the Atlanta Braves. I thought that was very disrespectful.
First of all, I had a twitch in my hand. Second of all, I realized as I was clapping, I realized, oh, yeah, I bet the Braves, so it's good.
Yeah, I bet the Braves, but I'm not rooting for the Braves
I'm
to
not
win.
rooting for them. Plus, I know
you just clap for them.
Evan, I know the Mets are winning game
Oh,
two if they
stop
lose this game.
it.
That's why I'm not that worried about
If they
it.
lose this game after coming
I've been
back,
consistent about it.
so you think they're going to blow this game?
I do. I think Diaz is blowing this game. You're going to melt down. You're still going to win game two anyway.
I can't deal with this. I'll tell you
What?
the truth.
I'm not
You're gonna
supposed to
put
give
your-
my honest prediction?
You're going to put your pants back on, take your shirt off, and then run out of here.
I'm putting my pants on right now.
Put your trousers back.
I feel like
Yeah.
I have to.
All right, left to
I
right on
feel-
your radio dial. Evan is putting on the light blue denim over the flower Met bathing suit. Let's see. He goes button before zipper. The button is up. The zipper's there. He's tucked in the polo. Now he's untucking it. Met polo on the crest, left heart. And sits back down.
Thankfully, we didn't have a something about Mary moment
And
there.
beltless.
Yeah. Well, I don't need a belt.
The question is, will Gio Urshela be, in fact, a nice fella here for the folks in Atlanta?
I'm begging you to stop.
I need desperately.
It's entertaining me, Tommy.
Really?
The dad jokes? Oh, they're hideous. Like that.
I need Edwin Diaz to make this very easy on us. Get Gio Urshela to roll one over, turn a double play, and let's get to the ninth inning with a 3-run lead. The Mets scored 6 runs in the top of the 8th inning to take a 6-3 lead, and now the Braves are trying to rally. It's amazing because the first pitch that Edwin Diaz threw was a strike that was called a ball. And I'm going to try to
That's
not...
all. It's all it is for you right
I'm
now.
going to try not to whine.
That's all the negativity.
Well, no.
It's coming back. It's coming back.
He threw a strike, and it was called a ball. That's how the at-bat started. Now, luckily, the second pitch he threw turned out to be fouled off. It was tapped a little bit to the left side, so we got the strike back. The count is 1-1. And you want to get scared, Met fans? The on-deck hitter is Jared Kelenic, who was traded for Edwin Diaz. That's what happened. Now, luckily, when Kelenic comes up, he'll do it with 2 outs. Because what happened is that Gio Urshela tapped one back to the mound. So now the Atlanta Braves have second and third with 2 outs, and you can't make this crap up. You could try, and we'd say this is stupid.
This is amazing.
But Jared Kelenic is coming up as the tying run against the team he was traded by for the player he was traded for. I can't deal with this.
And it's a
I
beautiful
can't
sunny day.
freaking deal with this.
Right, I know. It's just
And Robinson Cano is now guest umpiring. Right.
I mean, this is unbelievable that Jared Kelenic, of all people,
here's the
is
thing.
coming up as the tying run.
So 2 years ago, Edwin Diaz got paid for being one of the elite closers in Major League Baseball. And yes, he had not a bad year. He had an injured year a year ago because of what happened in the offseason. And so Edwin Diaz got paid. And he is paid to be elite in moments that matter.
Well,
and this is the moment that matters for the Mets season.
He's facing Jared Kelenic. He's behind 2-0. And Pete Alonso made a diving play, but Edwin Diaz never covered. So a run comes in to score. It's now 6-4.
Wow.
And unfortunately, Pete Alonso, who's been so great defensively, could have had his moment by making a great diving play, which he did, and it did save a run. But unfortunately, I don't know what the hell Edwin Diaz was doing on the mound. He never got off the mound to cover first base. We're watching the replay right now. He literally stood there.
Oh, my God.
He literally stood there.
That's pathetic.
Pete Alonso made a headlong diving play to rob Kelenic of what would have been a 2-run double, and Diaz never moved.
And then pointed to his chest to
Right.
say it was on me. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, no kidding, Edwin. We didn't know that.
I just had this talking about how much he got paid to be the guy in these moments.
Great transition.
I know, unbelievable transition. You're paid to be on task. And
Unbelievable.
the last thing he is on. He got the ground ball, what you wanted.
Well, it was a ground
Pete
ball.
Alonso made a fantastic stab on it because it was pretty well hit. Edwin Diaz standing there.
Look, Pete made a great play. If he doesn't make that play, it's 6-5 with the tying run on second. Instead, it's 6-4. And here's Michael Harris. And Tommy and I made a mistake. Before the Mets took on the Braves last Tuesday, we said, which guy scares us the most? I said Matt Olson. He said Travis d'Arnaud. This guy scares us the most because Michael Harris has been great. He was great in that first game. He's been unbelievable since he came back, and he's a 3-run home run away from killing me. from literally having me just drop right here as we do this live audio watch party.
Be great for me.
Why? Do you assume you're just going to get this job?
Slide right in.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. Rondé's getting the job. Everybody knows that. So Edwin Diaz needs to make big pitches against Michael Harris. The tying run is on first base with 2 outs. The Mets are trying to get their way to the 9th inning. Unfortunately, Edwin's behind 2-0, and the pinch runner for Kelnick, Whit Merrifield, stole second. And Edwin Diaz didn't even look over.
Yeah.
So now the Braves are literally a base hit away from tying this game up.
Unbelievable.
Edwin Diaz cannot make a mistake, and unfortunately, he's fallen behind Harris 3-0. And the on-deck hitter is Ozzie Albies, who could potentially come up. He's the guy who hit the home run in the 3rd inning.
And
this is unbelievable.
This is class. The Braves look very merry in the field right now.
Oh, my God. Punch him, Tiki.
I'm not, because he's trying to make it light. There's so much tension with you right now.
Edwin Diaz walks Michael Harris
He
on
walked
4
him.
pitches.
He walked
Sean,
him.
Sean, shut up.
No.
Seriously,
You shut
Tiki,
up.
can you slap him?
Right.
He walked him.
I said he walked him. He walked him. The bases are loaded with 2 outs for Ozzie Albies.
I think he was pitching around Harris there.
So the problem right now for the Mets is that Edwin Diaz is in his head right now, and so when you get in your head, it's really hard to find the way out of it. And the only thing that can you hope for is that you get, I don't want to say lucky, but when you start pressing, doesn't matter what sport you're playing, you end up, I don't know, not being able to find your way back until your excellence. And so right now, that's where Edwin Diaz is stuck.
Wow.
So he just walked Michael Harris on 4 straight pitches, and he's down 2-0 on Albies, and so he just can't find a plate. He's in his own head.
This is bad.
This is where it would behoove Francisco Alvarez to go take a mound visit, to calm him down. I know he's a vet. I know he's someone who's had excellence in his career, Edwin Diaz, but sometimes as a catcher, it's your job to calm him down.
Well,
right now, he needs to be calmed down, Edwin Diaz.
The Mets are in a very tricky spot. The count is 2-1 to Ozzie Albies. They have the tying run on second, the lead run at first, more runs at the plate, and Edwin Diaz has fallen behind Ozzie Albies 3-1. He didn't miss much on that 2-1 pitch, but he missed. And so now he's behind 3-1, and we all know Doom is about to hit us. We all know it. We had our tease. We had our moment. We all had fun.
You took your pants off too early.
Yeah, that's the problem. You took your pants off too early.
We're about to be hit, and we've just been hit. Ozzie Albies has hit a ball off the wall. The Braves are going to score all 3 runs. Let's go. They've taken the lead 7-6, and I've died inside.
That's why you make the emotional hedge, Evan. Now you get a little profit.
Yeah, now the interesting thing is that Sean called this.
I did.
Absolutely called this.
Diaz was going to blow the game. You're going to win game 2. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
I'm a prophet.
Right now we're watching the Atlanta Braves fans who went from complete despair to jubilation.
How does this happen?
And it's all because
and this is what
because Mindy put faith in a guy who probably was rattled. And I mean, this is what it is. It's one of those moments where you're gonna second guess yourself no matter what.
I'm not second guessing going Edwin Diaz. Edwin Diaz sucked. He came in and just completely collapsed. That's what it comes down to. Because even when he got the out that could have gotten through the inning, he doesn't run to first base.
Yeah.
He doesn't run to first base.
This is all on Diaz. This is an epitome of an Edwin Diaz.
I don't disagree with Mendy going to him. I disagree with the fact. Edwin Diaz sucked. I mean, he came in and did this to us, and now what a back-breaking kind of loss. He is trying to get through this inning, at least with them only being down by a run. And remember, the Braves already pulled Raisel Iglesias, so the Braves don't have their closer. But, oh, my God, what a kick in the absolute balls. The Mets score 6 runs in the top of the 8th inning to tease us, and then Edwin Diaz comes in and blows the whole thing up. The whole thing he blows, including falling behind Albies after he walked Michael Harris on 4 pitches, and then Albies, who's the absolute killer today, as he drives in. How many runs? He cleared the bases on that one, so 5 RBIs of the 7 runs driven in by Ozzie Albies. I am sick to my stomach.
Albies damned.
Oh, my God. I'm absolutely disgusted.
Well done, Sean.
I know that they can
I love
win.
Sean creating a levity. You're just trying to keep it. You have to, because otherwise you're going to cry. And
I'm
again,
already crying.
Evan's doing a podcast from the Titanic.
I know, exactly. He's doing a play-by-play from the Titanic over here.
But are you still positive, Tommy, by the way?
Oh, absolutely. The game's not over yet.
But
you got the game 2.
But as Sean has always said already, you got game 2. They're exhausting their bullpen right now.
Well, so are the Mets.
Braves. It doesn't matter. The Braves are exhausting their bullpen right now.
The Mets are going to try to have to win a second game, assuming they don't come back with Edwin Diaz, let's face it, not being available.
By the way,
he's already thrown 20 pitches in this game.
Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
I mean, he's still the guy you trust the most, despite him sucking today.
But not after today. After doing this in the morning, I don't trust him to do anything in the afternoon.
Well, he did eventually get through the inning. He struck out Marcell Ozuna, and the Mets are down 7-6 going to the ninth inning. We'll come back and have our just horrible death of game one of this doubleheader when we come back. We're having a wonderful audio watch party. I'm sweating like a pig. You could cap off NL Week 4 with a chance for a big W on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Maybe you want to build a same-game parlay. You can build it however the heck you want. Do it with FanDuel Sportsbook. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid fast. Visit FanDuel.com/Evan. Make every moment this season matter with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is also the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Our transportation, water, and energy infrastructure is critical. But did you know that those projects are built by the local 825 operating engineers and their contractors? They even built MetLife Stadium and the stadium before that. That's why their advocacy organization, ELEC, the Engineers Labor Employer Cooperative, fights for those priorities every day. That's ELEC, representing the hardworking men and women who build New York and New Jersey.
All right, I think we have an Odyssey Sports Minute here, and it's brought to you by Winters Bros. For help with your next cleanup or construction project, visit wintersbros.com.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Who is the best team in the NFL right now? It's the Minnesota Vikings. 4-0 is 4-0, and a win at Lambeau is a win at Lambeau. And as long as quarterback Sam Darnold is balling out like this team is legitimately scary, like championship scary. I'm Jim Rome.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing kit. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Some icons happen over time or by chance, but at Cadillac, our vehicles are made to be iconic with intent. Like the invigorating all-electric Lyriq. Charge into a new era with Lyric's GM estimated 350 horsepower. And with a near 50-50 weight distribution, Lyriq offers thrilling performance while drawing attention at every turn. Because icons aren't just born, they're made. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody!
Whenever water damage strikes your home or business, call on the cleanup and restoration specialists at 1-800-SERVPRO to help make it like it never even happened. That's 1-800-SERVPRO.
Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where scale marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent.
This ball was scalded. It looks Urshela is playing. Not too many shortstops are going to get that ball. So now the tying run at first, and here is Lindor, who drove in a run in the Mets' 6-run eighth. 1 for 4 on the day. Johnson with a pretty good move.
Yeah, I just was going to say he does have a good move. You got to give Lindor a chance. Have a another big moment.
And Lindor gets under one to center field. Harris going back near the wall, and it's out of here. Linsanity again. Francisco Lindor
is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-3094.
The Mets MVP brings them back off the mat in the ninth.
Individuals fix their IRS problems.
York and Odyssey Sports Station.
We are all dying together in the ninth inning with the Mets down 7-6. Starling Marte got a one-out hit, and then Francisco Lindor got under one, but he got under it enough, and he hits a 2-run home run. Michael Harris climbed the fence. He couldn't catch it, and the Mets have retaken the lead 8-7 in the top of the ninth inning. This game is drunk, first of all. This game is certifiable. I don't think any of us will ever forget this game, but the Mets now need 3 more outs. They've been given a respite because MVP Lindor came up needing a miracle.
And isn't it fitting?
And it is. If they hold on, it's fitting. He got under one against Pierce Johnson because remember, the Braves used Iglesias and took him out. So they were forced to go to Johnson. He gives up the 2-run home run to Lindor. There are 2 outs in the ninth inning. And I ask the question, let's ask it right now. Do you give Edwin Diaz an opportunity to finish the job? Let's hear it from everyone here. Raise your hand if you want him to pitch the... Nobody.
No, you got to pull him.
I say you put him back out there.
No.
Remember, he blew the save against the Padres, blew it against the Diamondbacks. They went back to him the next day on that Thursday, which saved the season against the Diamondbacks. Edwin pitches better when he's angry.
And also, the other option right now is Ryan Stanek. That's who's warming up in the Met bullpen.
Who's pitched in big games, Evan, for the Astros. You know, you guys know that team, right?
No, he's also been crappy as a Met, though.
I understand that.
You're right. He's seen the big moments before. Look, they don't have a lot of great options. They're clearly holding off Jose Butto, one of their other arms that they trust. They're not going to go to Reed Garrett, though Reed Garrett could be an option. Again, maybe Mendy's thinking to himself, I got to hold some guys out for this game, too, in case they don't win. So Stanek is warming up. My gut, I agree with Loogie. I think I'd send them back out for the ninth inning because there have been examples this year, specifically the game against the Pirates, all the way back earlier this season when he blew a game in the eighth inning. They took the lead. That was when Iglesias had the great at-bat, and they came back and won, and Diaz came back for the bottom of the ninth inning.
This feels like both of these teams are using every bit of their emotional energy on game one. And you know why? Because obviously game one and you're in, but
yeah,
I feel exhausted and I don't even care.
You feel exhausted?
Yeah, I don't even care. I'm not a Met fan. I'd love to see them go to the postseason, but I feel exhausted just watching you.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry. I mean, this is like going through a marathon. So you know what that's like.
Of course I do.
It's like I'm running a marathon, especially with these emotions of up and down, up and down. But this has been unbelievable. If you're just tuning in, maybe you were working today. The Mets were losing 3-0. They were getting shut down by Spencer Schwellenbach. It felt like a fait accompli. The Mets are going to lose. They'll get a second shot in game 2. It is what it is. Then, out of absolute nowhere, from the despairs of hell, the Mets scored 6 runs in the 8th inning. 6 runs in the 8th inning to take a 6-3 lead.
We are talking about a baseball game.
I know. It feels like a lot more. And then they went to Edwin Diaz to try to get a 5-out save in the bottom of the 8th inning, and Edwin Diaz began imploding, which included him not covering first base on a diving play by Pete Alonso, and Ozzie Albies eventually capped it with a 3-run bases-clearing double. So the 6-3 Met lead went 7-6 Atlanta. And here in the 9th inning, Francisco bleeping Lindor hit a 2-run home run. Oh, my goodness.
The biggest swing of his Mets career.
Also, I think we found the good luck charm. Us in commercial break. Nimmo Homer
by
and
the way, you're not wrong about it. Every time we go on a commercial break, it's all the runs.
Well, not all of them. The Mets began their rally in the 8th inning with us on. I think they got it to 3-2, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, then they made a pitching change.
Yeah, I think
that's when we went to break.
Yeah, we weren't on. I think our YouTube feed has been on the entire time.
It has been.
So
and they saw the reaction, which was insane.
And Positive Tommy.
They saw your pants come off, too.
Oh, take them back off.
No,
keep them on.
No, keep them off.
The pants stay on.
Make yourself comfortable.
Unless the Mets clinch a playoff spot. If the Mets clinch a playoff spot, whether it's now or it's in 3.5 hours from now, then the pants are coming off. I'll throw my jeans out, and we're going to have a party.
Is there mesh under those bathing suits or what?
What do you mean mesh?
Well, what's protecting your boys?
By the way, the Mets are done in the top of the 9th inning, so they are going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning with an 8-7 lead. Unbelievable.
Plus 240 for the Braves right now.
The Braves are going to send up Matt Olson, Eli White, and Ramon Laureano against somebody. Because somebody's going to pitch. Is it Edwin Diaz?
You didn't say who you would prefer.
Edwin Diaz.
You prefer Edwin
Diaz?
Diaz?
Yeah, I have said it. I will go back. I would go back to Edwin Diaz. I trust him more than Ryan Stanek, despite the implosion in the 8th.
Given the options, you would say Edwin Diaz as well. But I just think he's lost right now.
Do you believe Ryan Stanek is going to come in?
I have no idea. Sometimes the unknown is better than what you just saw.
The devil you know versus the devil you know.
I honestly can't take this crap. This has been so freaking stressful. I thought maybe it'll just be a regular game.
No, you didn't.
Like
you can't possibly have.
I thought for a second it would be. Let's get to some of your phone calls, all right?
Yeah, let's go to my elite neighbors.
We'll get back to the Jets a little bit later on, I'm sure. Maybe the Karl Anthony Towns trade. But Met fans, we're living life right now. We're living life. Let's go to James in Piscataway, New Jersey. How you feeling, James?
Hey, Evan Tiki. First-time caller, man. I love listening to you guys. Tiki, man, you were my favorite Giants player growing up, man.
Appreciate you, dude.
You're the GOAT.
Thank you, bro.
The GOAT.
Yeah, today's my 25th birthday.
Happy birthday, pal. Hopefully we'll celebrate.
Man.
Yeah.
Dude, man, I was at work all day listening to the free Odyssey app where you could also tune in and you could also rewind back and listen as well.
Thanks for the promo.
Listening to Howie, man, hearing him call that Lindor homer, chills.
Yeah.
I hope they could win for me because the past few years it's been rough. It's been rough on my birthday because they're normally out of it by the end of September.
Well, let me ask you this, Matt. James, let me ask you this question. They are 3 outs away from an improbable victory, and Edwin Diaz is pitching the bottom of the 9th inning. So the Mets have decided to keep Edwin Diaz in the bottom of the 9th inning with a 1-run lead. He's thrown 21 pitches. Are you confident right now, sir?
Ev, I'm confident. You know what? We paid him. He wants to be the best closer in baseball. Now's the time to prove it. You know what I mean?
Well, guess what? I've got good news for everybody that's tuning in. The first pitch that Edwin Diaz threw to Matt Olson, and it scared me because I thought he could hit it 500 feet. He popped it up. The New York Mets are 2 outs away from going to the postseason. Matt Olson swung at the very first pitch, and he popped up. Eli White is a guy who came into this game. He got hit by a pitch. Remember, that's how that rally started. Right. He got hit by a pitch. And Eli White is at the plate because the Braves made defensive changes. And so Edwin Diaz is 2 outs away from, without a shadow of a doubt, it's not even close, the biggest save of his Met career. It's not even close. I thought you were writing me a note, Tiki.
I wasn't writing you a note.
Tiki wrote a note. I thought he was going to say, you know, Ev, I've thought about it.
Nope.
I love you.
No, you're
Instead,
right.
he's like, I'm handing it to Loogie.
I am handing it to Loogie.
Oh,
Loogie, because
okay.
we got to celebrate at the end of this thing.
They haven't won anything.
It says if the Mets make the postseason, positive Tommy gets a raise. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. My wife has an Amazon addiction. Please send money.
Don't all of ours.
That's a very good point. I mean, whose wife doesn't have an Amazon addiction?
Right, but if you're a small business in Manhattan, Amazon Hub Delivery.
See, Tiki knows how to ease tension a lot more than Sean. Sean makes lame jokes. Oh, yeah. Tiki's jokes are like fun. They make me smile.
That's because they're all familiar with it.
That's a good point. Edwin Diaz has thrown 27 pitches, and he's being asked with a 2-2 count to try to get a couple of more outs. And unfortunately, he threw a pitch.
Yeah.
That looked like strike 3, and the umpire called it ball 3. That's another one of those borderline calls that it will haunt me for the rest of my freaking life. And then the next pitch, unfortunately, what happens? Why don't you tell the audience what happened on the next pitch?
There was a bloop hit by the immortal Eli White. I just need to know, do you think Diaz is available to close game 1 in Milwaukee?
The answer, by the way, is no either way. And by the way, that's it for Diaz.
Yeah.
So Mendoza, after Eli White gets a bloop single with 1 out, is saying, you know what? He's throwing a lot of pitches. I've seen enough. And now Ryan Stanek, a guy the Mets acquired at the trade deadline, who has seen a lot of big moments. Actually, Mendy's not taking him out. Mendy's talking to him. Mendy's having a conversación with him. Everybody's got their arms around each other. It's like they're doing a huddle. They're all
shades of Grady Little here.
They're all praying together that, hey, maybe this next batter, Ramon Laureano, just hit the ball hard right at somebody.
I think Sean has the pulse of Edwin Diaz. So, in the previous inning, Sean predicted Edwin Diaz would blow this game.
You say take him out?
And he did. So I'm asking Sean, since you are the betting favor here, what do you think is happening right now?
I think he's going to get a double play to get out of it.
Double play?
I do.
I want to warn Met fans about this. So there's a runner on first, 1 out. Mets lead by a run. The batter's Ramon Laureano, the on-deck hitter.
He's got to hold him because White's going to go.
No, that's true. And that's a big problem for Edwin. He doesn't hold guys on.
Good point.
The on-deck hitter is Travis d'Arnaud. Just to keep that in mind. But you're right. The Braves and everyone else runs all over him. The first pitch is... okay, I don't want to do play-by-play, so I'm going to be very careful here.
Do you want to sit down for a little bit?
It was a foul ball, okay? It was a foul ball that was ripped very hard down the third base line and barely went foul. You know what? I have to admit, Sean and Tiki, now I think I would have pulled Diaz. I think that sequence where...
Because he's starting to get hit hard?
Well, he's also thrown 30 pitches. He just had a very tough sequence with Eli White where it looked like he struck him out. I think at this point I would get him out of the game. But unfortunately, I don't think they have many options. Now, the Braves, predictably, have the tying run on second because Eli White eventually stole second. And there's been a problem for Diaz. We saw that in that game against the Phillies last weekend where they ran all over him. So the Braves are a base hit away from tying this game up in the bottom of the 9th inning. That's the position that we're in. I am sweating like a pig.
Well, take off your pants then.
You're like anxious
You
over
look like
here.
Willie Loman over
You don't have faith that this is going to play out the way that you want it to
How
play
could
out.
I possibly have faith, Tiki?
Because Edwin Diaz is on the mound.
Oh, yeah.
Because your savior's on the mound.
That makes me feel great.
Plus, you got to believe.
Because Laureano's up here swinging at almost everything. So all he's got to do is throw one. Keep it out of the zone.
You know
and
what?
he's going to get a strikeout.
I'm going to... Tommy,
That's all he's got to do.
Tommy,
Keep it out of the zone. He's going to get a strikeout.
Tommy,
here.
talk. How do you feel right now?
I feel very positive, Evan. Positive vibes are in the air. Tiki's right. Roll this pitch up to Laureano.
You sound very shaky, Tommy.
No, my voice is a little hoarse.
Hoarse?
Yes.
You haven't talked all day. You're
I was on the air. I was on the air for 4 hours on Saturday.
And this weekend is the Travelers.
What?
I mean,
his voice is hoarse.
Again, the guy who hired you left.
Edwin Diaz is ahead of Ramon Laureano, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Braves have the tying run on second base with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning after the Mets retook the lead. The New York Mets are now 1 out away because Edwin Diaz got Laureano to chase a slider. Folks, do you know who's coming up? Hey, guys, do you know who's coming up?
Travis d'Arnaud.
Travis d'Arnaud.
On a weekend the Jets will play Sam d'Arnaud.
This is scary. Travis d'Arnaud is a Met killer. He's 2 for 4 today.
I remember.
He's got a .310 career average against the Mets. This is bad. He hit the game winner the other night for the Braves. Travis d'Arnaud to haunt our dreams with a runner on second and 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. I can't take this.
Well, about a week ago, before this series got postponed and the Braves were playing, who did you say scared you the most? I can't remember who you said it was.
Tommy said Travis d'Arnaud.
No, I said Urshela.
You said Urshela. I forgot who you said.
I said Matt Olson and Travis d'Arnaud.
Matt Olson, and then I brought up d'Arnaud because
I'm scared.
Just because he's a former Met.
I'm scared. This is not ending well. I don't know how anyone in their right mind.
He's down. I mean, why do you think this is not ending well?
d'Arnaud is swung at everything.
You have to keep your positivity on a high level.
Okay.
There's negativity coursing through your veins.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Right now, if you think positive, it's going to go out of your eyes right into Edwin Diaz's soul. Yeah. And even though the count is 2-2, there's a runner on second base. Right. You and Loogie are oddly hugging each other.
What's the count, Tiki?
Keep it positive. 2-2. You got to believe.
I'm trying to believe.
If you don't believe, then it's not going to achieve. Nothing's going to be achieved, right?
I'm trying to believe, Tiki.
I'm trusting that you're believing, but I don't believe you're believing.
Positive Tommy is standing up next to Evan Roberts.
Yes.
They are both sweating on their under moves and armpits, awaiting potentially one final strike.
Come on, Edwin.
No, can we react to this?
Well, we'll just say this. There may or may not have been.
We're going to the playoffs! Diaz got the out! Diaz got the out! Holy
d'Arnaud! He makes out, and the Mets have 3 more hills to climb, baby! Next up might be Mount Milwaukee. The Mets are going to the playoffs!
I'm getting moist.
All right. Butch, I just ran around.
I want to rip my shirt off.
The New York Mets. I'm sorry. I want to apologize. I got a lot of apologies. First of all, let me apologize to the New York Mets. You guys once were gutless cowards. You are no longer. What a freaking win. Holy crap, what a win. Down 3-0. Down 7-6. Somehow, the Mets have won. I could shut my scorebook because who gives a rat's ass about game 2? It doesn't matter.
Your pants are still on.
No, leave them on.
No, the pants
Take them off. Take them off.
Yes.
Take them off. Take them off.
Geez.
There they are, the white thighs, ladies and gentlemen. Evan Roberts in a Met bathing suit with black socks.
All right, the Mets have won this game.
They did it for Seymour Wiener.
They're going to the playoffs. Francisco Lindor. Let's get to him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry any of us ever doubted you. You came up in the 9th inning with the Mets down by a run, and you said, listen, you choking bastards, get on my back. And he delivered. Let's say thank you to Edwin bleeping Diaz. Because, yes, he blew this game, and that will never be forgotten. But he was asked, because his manager had confidence in him, go out and I'm going to give you a reprieve. And they did it. And the other person I want to apologize to is Positive Tommy, because you led us to the playoffs with your positivity. Thank you, Tommy.
You're very welcome. Now, Evan, what have I been telling you all year long? I've been telling you all year long, this team is different. As this week was unfolding, you had the rain out, and all Met fans, all the negativity, all the toxicity, all the haters, the no-fun police were waiting in the wings to say the Mets are going to get swept in this series, in this doubleheader against the Braves. And then when it was only 1 win, you thought, oh, here it goes. They're going to lose game 1. And then Severino's going to give up 7 runs so the Yankee fans can have their pound of flesh. Don't worry, I'm going to talk to you guys in a little bit, 6:30 p.m. And
we're relaxed till Saturday, pal.
Okay. All right. Then, when this game unfolded like it did, you know, Positive Tommy didn't know this, of course, because I was always positive. All the Met fans around the tri-state area said, here we go again. Same old Mets, LOL Mets. They will do what they always do against Atlanta in Atlanta. Well, guess what? Not on Positive Tommy's watch. And as long as I'm at this freaking radio station, the negativity and the nonsense that has been spewed for decades is over.
You didn't say anything for 2 hours, Tommy.
Yeah.
He saved it for that.
What a victory lap.
I'm telling you.
And one thing finally, go Scratch.
All right, but here now lies the next question. And I know somebody has to ask Evan it.
Go ahead.
You could talk about exercising demons.
Yeah.
Don't you want to knock him out?
Knock them out.
Knock them out.
Knock them out.
Send
so
them home.
You never have to worry about seeing them in an NLCS. Knock them out.
Okay. I got to catch my breath. By the way, let me know when Joe B's ready to go. Because Joe Benigno's weekly spot is at 4 o'clock. It's 4:13. We know my man's been watching. He has a lot to say. We will talk to Joe Benigno very soon. As soon as they give us the heads up, we'll be joined by my man, the man, Joe Benigno. What was your question, Sean?
Don't you want blood on Atlanta? Knock them out. Don't you? You be the first one.
Where's Sal Licata right now? Does he want blood? I know he does.
He also declared the NL wild card over how many months ago?
Yes.
Come
well,
on,
ultimately
Ev.
he was right. But.
Ev, if you make an NLCS, you don't want the Braves. Finish them.
Right now, I'm just so excited
You don't
they
even
got
care.
the job done.
Do you not even care?
Right now, I don't care. Talk to me in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now joined by the man who was my partner for many, many years. He calls in on Mondays after the Jets usually rip our hearts out. Don't worry, we'll get to that. But we got a lot of things to talk about with Joe B. And his call is brought to you by Empire City Casino. Winners play here. By Approved Oil. Lock in your low oil rate at freezetherate.com. And by H.O. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Bro, how are you?
Unbelievable. I mean, you know what? Let me say this. This has been one of the most, I don't know if we're on the Zoom here or not. This has been one of the most fun Met years ever. What they have accomplished after the 0-5 start, after being 11 games under 500, Edwin Diaz with the suspension, looking dead in the water, and all of that. And for this team that basically have the best record in baseball since May 30th, here we are on here now. For them to basically have the best record since May 30th in baseball is just incredible. And this has got, and Ev, let's be honest, okay? I've seen it all. You know me, I've been here since day one with the Mets, 1962, okay? This is one of the great wins ever. I mean, this game today, this is one of, to me, the greatest Met game of all time still remains Game 6 against Houston when we won the pennant in '86, the 16-inning game. To me, that was, just as pressure-packed a game as you could ever have with Mike Scott looming and all of that. This game's right up there. I mean, this game is right up there, man. There's no doubt about it. And to come back, they're dead in the water against this Shellen, whatever his name is, who they never get a hit against. and let me say this too.
Yeah.
I got to say, this guy, obviously Lindor, you can't say enough about how phenomenal a year he's had. But Tyrone Taylor, okay, when this team is dead in the water, can't get a hit, you're like, here we go, they're going to blow it. I know it's going to happen. The Jets stuck it to me yesterday. The Mets are going to stick it to me today, right? How else could I think? And this guy comes up with that monster hit to get everything going. I mean, I can't say enough, bro. I mean, it's just this is one of the great wins. And I got to tell you this, though. And let me say, now I'm swearing at Diaz when he doesn't cover. First of all, I'm swearing at Phil Maton for hitting this guy to start the inning.
Eli White. Yeah.
Unbelievable. And then I'm screaming at Diaz, not covering first. Again, he's out of the inning, basically. Pete makes a tremendous play. But for Diaz to come back, and I thought Mendoza was bringing it. I'm seeing Stanek in the bullpen. I'm like, you can't bring Stanek in here. That ain't happening. And I'm like, I guess he's going to come back with Diaz. And he did. And Diaz got the job done. Give him credit.
No doubt.
Just an incredible game.
Joe, I want to ask, you still have your pants on?
My pants will stay on. Do you actually have your pants off?
Yes.
His pants are off.
Luckily, I'm losing my mind, bro. I'm just honestly. Yes.
There's only one time that my pants are coming off. You know when that
I certainly do.
All right, so we don't want to. We don't want to get into that.
No, I understand.
So what has inspired you? I really can't see you. I'm looking at the back of Lugauer's head, and I think I'm. Oh, there we are.
Oh, you're seeing us through this camera. Hello. Yes.
Yes.
So what inspired me is that.
What inspired? I hope your underwear are clean.
Well,
What inspired you?
Luckily, I had garments on. I have a bathing suit, Mets bathing suit on. I wasn't sure how hot it would be, and if I got too hot, I always have a backup plan. And so once it was getting hot and this game was getting nuts, it got a lot more comfortable taking my pants off. But, you said greatest. Here's what I would say that's easy.
It's up there. It's one of their best wins ever. There's no doubt about it.
I think for the regular season, this takes the cake. I don't think there's a regular season game in the history of the New York Mets that comes close. I know they won the doubleheader against the Cubs in '73. That's a huge regular season win.
But they only played one game. They actually only played one game.
They canceled the second game, right?
It was rainy and all. Seaver one game. won that first game of the doubleheader, and they wound up winning the division.
So they won that game. Obviously, the one-game playoff against Cincinnati, game 163 and 99.
Yep, Al Leiter.
But when you look at the ups and the downs of this game and who the opponent was,
Yep,
even though they had the safety net of game 2, I never viewed that as a safety net. I just wanted to win.
That's no safety net. That's. Are you kidding me? That's us hiding under the bed as we're watching that game.
Exactly.
The life or death game. Who the hell needs that?
I agree, and that's why I think I know it's in the immediacy of it. It's the greatest regular season game in the history of the Mets, and it's not particularly close. And I think you're right. When you think about all-time games, it's certainly not going to pass. Game 6 of '86, things like that. But it's up there. It's a Met moment that we experienced today, man.
Yeah, and for this team, and all year I've been screaming how this team doesn't hit. I'm screaming at Nimmo. I'm screaming at JD. I'm screaming at Alonso. They're swinging at pitches 500 feet off the plate. Alvarez. And all. For them to get that 6 run, that came out of nowhere, bro.
It really did.
Are you serious? Lindor with a big hit there. Viento's got the big sac fly. Iglesias, who, if Lindor's the MVP of this team, I'm going to tell you right now, Jose Iglesias is not too far behind. This guy, you basically can almost trace the turnaround of this team from when Iglesias came up and he started playing regularly with this team. He has had a magnificent year. OMG, unbelievable. He got a big hit to tie the game up. We go right out down the line. Nimmo hitting the 2-run homer, but for Francisco, and I tell you, off the bat, Cohen didn't think it was out. Off the bat, I said, well, I think he hit this pretty good, and you could see Lindor was looking at it like, this may go, then you realize it's gone. Just incredible. Incredible.
You talk about all the guys. Francisco Lindor may not win the MVP. It doesn't freaking matter. He's our MVP, considering he's on a bad back, and God knows how bad that back really is right now. For what he did yesterday in a very important game, and to come up in the 9th inning after that gut punch of imploding in the bottom of the 8th inning, to hit that home run, I think Lindor has furthered himself with all Met fans that he's our guy. If this season didn't do it, this moment was that epic Met moment.
Francisco Lindor has now, when I do the all-time Met team, Francisco Lindor has now gone by Jose Reyes as the greatest shortstop in the history of the Mets. I don't think there's any question about it. And he solidified that this year with this incredible year. And this game-winning home run to put us in the playoffs, the most improbable playoff year, bro, that we've ever had.
Amazing.
You want to say 69 when we won the World Series, it was improbable. But that team won 100 games, And this team, and I understand 73 and all of that, but this team looked. I was yelling, "We're backing up the truck."
I know.
It's all over. They're going to get rid of everybody, and for them to be in a play, and to me, they're dangerous. They're a dangerous team. They're playing with such. I know you don't like to hear this, but they are playing with maximum house.
Well, Joe, who do you want to face in the wild card?
I don't want to play Milwaukee.
You don't want to play Milwaukee.
Milwaukee gives us a lot of trouble.
So you want to win. So you want to win game 2 then. So you need to win game 2 here in Atlanta, because that's the only way that's happening.
I understand, but I'm not killing myself to win game 2. I got to tell you that. I'm not going to be locked in watching game 2. I've had enough after yesterday, after sitting in the freaking rain, Tiki, yesterday, and watching my football team spit the damn bitch.
Were you prepared for the rain?
I was prepared for the rain.
No.
Yes.
Well, they weren't.
Well, when I saw it was raining, no, they weren't, of course. The offensive line stunk. Okay, the defense giving up the running game, and let me just say this, because the coach, I don't know if I can take it anymore. He's 20-35. Let me just say one thing, all right? If you want to continue with the Mets, whatever you want to talk about. When it's first to go on the 1-yard line, number 0, okay? Yep. Braylon Allen has to get the football.
Yeah.
This guy, forget about it.
No, you're right, Joe. You're right, Joe, because you're right because he figures out, even if there's traffic in front of him, how to get into the end zone. Breece Hall, the play was the right call, by the way. Breece just took the wrong angle at it.
Right.
When he cut back. He cut back and just laid into the traffic as opposed to cutting into the open hole and taking on the linebacker. And he'll look at it and he'll see it. But I was surprised that Braylon Allen was not in the goal in the goal line situations.
Yeah, it's horrible. What do you got to be kidding? That's all on coaching. This kid, the first guy never takes him down, Teak. Never. There was even a play in the game yesterday. He only got about a yard, but he got hit in the backfield. He broke the tackle, and he wound up getting a yard where it could have been a 3 or 4 yard loss. This guy he's a north-south runner. He's got to get the ball. First and goal on the 1. And then, of course, 4th and goal on the 1. What do? False start. They only had 5 of them yesterday. The offensive line stunk yesterday. They were in the backfield all day, the Denver defense. They beat up Rodgers. You know, Rodgers, to me, I mean, I thought he as good a game as he could play, considering he was running for his life all day. Every big play he made was out of the pocket. He even ran. He had a 13-yard run for a first down, and it looked like a designed run for about 8 yards. So, I got to tell you this, too. Ev, I don't know how you feel. We're talking about the Jets.
Yeah.
Rodgers is not thrilled with this head coach.
Oh, I think I think that has
there
become
is no question about it.
But
no question.
The only thing I would add to that, because you're right about that, but you've seen this before. And what we know happens when Aaron Rodgers starts getting disgruntled with his head coach is it becomes chaotic around the team. That's what I worry most about it.
Yeah.
It's not that he's disgruntled with them, but he lets it be known.
But here's the difference. So Aaron Rodgers has had issues with head coaches in the past. He's had issues with Mike McCarthy.
Right.
He's had
Mike
issues
McCarthy.
with LaFleur.
Yep.
But you know what the difference is? With those guys and in those situations, they were usually winning a lot more than they're losing.
Right.
And right now they're 2-2, facing two very difficult games. They very easily can be 2-4.
Hold on, three. They got to play the Steelers
You're
on
right.
Sunday night.
You're right.
Come on.
You're right.
Pittsburgh. That's a layup.
No, you're right. I can't shortchange that. They can easily be 2-5. And so you're right. We've seen this before with Rodgers not being happy. But this head coach hasn't won anything. This team hasn't won anything.
He's
and so
20-35, bro. 20-35. And I'm going to tell you this, too. If they somehow, and I'm worried about it, if they're 2-5 after the Pittsburgh game, I think he's in big trouble. I really do.
Solid?
Big trouble.
What are they going to do, though? I mean, you fire a coach mid-season. What are you going to do?
Yeah, there's nothing you can do mid-season, but I think it creates a if they're 2-5, we know the expectation is not being met. And it's been that way for too many seasons. Now, last year you can excuse it because of the Aaron Rodgers injury and obviously Zach Wilson just not being prepared to be an NFL quarterback. But everything should have been in place this year. Everything should have worked out. We saw it last week where they looked phenomenal against the Patriots. But then this week it's a complete 180 on what the team looks like offensively and execution-wise. Defensively, they're actually pretty good until they started giving up the run in the second half.
Well, that's a problem. I mean, that's been a problem giving up the run, Teak. There's no doubt about it.
No, you're right. But they were good in the first half. It was just the second half they couldn't do anything.
Okay. But the touchdown drive, this guy Nick stinks, okay? The quarterback stinks. And on that touchdown drive, twice Cortland Sutton beat them in the secondary. Why? Sauce Gardner, shouldn't he be covering Cortland Sutton? He's wide open in the freaking end zone. In the back of the end zone, there's nobody within 20 yards of him.
That was on DJ. That was on DJ.
How does he get that wide open, though?
Why is DJ covering him?
Well, because
does Gardner even play? It's unbelievable.
I give Sean Payton credit for that one because it was a good play design. They had a bunch trip formation, so somebody's going to get lost when you do that. And I don't think DJ realized that he was supposed to be on Cortland until it was too late. And then ultimately he's running free in the back of the end zone. I'd play zone there because it's just easier to keep eyes on who you need to be on as opposed to playing man, where if you get confused in that switch bunch look, all of a sudden someone's just free. And by the way, Bo Nix almost missed the throw.
No, I know, which he's prone to do.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He almost missed him. And by the way, and this has to be said, okay? Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson stunk yesterday. And I am getting tired these guys. I think these guys are a little too full of themselves. I mean, Wilson, first of all, we'll start with Breece. He had 4 yards rushing. He short-armed the play where he saw the defensive guy coming up, and he decided to make a business decision. I don't think I'm going to catch this.
And it could have been a first down if he makes that play.
Right. He was horrific yesterday. And so was Wilson. He had the fumble on the first series of the game. He did make that nice catch down the sideline that they reviewed, and they gave him the catch. But Surtain was on him all day.
Yep.
How about the play? I think it was the next to last drive where Rodgers throws the ball over the middle to Wilson. He doesn't even turn around.
I know.
Did he turn around and look at the damn ball?
Their chemistry is just so off. And you would have thought that Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, like this chemistry would develop week to week. It's almost like it's gone backwards through these 4 weeks, the two of them.
Yeah, it's been these two big stars. Okay, they got a long way to go.
No.
These guys are going to go on and get paid. They stink right now.
Well,
they stunk yesterday.
The problem is, and it's our fault, my fault. But we anointed these guys, and they've got a lot to freaking prove.
I know.
Both of them.
But like Roger said after the game when he said the word accountability.
Yes.
How about that?
Yes.
I got to hear the quarterback. I should be hearing that from the coach, who's too soft. Let's be honest. He wants to be buddy-buddy with these guys. He's basically a cheerleader there. And even last week in the Patriot game when he wanted to, do the lambada after that touchdown with Rodgers, and Rodgers like, what's going on? It's game 3. We're up by 2 touchdowns. We got the confetti coming down. Even then, so bro, please.
So
and then of course, and by the way, too, one more thing. And, of course, it's got to come down to the kicker missing. And you know how kickers are.
Yeah.
Some years they're Mariano Rivera, and some years they're Adam Ottavino. and right now, and Ottavino actually pitched good today. And right now, okay, this guy, I got no confidence in him. He missed that kick before halftime against the Patriots, and he missed this game winner that, 50-yarder for him is one that he could certainly make.
All right, Sean has some breaking news. Go ahead.
So I don't know if you guys want blood or not. Chris Sale has been scratched from the second game with back spasms.
Wow. I knew something was up with him because they kept pushing him back.
Yeah.
There's something seemed off. So who's starting for the Braves?
That no announcement is broke within the last 30
I hear Greg Maddux is starting. Is there any truth to that?
This is now really starting to make sense. This was never our problem, obviously, because we were focused on the Mets. So when the games got rained out and Sale was supposed to start that Wednesday game that got rained out, initially it comes out, you know what, Braves aren't going to pitch him until they have to.
Yeah.
And that always felt like...
in retrospect, it's very odd.
Right, because think about what we did, the Mets did with the ace of this team, Sean Manaea. Now, he wasn't great on Friday, but Mendy said, he was bad, no doubt, but I'm going to pitch him, and then, hey, if things go well, he'll be available for Game 2 on Wednesday night. The fact the Braves kept pushing off Sale, we talked about this briefly, where it's like something seems up here. Mm-hmm. They kept pushing it back because there was something wrong with him, and now with the Braves season on the line, they're scratching him?
Yeah, that's exactly why they said they were pushing him back. He wasn't going to pitch until the season was on the line.
So,
go ahead, Keek. I want to jump in here just to say.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
There's been a lot of divine intervention with the Mets this year. In the game against Philadelphia, where the ball hit the bag in the ninth inning, would have tied the game. On Sunday night when the Mets beat the Phillies at City, and then the 2 rainouts were huge. Let's be honest. The best thing that could have happened to the Mets was not having to play those 2 games against Atlanta. Whether Sale was playing, last week, whether Sale was pitching or not, man, I did not want to play those games. I don't know how you feel, bro. I thought that was a big break for the Mets that they didn't have to play those games then.
So initially when that happened, I didn't feel that way. I was just annoyed. I wanted them back on the field as soon as possible. I thought it was going to mess with the pitching too much and all that. You texted me that. I thought about it. Another day went by. And I think it started to make a lot of sense to get out of the house of horrors.
Absolutely.
Now, it didn't start off well because they lost Friday and Saturday. But
they lost 2 games to Milwaukee.
I think,
of course.
Yeah, I think the negative thing was what it was going to do to the pitching. Now that they've gotten out of this and Luis Severino is good to go for Game 1 of the wild card series, I think you're right that it turned out to be a good thing. It's easy now. We can look back. I give you credit because you said it at the time. But it's easy for me to look back and say, you know what? You were right. But Sean brought something up. Tiki brought something up. And I'm curious your opinion. Now that the Braves are going to have to go to, who knows, Grant Holmes or something like that to pitch this game means nothing to the Mets. Obviously, they got to be smart. Lindor shouldn't play. You shouldn't use any of your high-leverage guys. But is there a part of you that says, you know what, screw the Braves, let's beat them, let's stick it to them good? How do you feel about this game now?
Well, I'd love to stick it to them and knock them out of the playoffs, but you know what, bro? I'm giddy that we're there. I mean, that's really it. I mean, if we beat them and knock them out, that's great. That's just icing on the cake. Right now, the champagne has got to be flowing right now. Pete Alonso talked about a celebration. He didn't get to have one 2 years ago. And let's be honest, too. This team is better than that team 2 years ago. They got a better manager. I think there was issues in the locker room with Scherzer and DeGrom. I really do. They faded late in the year. This team is much more cohesive, and it's a whole different feel to this team than the team that won 101 games 2 years ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they're going to be back into that playoff round, the wild card series, and depending on what they do in Game 2, they're either going to Milwaukee or they're going to San Diego. Not that anyone wants to look too far ahead, but if you care about, if we win the wild card series, who do we face? If the Mets lose the second game and go back to Milwaukee, they would be in line, if they beat the Brewers, to take on the Philadelphia Phillies in the NLDS. If they win and go on to play San Diego and they win that series, they'd be in line to take on the Los Angeles Dodgers. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but that's a little background.
I hate the Dodgers more than any team. I can't stand them. I can't stand Ohtani. Don't even get me started. I go right on down. I see the Dodgers, I want to vomit. Okay? I think maybe his interpreter just made another bet from jail. Don't get me started. But he's fine. Don't worry. He's okay. Don't worry. Nothing to see here. But whatever. You know how I feel about that.
Yes.
Right now, I will say this. I'd rather play San Diego. Milwaukee gives the Mets a lot of trouble. They run like crazy on them. You know, what they lose? 6 out of 7 to them this year. I think they've lost like 12 out of the last 14 or something to them.
Right.
I'll take my chances with the Padres. Now, the only negative with that is that I could see them starting these games at 10 o'clock at night, right?
Well, so the start times have already been announced. If they're in San Diego, tomorrow night would be an 8:38 first pitch.
Okay.
If they're in Milwaukee, it's a 5:30 first pitch.
Oh, even better.
Yes.
Yeah, well, the starting time is better, but the team isn't better.
Right. Game 2 in San Diego would also be at 8:38, with Game 2 in Milwaukee being at 7:38. And then a little different in a winner-take-all Game 3, a 7:08 first pitch in San Diego, 8:38 in Milwaukee. So they're all relatively night games.
Yes.
Except for tomorrow.
It's not like 11 o'clock when they played the Giants,
In
right?
In 2000.
11 o'clock game, 2000, man.
Arizona
It was good for me because I was doing the overnight.
Right.
But that, not for everybody else.
No, I remember in '99 they played the Arizona Diamondbacks. That was the Edgardo Alfonso game when he hit the grand slam. And that game started at 11:10. That thing ended.
Didn't the same thing with the Giants the year after?
I
when
think
Franco stuck out Bonds in that big spot.
I thought
like 11 o'clock.
I think that one was a day game. I think the night before that game, I think Game 2, the John Franco Barry Bonds game. Memory tells me that was a late afternoon game, but I'll double check that.
You might be right. I remember having doing the overnight and being there for that game late. But you might be right about it. But I do remember the 11 o'clock start in Arizona.
Yep.
Look. Whatever happens, happens. I'd love to see the Braves be out. So if we beat the Braves, then we play San Diego.
Correct. Mets win Game 2, they go to San Diego. If they lose Game 2, Braves go to San Diego. Mets go to Milwaukee. But either way.
No day off at all. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
That's right. No off days.
Every game on the road.
Every game on the road. Right. What a freaking day. Mets going to the postseason in dramatic fashion. Joe, always great talking to you, man.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank guys. Enjoy it, bro.
Thank you, man.
It's been a great year. See you guys.
The great Joe Benigno. A little negative with the Jets, but very positive as the New York Mets, if you're just tuning in, pulled off without a shadow of a doubt, and I don't think it's particularly close, the greatest regular season win in the history of the franchise.
Oh, it's definitely entertaining. For sure.
Oh, it was entertaining, all right.
Mm-hmm. Well, just watching you was entertaining.
I'm glad I was able to do that.
By the way, well wishes are coming into the Mets, including from Haley Welsh. Hawk Tua Girl has now tweeted a big logo of the Met logo with the word Hawk in the middle, and congrats to the Mets going to the postseason.
Well, thank you, Haley. Very much appreciated. Look, she was a big part of the story, too.
Where's the Tua?
The Braves, they spit up.
I thank everybody who's been a part of this incredible Met season. We'll come back. We'll get to your phone calls. All the Met fans who are pumped up. The Mets are going to the postseason for the second time in 3 years. They win an incredible game. We'll get your thoughts about this win, even if you have a preference on Game 2. So we'll hear from the Met fan coming up, 888-808-1019. We are live having fun at our audio watch party. Though I have to tell you, the watch party's over. Because Game 2 doesn't mean as much. So now we can sit back and actually do a nice, non-chaotic radio show. That'll make everybody happy. We got a lot coming up. Evan Tiki on the Fan.
Stop dealing with your backaches and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shaw at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
We are live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name-brand discount tire dealer. With Town Fair Tire, get the guaranteed lowest prices on all name-brand tires. They honor all manufacturers' rebates. They even honor competitors' rebates. With more than 100 stores from Connecticut to New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires. Why go anywhere else? Name brands and discount prices. Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Jack Pocket. Order official state lottery games on your phone.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Weather Guard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Right when you think that the Jets are back on track and you can trust them, we see that hideous slop fest in the Meadowlands yesterday. And Robert Receipts, my dude, that loss was uglier than just the conditions. You can't blame it on that. That Jet loss was atrocious. I'm Jim Rome.
Hey,
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. Seattle-Detroit tonight's going to be a monster game, and I've got the side and the total. Seattle-Detroit confirmed analysis and special props. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to sweep the board. Call now to hear the free and recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports #1 against the spread. Call 1-800-244-5506. You want information? I've got it. Seattle-Detroit plus special prop action. I love to go 5-0 this season free. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to JohnAnthonySports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
Are your tires ready for the harsh winter roads ahead? Then go to Town Fair Tire for the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin winter tires, offering shorter stopping distances on ice and snow, thanks to their exceptional grip, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin winter tires and the most free services for life, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
The G-Men didn't find the end zone on Thursday night, but that didn't mean the Giants didn't have some positive moments. Big Blue had not recorded a sack on Dak Prescott since 2021. That changed on Thursday when Kayvon Thibodeau got to the Dallas quarterback. Kayvon blew kisses to the crowd, and we all breathed a sigh of relief. The drought is over. This iconic moment of the game is sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Some vehicles are simply made. Cadillac vehicles are made to be iconic, like the vibrant, all-electric Lyric, with a range of over 300 miles. Lyric can go the distance with an agile drive, making every mile a milestone. Because icons aren't just born, they're made. EPA estimated range with a full charge. Actual range may vary based on several factors, including temperature, terrain, battery, age, loading, use, and maintenance. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
New York football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right, bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Partly cloudy and seasonable tonight, lows at 61 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch captivating dramas and gripping mysteries, whether it's entire series of massive hits like Sherlock and Vera, new seasons of originals like The Responder, starring international Emmy winner Martin Freeman, or an extraordinary selection of beloved treasures featuring Idris Elba, Jodie Comer, Matthew McFadden, Benedict Cumberbatch, and more. Only on BritBox. Watch with a free trial at BritBox.com.
Calling all you football fans out there, New York Jets partner and menswear brand Charles Tyrrell are offering our listeners 30% off their full collection with code ICON. When you're not wearing your jerseys and need to dress to impress, start with Tyrrell's iconic white twill shirt. Keep your cool in breathable, crisp cotton and save some precious time thanks to smooth non-iron tech. For a limited time, get 30% off all of their dress shirts and everything else. Remember, quote code ICON in store or at checkout at ctshirts.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
From the 1010 Wins Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol. Slogo in Queens. Traffic is sponsored by Duncan. Southbound Van Wyck over at College Point Boulevard. It's a 4-car crash in the left lane. That's what's got you slow from the Whitestone Bridge. Northbound Van Wyck messy with onlookers. Clearview Throgs and a combo better either way. Citybound George is fine. Southbound Deegan's your best way out. Lincoln, it's about 10 minutes in. Outbound Lincoln, exit 15 from 11th Avenue. You want 9th. It's about a half hour home at the Holland. And the Newark Bay on the Jersey side is better either way. Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Duncan. It's a medium hot runs on Duncan. With the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol, I'm Greg Rice. 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
All right. How we feeling? What a day. The Mets win this incredible game against the Braves 8-7. They're going to the postseason for the 11th time in their franchise history. And we're joined by a man who's got to be very relieved because if the Mets didn't make the playoffs, it was going to be all his fault. And that, of course, is Jinx Salicata.
The wild card race is over! Yes, Evan, playoffs! I told you! I knew it was going to happen!
How did you take watching that game? Because the back and forths were brutal, bro.
Well, all right, at 3-0 and the Mets looking lifeless again, it's like you're just hoping against hope, but you're starting to really look to game 2. Then they give you that life, then they come back, and then you're thinking this is the greatest thing ever. I thought Mendoza went to Diaz at least a batter too soon. Maton should have faced Urshela.
That's what Tiki said.
He was quick to get to Diaz there, and then you could see that Diaz just didn't have it. His head up his rear end, not covering first.
That's how I knew he was off.
Yeah, right.
Because that's basic.
He's just wasn't in it. I give him credit for coming back and finishing it, but boy, the emotions, and I was talking to Evan about this off the air during the break, It reminded me of the Mets-Yankees Subway Series game where the Mets took 2 of 3 for the first time ever from the Yanks in '99, the Matt Franco game. But the difference is this was for the postseason.
Yeah, it's funny.
In Atlanta.
That game, and that was an incredible game, back and forth. Posada hit a home run. Matt Franco got the game-winning hit. Really all that mattered in that game was just being able to stick it to our friends who are Yankee fans.
Right.
Like, there wasn't as much on the line as this. By the way, Joey Lucchesi, remember him? The Mets have called him up. He's making the start in Game 2 of the doubleheader. So the Mets made the roster move. The Braves, if you're just tuning in, had to scratch Chris Sale. Chris Sale, their break glass in case of emergency pitcher, was obviously ailing, so he is not starting the game. And so instead, Grant Holmes, who pitched relatively well this year, is going to pitch for the Braves. But guess what? Grant Holmes pitched yesterday out of the bullpen.
Wow.
So the Atlanta Braves have their backs to the wall, and they are starting someone who pitched yesterday.
Right, they're bullpenning it.
You want to stick it to him, Sal?
I would love to see them,
eliminated.
Well, just be honest. Like, I feel relieved. I'm excited that we have playoff baseball no matter what the next couple of days at the very least. I don't even really care who it's against. But, yes, I would love to see the Mets just kill the Braves, get them out, and end it, and then move on to the postseason.
Yeah, Tiki asked me this like 20 minutes ago. He said,
you weren't thinking about it, but
I couldn't think of it. Not yet. I needed time to let it marinate. And without overanalyzing Padres versus Brewers or overanalyzing start times, I think I like the idea of finishing them off. I think I like the idea of the revenge tour.
Yeah.
Revenge tour #1, the Atlanta Braves.
Padres up next.
Padres from 2 years ago. The Dodgers, even though we've had our success against them, for the older fans from '88. And then the ultimate, the city of Philadelphia. And then the real ultimate, the Kansas City Royals. Who took our champion. Don't tell me the Yankees.
You're gonna run from the Yankees? For years, I was like, I don't want the Subway Series. I think you and I were in agreement. Like, I don't want to deal with that. I just want to enjoy the World Series. This year, I want it. Because I do believe the Mets are better than the Yankees.
You think the Yankees are getting there? That's the question.
I do think. I think the Yankees got a good bracket. I think they got a good. Look, it's just the way that it is. If I'm looking at the American League as teams who I think are dangerous outside of the Yankees, it would be Cleveland, Houston, and Detroit, and then Kansas City and the Orioles. And the Yankees only have to play one of Cleveland, Detroit, or the Astros. So I do think the Yankees are going to get
It's
there.
not about being scared. By the way, the Met lineup is not as minor league as maybe people assume. Like, Francisco Lindor isn't playing. That's one.
Yeah, they just replaced him 1-for-1 with Acuna.
Jose Iglesias isn't playing, and Francisco Alvarez isn't playing. Outside of that, and this is a part of having only 28-man rosters, like, there's only so many moves you can make. But Pete Alonso's playing. Brandon Nimmo's playing. Starling Marte's playing. Like, there's only so many moves you can make. And that's a part of why I didn't look at Game 2 as, we'll win. Because you can't sit everybody.
Yeah,
if this was 9 years ago, you could because you had 40-man rosters. There's only 28 guys on a roster.
Yeah, but in Game 2, if they had lost, then it would have been very similar to what we saw in Game 1, I would assume.
No, but I'm saying the Braves wouldn't have been able to sit anybody. Look, just like the Mets. If I'm a Brave fan right now, I am freaking out because, I'm starting a guy that I don't know what I'm getting from, but the Met lineup is not a minor league lineup.
No, it's not. It's actually a good lineup, and especially if these guys are still heightened, meaning their minds are still in it, as opposed to, all right, we're good.
That type of loss, Teague, has to take something out of you. Like, I know that maybe
even that type of win has to take something out.
That is true.
Like, think about the height that you just got to.
How would you approach it from a Brave standpoint, though? Like, knowing that you had it right there, now you lose your ace. You don't have him going.
It's worse for the losing team.
Don't you feel like getting it back up as an athlete again? I wouldn't know. You did it, so that's why I would ask you the question.
We never had these kind of turnaround.
They get a week.
These quick turnaround. I mean, even now the quick turnaround is 4 days, right? Because you have to play on Thursday night.
Right.
Maybe if you play on Sunday, you got to turn around and play on Thursday night, but you still have a couple days to process and forget about it and go have a beverage. These guys are turning around. They didn't even change, probably.
There are some things from that game 1, that will be legendary. We talked about Lindor hitting the home run. The other legendary thing that's coming out is that Jeremy Hefner told Edwin Diaz after he blew the game in the 8th inning, you're done. You're out of the game. Makes a lot of sense. Once Lindor hit the home run, Edwin Diaz demanded that he come out and pitch the 9th inning. How about that? How about the stones from Edwin to say, give me the freaking baseball. I need to be on the mound to get these final three outs.
It's more, but how about the belief from Mindy?
Yeah.
Like, Mindy's the one who's got to buy into that.
Sure.
Right? He's got to say, okay, we made a decision, me and Hef, you're done. And then all of a sudden, he convinced him to put him back in.
I'd like to
and
know,
he said okay.
I'd like to know where that was when he first came into the game. It shouldn't have had to get to that point because clearly his head wasn't into it. I don't know if I could ever trust Diaz again after that. And I do give him credit for wanting to go back out there. I give Mendy the credit for letting him go back out there, which I didn't think, even me, who can't stand Diaz now, seeing him back out there, I was like, all right, it's not the worst thing. Settle down. It's not chaotic out there. Go out there and see. And Diaz clearly looked much better.
Well,
but
it's immediate redemption. That's a good thing.
Well, you're right. You didn't have to sit on and then wonder about game 1 or 2 of the postseason either.
Exactly right. So now when he has to pitch whenever it is again, it's
over.
like right. You're not worried about him thinking about blowing a massive save against the Braves. It's no longer in his psyche.
I wanted Diaz to come back out for the 9th inning. And the reason I thought it is because if you remember the game earlier this season against the Pirates, where he came in the 8th inning, blew the game, then the Mets took the lead again. I didn't want him to come back out for the 9th, and he did, and he got the last 3 outs. So he's shown already that he can bounce back from a blown save when given a reprieve. And the other option was Ryan Stanek. I mean, Mendy clearly wasn't going to go to Budo or Garrett. I think in the back of his mind, he was holding them back in case game 2 mattered, some of his high-leverage arms. So your option was Edwin Diaz or Ryan Stanek.
Yeah.
And to me, as much as Diaz broke our trust with that blown save in the 8th inning, he's still their best option.
Right. Now he's got a blown save and a win. The rare blown save win.
What a freaking day. I still can't even believe that. I'm exhausted as a fan going through the emotions of it. I cannot believe the players there from both sides of it. Wow, what a game.
I'm just so glad we're on the winning side. And so now, as the Mets went down 1-2-3 in the top of the 1st inning, I honestly don't give a rat's ass.
What's happening on sports radio in Atlanta right now?
Oh, man.
Those losers. Losers, Atlanta. You're lucky if the Mets give you life today.
The other thing I want to note, I didn't notice just a second ago, because we're still sitting in our Game Watch studio.
We're continuing we did our show from a performance space with a bunch of TVs. We're going to continue it till 6:30.
I wondered how many Atlanta Braves fans stayed.
Oh, you have to.
I don't know.
How could you leave? Your season's on the line.
Maybe, but it was on the line in game 1, too. They weren't there.
Like, if I'm a Met fan, and I know we've actually got a guy on hold who's in Atlanta for these games, and there were a lot of people who told me they were thinking of going down there.
Met fan in Atlanta.
I could understand the Met fan saying, you know what? Let me get out of here. Got to get home, or I got something else to do. Now, you also may want to drink the Brave fan tears. I totally get that. All those losers down in Atlanta, you may want to just enjoy it. But if you're a Brave fan, your season's on the line. And I don't think it makes it any easier that, they won the World Series in 2021 or they stuck at the Sal Licata in 2022. At the end of the day, if they miss the playoffs, it's a little collapse for them. They had a Sunday afternoon against the Royals where all they needed to do was win. And they missed the playoffs potentially.
And then lose 2 in a row to the Mets at home, a team that's not even trying in the second game. No, this would be sweet. The more you talk about it, the more I hear it, the more I think about it. I want them out. I want the Braves dead. It would just be the nice little sprinkles on top. I'm not a cherry
Wait till
fan,
next year.
Yeah, exactly. Wait till next year. And get them out. Kill the Braves. Although I wouldn't mind meeting them in the postseason.
Let them get in, go on a run.
I don't know. Their starting pitching scares the hell out of me.
Schwellenbach or whatever the hell. I mean, geez.
Dude, they couldn't hit Spencer Schwellenbach. Incredible.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
If I may.
Of course.
Is my mic on or not?
Yeah, your mic is on. What's up?
So I've been all about how this year is different than the years of the past. This Edwin Diaz situation, it was Matt Harvey in the World Series. No way. That time it hurt the Mets. This time it didn't.
Yeah, I could see that. I think that's a fair comparison.
Saying no way. Now he's
because look, ultimately, and I've said this to you, Sal, because I know you and TC have become buddies.
Yes,
I still blame Terry Collins for that big time. I don't care what Matt Harvey says. You're the manager, especially after he issued that leadoff walk, get him out of the game. I think it's a fair point. In that circumstance, they overtrusted the player and it failed. And in this circumstance, they overtrusted the player and it worked.
Well, Terry said at the time, and I'm sure you know this, that he was going to take him out.
Yes.
And to me, the biggest critique on Terry, who, by the way, I think I'm working with today on Baseball Night in New York after this game, his indecision. Because he made his decision. Right. That's it. Stick to it. Don't let the player, as much as I wanted to see Harvey back out there, if the manager felt it wasn't the right move, then his indecision cost him but
that's kind of what happened today. I think that's a good call, Loogie, because they decided you're done, Edwin. So decision's been made. Then the player shows fight, and you say, you know what I think the difference, though, is, in my opinion? I still at that time trusted Jairus Familia, and I wanted him to get a clean inning. If the Mets took Diaz out, they're going to Ryan Stanek.
Right.
So really it comes down to the options. That's really what it came down. And how about Diaz not covering first base on the great play by Pete Alonso?
Right.
Dude, I mean, come on. That is as inexcusable a play in a big spot. Like,
where's your head?
Exactly.
Like, what are you thinking about? You're sitting there watching Pete Alonso go make an unbelievable stab. which was sure to be a base hit until he stabbed it. And you're just like, oh, crap. And at the last second, he starts to trot over there.
If you give up a homer or you make some bad pitches, like, that's bad, but at least you accept it.
Fly balls you can look at.
What he did in that spot is inexcusable.
Yeah.
How do you forgive that?
And, well, you forgive it because he came back and saved the game after Lindor.
Yeah, but it's hard in that moment because the game's over.
Yeah.
Or at least that inning's over. So
Right.
it just, I don't know.
I don't know.
The threat is over, let's put it that way.
I don't know if they get Kelenic at first base because he does have some speed. And
the angle, the pitcher wins the angle.
Probably. I'm just saying.
You always win the angle.
You're probably right.
All you got to do is hustle off the mound.
You're probably right. Luckily, it's one of those moments in history that just becomes, like a pebble in the wind. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
Sal, thank you very much. You'll be on SNY tonight.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, Baseball Night in New York after the post-game show.
All right. Congrats, man. Feels good as a
You
Met
as
fan.
well. That was
Thank you,
great.
pal.
Good job today, guys.
The great Sal Licata tomorrow at 10 a.m. with
Unique.
BT, where they'll be previewing a Met playoff series. Yes. All right, I promise. Very quick break. We'll come back. We'll get to your calls. Sean's going to have a Cinco, which can't be obnoxious. Honestly, it's unobnoxiousable because we're in great moods. The New York Mets are going to the postseason. Guys, if you heat your home with oil, we got a message for you. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all FAN listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, pick up the phone, dial 866-OIL-DEAL, and see how much you, a loyal FAN listener, can save on your home heating oil. They've got a staff that's 24/7, so they're always around. They've got mechanics available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your family will never be left in the cold. 866-OIL-DEAL, 866-OIL-DEAL. Get the best service guaranteed. 866-OIL-DEAL.
It's time for Tiki Barber's Game Ball Delivery, brought to you by Amazon Hub Delivery. Earn extra income for your business when you partner with Amazon Hub Delivery. A little over a week ago, everybody thought the Buffalo Bills were unbeatable, but guess what? They got stomped down in Baltimore by the Baltimore Ravens and led by the great Derrick Henry. He is not washed up. 24 carries, 199 yards, 1 yard away from setting the all-time record for 200-yard games in an NFL career. He's at 6. He had 199 yards and a touchdown, as well as a receiving touchdown to boot. The game ball from Amazon Hub Delivery goes to Baltimore Ravens running back Derrick Henry. Earn extra income for your business when you partner with Amazon Hub Delivery.
WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN is your home for football all season long. Football Mondays on the Fan are powered by Bet365. Every touchdown, every game, every point, every play. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Tiki Barber here with John Gallucci Jr., President and CEO Jag Physical Therapy. John, what's the fun sport everyone loves playing these days?
Pickleball, pickleball, pickleball. I'm back. This is John Gallucci Jr., President and CEO of Jag Physical Therapy, here to take you pickleball players and keep you healthy. Remember, you've got to warm up, you've got to stretch, you've got to take care of you so you can stay on the pickleball court. So call us today or reach out at jagpt.com. Get some simple prevention of injury tips. We're here as your resource of prevention, and we're here as your resource of rehabilitation. Come and visit us at jagpt.com.
Pickleball is a great way to socialize and stay fit, but don't let the fun lead to an injury. Jag Physical Therapy knows an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Their warm-up tips can help keep you on the pickleball court. If you do sustain an injury, Jag has locations throughout New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania to get you back to the life you love. Visit jagpt.com. That's jagpt.com.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now get a low $269 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $4,709 initial payment excludes tax, title, license, and $695 acquisition fee. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 9/30/24.
Hey, Giants fans, as the official whiskey of the NFL, it's not a kickoff without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. That's why we've built the Crown Royal Rig, an absurdly awesome 18-wheeler delivering the generous spirit to stadiums and tailgates across the country. Follow the Royal Rig on its journey from city to city, bringing together local cuisine, NFL legends, and the opportunity to pack a purple bag for charity and win tickets to Super Bowl 59. Visit crownroyal.com for rules and more. Please drink responsibly.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Are you a fan of Big Blue? Check out the best coverage on the Giants Podcast Network on the Giants app, your favorite podcast platform, and at Giants.com/podcast. Every weekday at 12:30, Big Blue Kickoff, presented by Cadillac, comes your way live on the Giants app. We discuss the latest news and take calls from fans. You can also listen to the show on its own podcast feed. Just search for Big Blue Kickoff. The Giants Media Pass podcast features our WFAN radio content and all the player and coach interviews from the podium and locker room. Our Giants Huddle podcast feed is now titled Giants Podcast Network and will include all of our other podcasts. Headlined by the Giants Huddle, presented by Citizens, featuring in-depth interviews with Giants players and coaches and the best analysts around the NFL, including Giants legends. You'll also find Draft Season, our NFL Draft podcast there. It's presented by Moody's. Tony Pauline and yours truly, John Schmelk, get fans ready for the draft. You'll also hear Madeline Burke on her playbook, presented by Kendra Scott, and Giants Hangout, presented by Crestron, on our Roundtable podcast. It's all on your favorite podcast platform, the Giants mobile app, and at Giants.com/podcast.
This Tuesday, the CW Pix 11 is the new home for WWE NXT Wrestling. See CM Punk live from Chicago. The next generation of WWE superstars make their debut on the CW. WWE NXT, Tuesday at 8 on the CW Pix 11, followed by the Pix 11 News at 10.
Water damage happens fast. So can the cleanup when you call on the restoration specialists at 1-800-SERVPRO to help make it like it never even happened. That's 1-800-SERVPRO.
Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Look
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's Cross Climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin Cross Climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
From the 1010 Wins Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol. A lot of traffic leaving Lower Manhattan. Traffic is sponsored by NJMEP Manufacturing Day, October 4th. The outbound Holland Tunnel, we're looking at about a 30-minute ride trying to get you back to Jersey. Inbound Holland, a bit slower off the Skyway. The outbound covered roadway messy too. Newark Bay, better either way. Inbound Lincoln in pretty good shape, and outbound 9th Avenue is real good, just a few more minutes off of 11th Avenue. Citybound George Washington Bridge in pretty good shape. Cross Bronx, the worst of it out of town. Southbound Deegan slows from Fordham Road. That's the best of it. Queensbound Whitestone Bridge starting to jam up closer to Queens. It's all because of a wreck on the southbound Van Wyck at College Point Boulevard. Clearview, Throgs Neck, better in either direction. If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, don't miss your chance to network, learn, and connect with the resources available to your business. Join your colleagues in Freehold on October 4th for the annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day. Register today at njmep.org. That's njmep.org. With the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol, I'm Greg Rice. 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
Oh, hitting at 239 with 8 home runs and 30 runs batted in. Well hit fly ball deep to right field. Forget it, it's going to go. There it goes. Home run.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Well, on this famous day, September 30th, we've all lived New York sports together. The Mets win an incredible game against the Atlanta Braves, 8-7. They are going to the postseason. They are playing the second game of a doubleheader, in which for the Mets, here's what's on the line. If they win, the Braves are eliminated, and the Mets go to San Diego for a rematch from 2022. If the Mets lose, they go to Milwaukee for a rematch from this weekend and play a best-of-3 series against the Brewers. It has been a crazy day. We're going to get to all your phone calls reacting to it at 888-808-1019. But Sean Morat, did you have a Cinco de Five-O today?
Not only did I have a Cinco, you're going to love the Cinco.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's Sean with his Cinco de Five-O.
Cinco de Five-O with Evan and Tiki on The Fan.
Cinco de Five-O is brought to you by Helix Everything Everywhere. Timestamp on said Cinco de Five-O that I emailed to Lou Gower to print, 11:19 a.m., knowing I would be reading this at 5 p.m. I'm here to give you the top 5 Mets MVPs this year after they have clinched a playoff spot.
Okay.
Here we go.
Here we go! Number 5.
I'm going Francisco Alvarez at number 5, and I know he's had his down stretches this year, but the difference early and in that midseason from when he was out to when they played and the Mets winning baseball games was paramount.
Yeah, he had the OG Anunoby effect, right?
Yes.
Where the Mets win-loss record was incredible every time he played. Yeah, he's had a very tough sophomore season, but hopefully he's getting hot at the right time because he had a huge hit during that rally that they had in the 8th inning.
Even though he did get beat up behind the plate a little bit.
He did.
We continue.
Number 4.
Brandon Nimmo was Mr. Clutch so many times this year, and what did he do today?
Big 2-run home run that he pimped. I loved watching him pimp that home run. That was the home run that gave him a 6-3 lead.
Yeah,
Obviously,
it was a no-doubter.
They blew the lead, but at the time it felt pretty incredible.
He rally pimped it. All right, here we go.
Number 3.
David Peterson set up yesterday, the whole month of August and September. David Peterson was the Met ace for a long time there at the end.
You know where I got to give David Peterson so much love? And this did scare me the other day, Teak. I know you hate history sometimes because it doesn't mean anything, and this is going to prove you right. It doesn't mean anything. The Mets had 2 incredible starts in the second to last day of a baseball season that came before horrible events. Johan Santana's complete game with a torn meniscus. Following day, they closed down Shea and lose.
Yep.
John Mayne's near no-hitter the previous season. Next day, they lose. And David Peterson's performance yesterday against the Brewers was reminiscent. It was dominant. It was great. It was clutch. But it wasn't going to mean anything if they didn't take advantage of today. And luckily, as Tiki Barber has taught me, history doesn't really mean anything.
It means jack. You make history as it goes.
That's right.
How about that? All right, here we go.
Number 2.
It's Sean Manaea with a career year. Was the Mets ace from pillar to post and will be counted on this week in the Wild Card Series.
Yeah, his last start wasn't very good, but Sean's had a wonderful year. And you're right, Game 2 of the Wild Card Series, hopefully up 1-0, but maybe down 0-1. Manaea's getting the ball.
And last but not least,
Number 1.
Francisco Lindor, who today, I mean, that is as balls and at bat as we've seen a New York Met have in forever.
It was... Sal and I were talking about this off air, how Piazza kind of set the benchmark for the big home runs. Lindor's home run today was as clutch a home run as this franchise has had in a long time. They've had some clutch postseason home runs that live in history. But when you think about the circumstances, when you think about where this team was after blowing a 6-3 lead in the 8th inning, that Lindor home run is freaking legendary. And if you are a Met fan, I don't care if he's 0 for April next year. I don't care if he's hitting 087 in May. Francisco Lindor has earned that trust as a megastar who came up big when the team needed him the most. Francisco freaking Lindor.
So he's not overpaid or overrated?
No. Who said that?
People have been saying it for 3 years now.
Did you ever say that, Tiki?
I never said it because I thought he was paid for a reason.
Yeah.
And it had nothing to do with how good of a player he is.
You never said it, Tiki?
I never said it.
Do you know any Jet or Yankee fan combos?
Yes, I do. Brandon Tierney.
But look, BT
definitely said it.
Let me give BT some love because Brandon Tierney is one of the many people that sent me a congratulatory text, and that meant a lot to me because I worked very hard today trying to get the Mets a victory. I did nothing. I sat on my fat ass eating chorizo quesadillas, but it felt like I ran a marathon.
But that's how fandom works.
Yeah, that's right.
And people who are fans understand how other fans work.
And you better text BT every series when the Yankees have. He extended the first.
Is that? Yeah, I was going to ask you that.
That's common courtesy.
Okay. So if the Yankees advance,
so weird.
I think I have to do that with him.
What is wrong with y'all?
We have to have a fan relationship where we congratulate each other. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I have to do that.
You do, yes.
I'm not going to do it for you.
Why not? I just proved with the Cinco. I had all the confidence.
It was a nice Cinco, but
and I told
it
you
was obvious. I mean, the number one was obvious.
Yes,
it was easy.
but
you could have written that 2-3 months ago.
No. But if I was doing this list off a loss, Evan would want to kill me.
Well, but don't you think that Sean, for the most part, kind of handled himself without class throughout today? Is that a fair thing to say?
I don't see. He was classy.
I was very
classy. He was making interesting dad jokes.
I mean,
you guys hated them.
He pumped his fist after Albies.
That's because he won money.
I won a lot of money in this game.
He didn't care from a fan standpoint. He won money. Why would you not want that?
I was here at this dais, let's call it, representing the gambling man and, frankly, the Yankee fan.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? Now that it's over, I don't really care. Fine, you were wonderful. Thank you, Sean. You want me to kiss you on your big, fat, bald head?
I'm good on that. Thank you.
All right, let's get to your phone calls. We promised you. Let's get to you. Very happy Met fans. Let's start it off with Tony in Connecticut. How you doing, Tony?
Great. Awesome. Go Mets.
Yeah.
We got to finish slaying the dragon, baby. We got to finish slaying the dragon.
Well, that's the thing. What is the dragon? Winning the World Series? Because they got a long way to go. But, yes, this is step one. I am not going to come in here tomorrow, Tiki. I'm just going to warn you and say everything's been accomplished. Who cares? Now it's on to the next. Can this team go on a deep postseason run? Can they take the momentum from a win like this and turn it into something?
Yeah.
I've seen other teams do it. I've seen other teams win one-game playoffs or wild card games like the Nationals did back in 2019 and go on a big run. And that is certainly the hope that we have Met fans now have.
I think maybe he was talking about slaying the dragon as slaying the Atlanta Braves, who have been the nemesis for so many years. Currently, bottom of the second, the Braves are up 1-0.
Now that the Braves have taken a lead, I have to admit, I don't give a rat's ass.
Exactly.
I've thought about this.
So, I mean, slaying the dragon or not slaying the dragon is what?
Yeah, slaying the dragon.
Is it meaningful? You're going to hate it when they come back. And if it comes back to it, but...
What do you mean, like if the Mets have to play the Braves later?
Yeah, in all seriousness, if the Mets lost in an LCS to the Braves, does the Lindor homer versus Atlanta kind of hurt the whole idea of slaying a dragon?
Well, no. I never said they slayed the dragon of the Braves. That's what our last caller didn't really specify the slaying of the dragon. He said, now we have to slay the dragon.
Yeah.
I think that means winning a World Series. But there's a long history between the Mets and the Braves. You got 3 series before you
can win a World Series.
I know, but that's what he said about slaying a dragon. Right. I didn't interpret just beating the Braves one time. I mean, I'm glad the Mets made the playoffs. It was an incredible win, but no, I don't think this evens up the Mets' history against Atlanta. There's a long way to go.
Yeah, but if you say slay the dragon.
Slaying the dragon is winning the World Series, T.
Yeah, okay. If you say so.
Well, what do you think it is?
I don't know. It seems like a team that you hate, a team that continually dominates you. It's not always sitting atop the perch, and not sitting on top of King Giant or Dragon Hill, but it is a dragon that you hate.
So you think if the Mets win the second game, they're losing 1-0 right now, bottom of the second, that would be, quote unquote, slaying the dragon?
If they win the second game, it would slay this dragon.
Yeah. I mean, for now,
the Braves.
For now, it'll eliminate them this season. I'd rather win the next round than worry about what happens today.
Before we take a call here, Digital's putting out videos of oral celebrations. Is HR in the department here? This guy was literally humping me during the when they won.
I was very excited.
I mean, you were humping me like you're a dog and I'm somebody's leg. I'm watching
You should have seen what happened if they lost. I would have physically, harmed you.
And you're not wearing any pants. Is HR around anywhere? Have they gone home? Is it like...
I think they left.
I like the file
they left when everybody else on the watch party left.
You can't be positive, Tommy, and the moment your team clinches, get mad at a hump.
It's true.
I mean, at least call me back in the morning.
It was exciting. I'll call you tomorrow if you want. I'll call you tonight, too, if you like. Chris on Long Island. What's up, Chris?
How you doing,
Chris.
guys? This
What's
is
up?
What a game. As a Mets fan, since I was a little kid going to Shea Stadium with my mom and dad, that is the greatest to-date Mets game I have ever seen in my life. And to everybody who are the naysayers of the Mets, and to all the Braves fans, I have 4 little letters. LFGM.
Damn right. You tell him. By the way, Chris, such a great idea for a Rico Bronia. Is that the greatest Met game that we've ever seen? And obviously there's an age cutoff because I think if you're a little bit older and you remember Game 6, Mets-Astros, Game 6 of the NLCS in 1986, that takes the cake. But from my era, an era, Teak, that really started understanding baseball in the early 90s, and I'm 41 years old, so I'm not exactly that young.
Yep.
For our generation, 45 and under, it's up there. I mean, I'm racking my brain right now. Like, we may have witnessed...
Come on, regular season games.
I think I'm including any game. Because
you didn't see the other ones.
Right. No, I'm taking out... Look, 86, I was too young. That's why I'm saying of our generation, like, the Robin Ventura Grand Slam single was unbelievable, right? But guess what? They lost the series.
Yeah.
We didn't get the last laugh. At least here, even if the Mets lose the second game, that win assured them a playoff spot. So... from that standpoint, I don't get depressed thinking about, well, what happened in Game 6? Kenny Rogers walked in the lead. Like, I can think about this win on its own without necessarily connecting it to what happens next.
So the postseason, including the postseason for you, that's what you're talking about.
What do you mean, like if they got knocked out very quickly?
No, not even that. Like, I'm just talking about a game that you're just going to always remember. And I think part of the reason you always remember this one is the circumstances that we put it in.
Yes.
I mean, seriously, the performance space with the live audience here. I don't know how many people were behind us, 15 or 20 or so. 3 screens going crazy with every moment that happened in the game. It's impossible not to remember where you were when this happened.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you're just if we're sitting in the studio and it's just on and you kind of react, it's different.
No, I think it would still be one of the greatest Met games I've ever seen.
I think the environment. Yes, absolutely. But I'm talking about memorable, like something that sticks in your head.
I think,
despite anything else that comes after.
Teague, I think the Mets were set up today, prior to that game turning out the way it turned out, for this doubleheader to be one of the most memorable games in the history of the franchise. Games you don't forget. For example, the end of 2008. None of us forget. In fact, you're probably sick of me or anyone else referring to it. I get it. Or the end of 2007. Like, there are certain games for your franchise that you kind of know going in you're never going to forget, and you hope it works out well.
Christmas Eve 2011.
Okay. Listen, I'm in a good mood today.
You let that one slide?
I have no other choice.
Well, hold on. It's factual, though.
It is factual.
There's a large amount of people in New York that will never forget that day and what it meant for that season.
It was also Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? Everyone won't forget it, because on the bad end, we won't forget it either. Like, we don't forget the bad stuff either. Ozzy and Woodridge. How you doing, Oz?
I did not make any vacation plans in October. My positivity profits.
Good
job, Tommy!
Ozzy, I've been telling everybody for months. I was called delusional, Tommy. I was called a liar by some. I won't say by who. I was muted. I was unfollowed. I had to fight the no fun police. I had to fight Met fans all year long. Calm down, relax. Everybody take a deep breath. The Mets will be playing baseball in October. Guess what? Tomorrow is October 1st. The Mets will be playing baseball.
Another hug, Lucy.
They'll be playing baseball. Yes! All right, don't hump me this time.
Right.
Do you think there's less flights leaving JFK and LaGuardia tomorrow?
Yes, because everyone canceled their plans.
They're going to be trying to get their money back.
Tommy was right. What a day, Ozzy. What a day, Ozzy.
But every yin needs a yang, and you can fact-check me on this one, but when the Mets went back under 500 in early July, and Sean was asked again, would the Mets be 500? And he doubled down, just like he doubles down on double cheeseburgers, and he said they would not see 500 again, just like he said in the beginning of the season when they were wallowing. And around that time, and around the time when Tommy became the positivity prophet, they were around the same time. That's when it all turned. So, Sean, you could say how you were happy when the home runs were hit and this and that last week, and I got excited for the Mets, but you take that, you eat crow, and you sit on that. We don't need you. We don't want you. And we don't need no flip-flopping from you, brother.
Thank you, Ozzy. Sean, would you like to respond?
Well, he's not flipping to anything. He's a Yankee fan.
Yeah, also, I'm more of a single patty guy now, and Oz, enjoy the cute wild card round. I'll see you Saturday.
Well, I've got some great news for Ozzy and everybody else. He's tried to bring Sean down as a guy who is very negative. When we come back, we are going to present to you a very special audio package that was put together in honor of the New York Mets making the postseason and how everybody knew it was always going to happen. Plus more of your calls at 888-808-1019. The Mets are going to the postseason. Jet fans are still pissed off from the embarrassment of yesterday. And what does the head of Knicks fans have to say about dogs being traded for cats? We'll get to it all coming up. Evan and Tiki until 6:30, live from the Town Fair Tire studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
You know that the cold weather is right around the corner. So is your heating system ready? There's only one company to call. My friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts for over 35 years. Call now to schedule your system tune-up before your heating system breaks when it's freezing out. If it's over 15 years old, it's time to upgrade to a money-saving, high-efficiency one. Take it from me. You'll save money and stay warm. These guys are experts, so contact Edison right now at edisonhvac.com. That's edisonhvac.com.
I love Dunkin' Donuts. In fact, this morning we were celebrating my young Spence's 4th birthday. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday, Spencey. He probably has no idea that I'm saying that because he only watches us on SNY. And SNY isn't carrying us today. But in the morning, first thing in the morning, I went to Dunkin' Donuts. I got Munchkins because I knew he wants it, and it was for his entire class. Then we went into his class and read a story, true story. And Dunkin' made it great, because Dunkin' has everything. They had the little munchkins for Spence and everyone at the class. And for you, what do you want besides munchkins? How about a satisfying meal for just $6? You could try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for just $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like. The bacon, egg, and cheese is the most toasty and delicious, and crispy golden hash browns are a must. They're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Excludes espresso and cold brew beverages. Offer valid on bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwiches only. Excludes seasoned bacon. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions and terms apply.
Cap off the NFL Week 4 slate with a shot for a big W on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You'll get started with $200 back in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. Maybe build a same-game parlay for Seattle-Detroit. Maybe take a little DK Metcalf anytime touchdown and mix that in with a Geno Smith over passing yards. And maybe Amon-Ra St. Brown receiving yards to really increase the odds. We love the app around here. It's safe, secure, and when you win, you get paid right away. So all you have to do to jump into the fun is visit FanDuel.com/BT. That's FanDuel.com/BT. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, also the official partner of WFAN. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And for help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from your favorite ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with profit boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus. Offer not available in New York. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467369.
When you drive a vehicle so reliable it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty, you stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Find out what you're capable of in a vehicle that inspires confidence around every corner. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of select new 2024 Sportage and 2024 Sorrento models. Kia, movement that inspires.
Warranties include 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and 5-year, 60,000-mile basic. Warranties are limited. See retailer for details. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Financing for 24 to 48 months from Kia Finance KF. Subject to credit approval by KF to well-qualified buyers for purchase of a new 2024 Sportage or 2024 Sorrento. Excludes hybrid PHEV. $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed at 48 months. No down payment required. Subject to vehicle availability and dealer participation. Must take delivery by 9/30/24. Limited inventory available. See Kia retailer for available stock.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Week 4 in pro football tonight with a Monday Night Football doubleheader, the second of the two games. Detroit hosts Seattle. Detroit is a 4-point favorite in the game, and the total is sitting at 47. I lean towards Seattle to cover the spread, lean towards the under in the game, but the bet that I really like is Detroit's #1 wide receiver over 76.5 receiving yards. Seattle has good boundary quarterbacks, going to force a lot of action over the middle of the field, and that's where I think Detroit's #1 wide receiver can find success. So let's take his over tonight, over 76.5 yards. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Football Monday on The Fan is presented by Empire City Casino. The $565,000 truck or treat giveaway is going on now until October 26th at at Empire City Casino.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-345-2789. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal, and I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
From the 1010 Wins Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol. Trouble in Queens traffic is sponsored by Approved Oil. Lock in your low oil rate at freezetherate.com. Long Island Expressway eastbound near Maurice Avenue. A crash has 2 right lanes out. That's why the eastbound BQE is extra tough through Brooklyn over to the Long Island Expressway, and the eastbound Long Island Expressway is just all jammed up over to Maurice Avenue. Elsewhere in Queens, on the southbound Van Wyck over at College Point Boulevard, still looking at a crash in the left lane, backing you up from the Whitestone Bridge. Throgs next to the southbound Clearview, not perfect, but better. Cross Island's going to get a little worse as the night goes on. Islanders have a preseason home game at UBS tonight. Citybound George, few more on the upper level with late running right lane work. Lower's better. Outbound George, southbound Deegan, best of the bunch. And then back in Jersey, a westbound crash on 80 in Teterboro in the local lanes. Express lanes will treat you better. Lincoln, no more than about 10 minutes in or out. Outbound Holland's an extra 15. Inbound, you're a bit slower off of the Skyway. Approved Oil has been the leading oil dealer in New York for over 90 years. With today's low rates, now is the time to lock in for this upcoming winter before the cold weather drives prices up. Call today to lock in a low rate and enjoy a worry-free winter with Approved Oil. Visit them at freezetherate.com. With the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol, I'm Greg Rice. 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Evan Tiki here on the Fan on this wonderful Monday. The Mets are going to the postseason after beating the Atlanta Braves dramatically in Game 1 of the doubleheader. They're in the midst of Game 2. They trail 1-0. What's on the line for the Mets is just simply who they're going to play. If they lose this game, they go to Milwaukee, 5:30 first pitch tomorrow. If they win this game, they go to San Diego, 8:30 first pitch tomorrow. But right now, I have to give credit to WFAN's very own Sean Morash. Sean was inspired to put together a Mets playoff berth audio package. And I thought it was a brilliant idea, and I said, Sean, I appreciate that, but I can't be a part of this because the Mets haven't clinched the playoff. And Sean said, don't worry, I'm going to work on it. And then when they clinch a playoff spot, I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
So I said, okay. And now that the Mets have clinched the playoff spot, I want to thank Sean Morash. I want to thank the great Paul Arzuman.
That's right.
Who also put it together. And I want to present it to the audience. Does it need any intro or any kind words you want to say before we play it?
I would just say congratulations, Met fans. Eat your heart out the year that was on WFAN.
Here we go. Let's take a look.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
This Mets team is one of the most frustrating teams you've ever seen.
And this is part of a locker room culture problem, if you ask me.
The reason why I would trade Pete Alonso if I'm the Mets is because I believe his presence is preventing their true leader, their true captain, from taking the reins of that clubhouse. And with Pete there, I don't believe Nimmo can truly take over the reins of this team, which I think he has to do for this team to have the ultimate success.
Oh, my God. It is unbelievable.
Oh, my God. Todo lo malo echado para allá.
this year was not going to be anything for them anyway. David Stearns knew it. Steve Cohen knew it. Steve Cohen told us before the offseason that they weren't going to do anything in the offseason, and nobody believed them. So that's what's happened. Now, they're way worse than I think anybody expected.
Boogie's actually been really good on this, where the Mets, every time they've had these little hiccups throughout the season, they haven't let go of the rope. They haven't let go of the rope. And that's why I started with, I think they've let go of the rope.
No way. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. You want Lindor? How much of his contract do I have to eat? You want McNeil? Take him. He stinks. You want Diaz? I respect him. I'm not trying to diss him. Not the same guy. Go. You want Nimmo? Take him.
This group here and this core here and what we're watching now will be gone. Will be gone in the offseason. It'll be gone at the trade deadline. This is going to be a full-blown colon cleanse of this organization.
Colon cleanse.
By David Stearns. And it better be. Let's put it that way. It better be. Because if it's not, then what the hell are we doing?
The Mets season is over. They are done. They are boring. They stink. Everybody knows it. Now it's time to act on that.
Oh, my God, you're kidding me.
Oh, my God.
Swinging a high fly ball, well hit right center. Harris going back. It's on the way. It is gone. Francisco Lindor has an MVP moment. He has just put the Mets back on top. 8-7. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball, slowly hit to short. Waiting on it, Lindor. He's got it. Throws to first. Put it in the box. Diaz slams the glove down. He is pounced on by Alvarez. And the New York Mets are headed to postseason play.
Wow. Wow. Sean, I am so proud of you. That was Lukey, that was an amazing piece he put together. And you know what? Including yourself in that, I respect.
Well, yeah.
I respect
everybody's
that,
got to be held accountable.
Wow. Even Tiki was in it.
What did I say?
I forgot.
The Mets are the most frustrating team I've ever seen.
I mean, I've not ever seen. I said they're incredibly frustrating.
I mean, he's not wrong about that.
The Mets team is one of the most frustrating teams you've ever seen. One of the most frustrating teams you've ever seen.
Oh, so not you.
Exactly.
Everybody else.
I'm a Met fan. Why do I care?
Of all those clips, I think Tiki came across okay because everything he said was true. They weren't frustrating. That was very well done.
I don't hate the Mets, nor am I trolling on them. They were frustrating.
No,
I don't hate him either. I like Carlos Mendoza.
I do too. Actually, especially after meeting him. I really like Carlos Mendoza.
But I think that piece really, that's this radio station. We've heard from callers, people on social media. If you email the Rico Bronia, people thought the Mets punted in the offseason.
Well, you don't forget that. I hated hearing that, Loogie. That was always stupid to me.
Then we know how the start they got off to, and to my calculation, the season ended, I don't know, 750 times. Mm-hmm. We stuck with it. This team is different, Evan. I know you don't have to apologize to Gelbs, but you'd have to admit, this team showed guts and heart today. That loss, or that game, that they beat the Braves there, they lose that game a lot in their history. This team did not do that.
I think that, so there's two little angles to this, stories to this. They ended up having a much better season than everyone on this radio station thought, okay? Mm-hmm. They got themselves back into it. They were 11 games under. Even before that, the expectations coming in were not good. I thought they would be decent. I thought they would be better than people thought. I never looked at it as a punt-off season. When they got to 11 games under 500, they challenged all of us to actually think, can they get out of this? And to their credit, they were able to do it. Now, what I witnessed on Tuesday in Atlanta, Friday in Milwaukee, and Saturday in Milwaukee, I'm sorry. I am sorry. What I saw looked like a team that was choking, looked like a team straight out of 2022. But to the credit of the New York Mets, to the credit of the 2024 New York Mets, what they responded by with what they did on Sunday against, yes, a Brewer team that didn't need anything, but the Mets still needed something, and they did it. And what they did today, down 3-0 and looking dead in the 8th inning, you're damn right. I apologize to the New York Mets because this response from the way this road trip started was absolutely incredible. And thank you, Sean. I thought that was a great piece.
So as long as we're handing out accolades and thank yous,
yes,
you deserve some credit, Evan.
What I do.
Evan, you haven't once mentioned something for 4 hours that we've been on the air, and now the Mets have clinched. Thank you for shaving your beard.
because at a time when the summer began at DJ's and that beard was gross and long.
They were terrible.
And you kept it extra. Yeah, you said something's got to be done to save the season. And Positive Tommy came in on his white horse and all the other gimmicks came.
Is that when Positive Tommy was created?
Sunday of Memorial Day weekend was when Positive Tommy.
But this was the Friday Memorial Day weekend.
Yes, it was.
And I haven't heard once, as everybody's looked for credit, from Hawk to a Girl to Grimace to Seymour Wiener to Loogie. Never once did Evan Roberts get on a microphone and go, guys, remember, I shaved the beard. Like, now is the time, now that they've clinched a playoff spot, to acknowledge you did it for the good of the Mets and they're in the postseason.
So I think what you want me to say to the audience right now, what you want me to say to New York City and to Tommy Lugauer, what you're asking me to say is WFAN, acknowledge me.
Oh,
Nah, I cut my beard because I was sick of it.
Your wife was sick of it.
Yes, it smelled and it was disgusting. But hey, if it helps spark the Mets, great. It helps spark the Mets. Let's get to your phone calls, 888-808-1019. Ken is calling from Portland. What's up, Ken? Hello, Ken.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh, sorry about that. What's on your mind?
Let's go, Mets, baby! We're in the playoffs. Let's go.
Yes.
And the best way to end that game today was a Travis d'Arnaud strikeout.
Well, it was a ground out, but it was close enough. It was a ground ball to shortstop. But I do agree that Travis d'Arnaud has haunted the Mets. Travis has done nothing wrong. Like, I thought the Mets were right a few years ago when they gave up on him, so I'm not bemoaning the fact that the Mets moved on from him. I think Travis needed a new scene. And by the way, he went to multiple scenes before he got to Atlanta. He was in L.A., he was in Tampa, and he got to Atlanta, and it's all worked out. So I've got no issue with Travis or the Mets, but d'Arnaud's been a Met killer. And for him to come up with the tying run on second base in a moment like that, and for Edwin Diaz to get him to ground out was a very satisfying and shocking moment.
I'll say this, too, because I haven't said this yet. This was the greatest regular season win in the history, at least of my lifetime and Evan's lifetime of the Mets. This is not the greatest moment, though, of the season. The season still has games left. We are headed to October. It is not over.
You doing a pep talk right now?
We had an hour to celebrate. It's time now to focus on.
Right. You're already back.
There is still work to be done.
There's still a long flight to go if they win this game. There's a lot to be done before they start thinking about.
So you have said over and over again, in fact, to the point where it was completely obnoxious, you have said don't make plans in October.
Vacation plans in October, yeah.
That's what you have said.
Who makes vacation plans in October?
Non-sports fans.
That's not even the point.
My mother-in-law.
So my question to you is there a new declaration? Like, don't make Halloween plans because that's the off day before Game 6 of the World Series? Or don't make plans for the first week of November because that's a parade route? Or don't make plans? Like, do you have a furthered Positive Tommy take that you would like to give us? Because you've already won. I congratulate you about October plans. But what's next, dear Captain? What's next?
You know what, Evan? Before I set myself up for this, I probably should have thought of something funny, pithy, and positive. I don't have one, but I will say this, and I will come up with one before the show's over. But I've said the ceiling and the sky's the limit. Dream big, dream as much as you want. The Mets are going to October, and I will come up with something a little.
I got something for you. Yeah. I do have something for you. Game 2 of the NLCS, so if you're believing they can get through 2 more rounds, is on, take your choice, Indigenous Peoples / Christopher Columbus Day. So maybe you can tell us, hey, don't make any plans on the Indigenous Peoples Day.
Actually, you know what? I have a good one here. At one point this season, the Mets were 86-69.
Okay, that has something to do with vacation place. By the way, you know
they
what?
won the World Series in '86.
We're aware. We're aware. But it's not a vacation.
So that was about a week ago.
No, that was.
Well, now nobody's on vacation.
Look, you're stuck in that box, and you took a swing. It didn't go anywhere.
Well, listen, Positive Tommy has done a lot of heavy lifting throughout the summer.
Was he trying to make a bad dad joke?
No, I was just making a correlation that at one point this season they were 86-69. They won the World Series.
He has a loose.
I got it. The World Series. Oh, I see. I was thinking something else with that latter number.
He has a spreadsheet with certain stats from this year. He just went to it there because he had nothing else. I think you should, though, by the way, if you weren't making vacation plans, make them for early February because the Jets and Giants won't be playing.
By the way, what are you, Tom Jones over there holding that mic? We all have our mic on the stick here. You look like Tom Jones in the Venetian in Vegas.
I feel comfortable.
All right. You guys can bicker later. Let's go to Trey in Morristown, New Jersey. How you doing, Trey?
Oh, I'm doing well, my friends. Hope you're doing well, too. This team is different. I tried to call in last week, Evan. I was on your side about how it wasn't different, but we were wrong. The rain delay was different. You guys said it earlier with Darno. In years past, he has a home run. Diaz against Kelenic in years past, that's a home run. But not with this team and Mr. Grimace's Mets. Let's go, Mets. Heading into October. Have a good day, fellas.
Thank you very much, Trey. You're right. I think that all the signs were there, that there was no difference, that despite OMG and Grimace and all the fun that they were having, that this season was going to unfortunately end the same way as it always does, or end the way it did 2 years ago. I described it the other day, Tiki. I got very descriptive. I said, it's like there's a train in the distance, and you know you're going to get run over, but you're still running towards that train because you're just hoping that maybe by some surprise, the train's going to turn.
Or you just step off the track.
Or step off the track.
Right.
So, unfortunately, that's what I thought, and that's the way it appeared. And then eventually, the train swerved out of the way, and we didn't die this horrible death. Instead, we get a respite for the postseason.
Yeah,
So-
you're alive and well, excited, exhausted. I hope the players aren't feeling like you are, which is spent every bit of energy. Until tomorrow, I wonder what you're going to come in like tomorrow.
What I'm going to come in like
'cause
tomorrow?
Well, it depends. It depends on who they play, honestly. If they win this game, it'll be different because the game won't be while we're on air. But if they lose this game...
so you mean I'll be more tense because it's a 5:30
Absolutely.
first
It's a
pitch?
5:30 first pitch. We'll be halfway through our show. We'll be looking at the lineup. We're looking at whatever we're going to be doing tomorrow. It's going to be a repeat of today. Now, I'm just talking about from your emotional standpoint and your physical standpoint from a fan base. I'm exhausted just watching you, as I said multiple times. I wonder what they're going to be like in game one, depending on who they play and what time they play.
I have seen so many examples. I'll give a couple of things that'll make, I guess, Yankee fans happy, too, if you were concerned about what happened over the weekend. I've seen so many examples through baseball history where a team has to travel a lot, and it doesn't matter, and they get hot at the right time. I've also seen examples of teams struggle at the end of seasons.
Because they're exhausted.
And then get hot all of a sudden. Look at Texas last year. Texas blew the American League West. People forget that. They collapsed. They blew it. And then they got to the postseason, and look what happened. I mean, they basically never lost for a while, and they went on this great run, and they won the World Series. Back in 1999, the Mets played a game on a Sunday afternoon at Shea Stadium. They won that game. Had to go to Cincinnati Monday night, and play a one-game playoff. Won that game, and then Tuesday night had to go to Phoenix, Arizona to play game one of the division series against the Diamondbacks and face Randy Johnson. They won that game. Edgardo Alfonso with a game-winning grand slam laid off Bobby Schwannard. So I've seen examples where you could see why a team is tired, but it's pure adrenaline. So if the Mets lose tomorrow night, game one against Milwaukee or San Diego, to me it won't be because they're tired. It won't be because of the schedule and the travel. It'll just because it's baseball, and that happens. I don't think I'll come in cocky tomorrow, Tiki. I don't think I'm cocky right now, but I'm just excited to be able to experience postseason baseball.
Yeah, of course. And especially because the uncertainty of it for the entire weekend, even though you kind of had a respite to, I don't know, maybe hope it would happen without you having to win a game.
Right.
But it didn't. And so you came in today, and we had a party set up and food and, I don't know, pantsing, whatever the heck you want to call it.
Here's a real question on food, because I know he's listening right now. What did you think of Abuelo, my father-in-law?
Fantastic.
Chorizos quesadillas.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
But much better than what we brought in.
Wow. There you go. Put that hammer down.
It's like he should be a chef in a restaurant.
Well, he was, and then he retired.
Well,
He is at Evan's house.
You know what I like about what he did? He went chorizo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody goes chicken or steak on a quesadilla.
No
and
doubt.
Abuelo said no.
No. Abuelo didn't mess around.
Let me do it the right way.
Yeah.
And Abuelo also knew what was on the line. He knew why the quesadillas were being made. He knew this was for a monstrous Met game in which especially Luggy and I were going to have indigestion, and he knew what was on the line. So he came ready to play. So would you say greatest chorizo quesadilla you've ever had?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. How about that?
He needs to open a restaurant.
Damn right. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. What should we call it?
Casa de Evan.
You should. So name it after me, and he does all the chefing?
Yeah, because that way, you can promote it on the show. Gets popular.
No.
People come.
No,
Executive
no.
chefed by.
Yeah, I got a better idea.
Go ahead.
And somebody say I learned this from Craig. The name of the restaurant should be Evan and Tiki.
Ooh.
Oh, that's definitely from the Craig.
That's the Craig playbook. Yeah. Tiki makes appearances once a week.
That's actually dope.
That's pretty dope.
That's solid.
He does the chefing. The problem is, not that there's a problem, because I have great respect for your franchise.
Dude.
I think that restaurant becomes a giant restaurant.
What's wrong with that?
No, there's really nothing.
Depends on the square footage.
My father-in-law is a Giant fan.
I finally got that one. That was good.
I think the Giant fans are going to love that place. And I'm going to feel out of place.
That's just a risk you got to take.
No, I'd sign up for it.
Look, Giant fans got to eat too.
That's true. They really do. More of your calls coming up. Plus, the New York Knicks made a blockbuster trade on Friday night. What does the king of Knicks fans think, and what do we think of the decision to trade Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo? We'll give you our opinions on that, plus more reaction to the Mets' shocking victory over the Atlanta Braves. We'll also make our NFL picks for tonight's games coming up a little bit later on as well, so still a lot to do. Our transportation, water, and energy infrastructure is critical, but did you know that those projects are built by the local 825 operating engineers and their contractors? They even built MetLife Stadium and the stadium before that. That's why their advocacy organization, ELEC, the Engineers Labor Employer Cooperative, fights for those priorities every day. That's ELEC, representing the hard-working men and women who build New York and New Jersey. We've been live from the Town Fair Tire studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Guys, have you heard of Collars & Co.? Mark Cuban invested $1 million in this company on Shark Tank. They make the original dress collar polo, which is a super soft four-way stretch polo, but the top has a firm dress collar on it, so it gives you that dress shirt look, but with an extremely comfortable polo feel. They look sharp by themselves and killer with a sweater or a blazer. They also have amazing long-sleeve dress shirts, stretch chinos, and luxe quarter zips. So whether you're back to the office or just looking to elevate your weekend game, you gotta go check them out. You can get 15% off your first order if you use code TIKI at collarsandco.com. Go to collarsandco.com.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The Dallas Cowboys beat the New York Giants last night to kick off Week 4 of the NFL season, but Dallas didn't look all that impressive as they only beat Big Blue by 5 points. The Cowboys aren't a bad team, but I wouldn't call them a good team either. So as the kids would say, the Cowboys are just mid, and I expect them to just miss the playoffs this season. I'm Zach Gelb.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on recorded message line, 1-800-244-5506. Seattle Detroit tonight's going to be a monster game, and I've got the side and the total. Seattle Detroit confirmed analysis and special props. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to sweep the board. Call now to hear the free and recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports #1 against the spread. Call 1-800-244-5506. You want information? I've got it. Seattle, Detroit plus special prop action. I love to go 5-0 this season free. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to JohnAnthonySports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group. Tiki Barber here with John Gallucci Jr., President and CEO, Jag Physical Therapy. John, what's the fun sport everyone loves playing these days?
Pickleball, pickleball, pickleball. I'm back. This is John Gallucci Jr., President and CEO of Jag Physical Therapy, here to take you pickleball players and keep you healthy. Remember, you've got to warm up, you've got to stretch, you've got to take care of you so you can stay on the pickleball court. So call us today or reach out at jagpt.com. Get some simple prevention of injury tips. We're here as your resource of prevention, and we're here as your resource of rehabilitation. Come and visit us at jagpt.com.
Pickleball is a great way to socialize and stay fit, but don't let the fun lead to an injury. Jag Physical Therapy knows an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Their warm-up tips can help keep you on the pickleball court. If you do sustain an injury, Jag has locations throughout New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania to get you back to the life you love. Visit jagpt.com. That's JAGPT.com.
From profit boosts to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up with promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus. Offer not available in New York. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467369.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Whenever water damage strikes your home or business, call on the cleanup and restoration specialists at 1-800-SERVPRO to help make it like it never even happened. That's 1-800-SERVPRO.
Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Do your good-looking shoes hurt? And nobody wants to wear ugly shoes. Well, at the Good Feet store, we can help you wear your heels, boots, and dress shoes again in comfort. See what we can do for you with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Let's face it, nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My man, Dr. Jay Shah, specializing in minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments for neck, back, and sciatica, migraines, and so much more, offers pain-relieving solutions. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell Pain for all their aches and pains. Visit SamwellPain.com.
From the 1010 Wins Traffic Center, I'm Greg Rice with the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol. You've got some trouble in Queens, Cross Island Parkway southbound coming down towards UBS Arena. That's a breakdown. You got the middle lane knocked out, and that's why everything is slow all the way back to Francis Lewis Boulevard. Keep in mind, you've got a Islanders preseason game over at UBS tonight, so traffic's going to be a little worse than usual. Southbound Cross Island is a little slow, so you go to the Clearview instead. Eastbound BQE still awful in Brooklyn from the Williamsburg Bridge up to the LI. Eastbound Long Island Expressway only now thinning out over to Maurice Avenue following an earlier crash. Citybound George, few more minutes on the upper level, lower's better. Nothing easy out of town. Lincoln's about 10 minutes either way, 20 minutes home at the Holland. Inbound Skyway, outbound covered roadway are messy. Stay with the Newark Bay either way. Instead, traffic is sponsored by Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Pain Management. Visit SamwellPain.com. With the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol, I'm Greg Rice. 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
The flagship station for New York Yankees baseball. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
We have had a very eventful day here on the Fan. If you missed any of it, you got two options. Option number one is the free Odyssey app. You can always rewind to the beginning of the show. And also, special thanks to Anthony Gallo and the crew, because this has been on YouTube all day. So everybody's had a chance to watch our watch party if you wanted to kind of involve yourself. We've been on YouTube all day long, so that gets posted, and you get to rewind and relive all the incredible moments, even when we were at commercial, because the YouTube video never went off. So when Francisco Lindor hit the 2-run home run that turned out to be the game-winning home run, we were watching the game. We weren't on the air. We were paying the damn bills.
By the way, most of that six-run eighth was the same way.
Yes. It's almost like it was better luck. And so you can see some of the magical moments, especially me and Loogie had. I think we bonded greatly over the course of this game.
You mean you humping me? Yeah, I'll never forget that.
Yeah, you liked it. I saw the smile.
Years and years of therapy will never be able to shake that moment.
Now, if you care about this second game, the Mets are losing 1-0 in the fifth inning, but they do have 2 on and nobody out. And Chris Sale, who got scratched because he had back issues, had to be replaced by Grant Holmes, who's been in the rotation, but he also pitched yesterday. Holmes is coming out in the fifth inning. So the Mets are rallying with a chance to take the lead. Again, if they win, they play the Padres. If they lose, they play the Brewers.
If they win, they also eliminate the Braves from the postseason.
That too.
As we're sitting here watching this game, I keep having to remind myself that this is an actual game going on right now. This feels like a Mets classic from April.
It does.
Because it means absolutely nothing for us. We just went through the greatest moment of our lives in the regular season as Mets fans, and I'm like, I keep looking for the date at the top right saying, from April this year.
The challenge is all the energy that was there for game one. It's completely dissipated.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's gone. And so we're watching this game like it doesn't matter. It obviously matters because it determines who the Mets play.
It determines,
but also whether or not the Braves get in.
It determines 3 things, okay? And real quick, Loogie, because we also need Tommy's opinion on Cat, the cat for the dog. Does it matter eliminating Atlanta and going through a San Diego-LA roadmap versus, we don't eliminate Atlanta, and it's a Milwaukee-Philadelphia roadmap?
Oh, I want Philadelphia.
You want Philly, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So back of your mind, you're like, you know what? Let's just lose this game, take on the Brewers, hopefully beat them, and then make a return trip to the city of Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
So you're rooting for a Met loss, but you're positive, Tommy?
You don't want to close the story on the Padres?
So I don't feel, I want Philadelphia.
Shouldn't you root for every Met win?
Positavi's brain is scrambled right now, so I don't want to deal with your trolling right now.
All I can think about, so Friday night, I'm sitting there watching the Mets lose this, another brutal, lifeless game. And I'm sitting there, kind of depressed, and all of a sudden I get a Shams bomb. Comes right onto my phone. The New York Knicks are trading Julius Randle in a package with Dante DiVincenzo to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Karl Anthony Towns. And it's one of those things where we've talked about this. Like, the idea of Randle being moved in a trade for Cat is not shocking. What's shocking is that it happened right then and there. And so I think once you get the news, it's not contradictions to say I'm stunned, even though I'm not really surprised.
My initial reaction was, no, they're breaking up the quartet, the Villanova quartet. That's the first thing I thought.
That's what you thought of?
Right. And then all of a sudden you start hearing things. Well, he wasn't going to start. He kind of was disgruntled a little bit, even though we didn't hear it. Even though I don't know how true those things are. But when you think about it, it makes sense from getting better standpoint. Right? The Knicks are better with Karl Anthony Towns if he plays at I think a heightened emotional level. Because that's been the knock on him. He plays soft sometimes.
There's a few knocks on him. Soft has been a critique some has had. The ability to stay on the floor is certainly a critique some may have.
But he's the greatest shooting center, 3-point shooting center in the league.
I mean, he's one of the great big man shooters in the history of basketball. I'll be the first to tell you. As a 7-footer that with a touch like that. And I also believe, just a little basketball here, that he was playing out of position the last year and a half. I don't think, even though the Timberwolves made a run, that Karl Anthony Towns was best suited playing next to Rudy Gobert.
Right.
And I think he is best being in the role he's going to have for the Knicks. Before we get to Tommy, I'll tell you my gut over this as it happened reaction, and then we'll go into further details. But my first reaction was, wow, the Knicks are right. They knew Julius Randle is a loser. They knew what I've been saying is true. He is a loser. They're not winning with him. And I don't mean that on any kind of personal level. Julius does seem like a really good dude. He just opened up that school in the Bronx, and he really does come across like a classy guy. So I want to specify sports loser. Okay? Let me clean that up a little bit. He's not a loser in life, okay? As a sports loser. He's come up very small in big spots. He plays with a very low basketball IQ. And I have said this to you many times before. You're not winning with Julius Randle. So I'd be an absolute hypocrite to say, oh, my God, you traded Julius Randle. Like, they were smart to trade Julius Randle. So that was my initial response, that Leon Rose was smart for making this move. Now, Tommy, how you feeling?
All right, let me first start with Julius, who deserves his flowers. Julius Randle came to the Knicks when most players didn't want to. Julius Randle started the turnaround, brought the Knicks back to prominence. Jalen Brunson, I think, will be the guy that history looks back on as the guy that turned things around, but it was Julius Randle. Remember, Julius Randle had that one season where he wasn't in the huddles. He was
blah. What do you think of the trade?
The guy deserves his flowers, though, because he's been, much like Francisco Lindor, trashed all over this radio station.
Because he's come up small in big spots, and Leon agreed.
But
That's why you traded him.
But when we're sitting here celebrating a Knicks championship, just remember Julius Randle was the one that started. All right, let me get to the bad first with Karl Anthony Towns. He is soft. He has a low basketball IQ. There will be times in the game where he has 4 fouls in the second half, and he's sitting around sulking and moping around the court, and it's going to drive you nuts.
Be careful what you say. It might end up on a T-shirt.
You could put that. Here's why it won't go on a T-shirt, Tiki. Evan agrees with me. That's why. He didn't agree with the Jalen Brunson take. He agrees with the Karl Anthony Towns.
Not necessarily. No, I don't fully agree with everything you said.
That I just said? Okay, fine. He is now let's get to, let's start with this. He is a cat that's going to have to earn the right to be a dog. I will not give him his dude and dog status. He's going to have to earn it.
Do you agree that the Knicks should have made this trade?
Yes, the Knicks are better right now. This is the best Knicks roster in my lifetime. That includes all the rosters in the 90s. This is the most hype we've had surrounding Madison Square Garden, the Knicks, in the time that I've been at this station, and they are the uncrowned champions. Karl Anthony Towns is a great shooting big man. He'll stretch the floor. A lot of positives he added to this roster. The Dante DiVincenzo thing, I understand that.
You got to give up something to get something.
Yeah, and I get the emotional attachment, but it was just like with R.J. Barrett. It was just like Emmanuel Quickly, and I told you OG Anunoby was what was best for business. Towns is the same way. You won't be thinking about Dante DiVincenzo all season long. I understand being upset about it now, but you won't be thinking about him all year.
Yeah, so I think that where Leon Rose deserves a lot of credit, and you disagree with him, and that's okay. You could disagree with your team president, is Leon knew what I knew, what I think Sean knew, and some Knicks fans knew, which is while you guys had a great year last year, you weren't good enough. Yep. And that's why Leon Rose went ultra aggressive this offseason in trading for Mikal Bridges and now for trading Karl Anthony Towns. Like, the New York Knicks are very different than they were last year. They made some major changes, and I commend them for that.
Yeah.
I really
Celtics
do.
with Marcus Smart last year. How much did that work out for him? That was painful.
Sometimes you've got to do uncomfortable, aggressive things, and I think acquiring a guy like Bridges, who's much best suited not being the lead dog, as I know full well, and is also an excellent perimeter defender, hits the corner three as well as anybody, and is on a team that fits him best, and now you get a stretch big like Karl Anthony Towns, who can hit threes, who can protect the basket, like, from a fit perspective, like him and Jalen Brunson on pick and rolls kind of blows your mind. Like, the Knicks got better. They did. Yeah. They got better. Now, are there questions about this working? Of course. And to me, Tiki, the number one question, not with Bridges, because I'll give him this, that dude plays.
Right.
Karl Anthony Towns has a track record of missing games. Can he stay healthy? Can OG stay healthy? We'll see about the future of Mitchell Robinson. But those two guys staying on the floor, especially when it matters, that's going to be the key.
Yeah, because you can't afford one or both of them out for an extended amount of time, because who you're replacing the production with? Defensively for Mitch, and obviously offensively for Cat, if he's as effective from range and from the field as he has been in Minnesota. So to me, the biggest thing is chemistry.
That's the other thing, Teague. It's a great point.
And so much of what we saw last year felt like natural chemistry. These guys just kind of got each other. They vibed with one another, even with Julius Randle out. It just maybe even enhanced it.
They didn't vibe with him though,
right? But I think when he left, it just kind of created this. All right, everything flowed. No matter what the situation was, they were attuned to one another. When you bring a new guy in who's been in a different type of system, now familiarity with obviously Tibbs, but I think the chemistry between the players is going to be the biggest thing that I'm going to have to look for.
And you know what? I'll give Knicks fans a warning, and it's a kind warning. You're going to have to be patient.
Yeah.
Because this is a very different basketball team. You fell in love with the team last year, and there's a lot of guys still there. Jalen obviously is still there. Josh Hart is still there. OG hopefully is healthy. He's still there. But when you look at Bridges and Towns, it's a very different team, and I think chemistry is going to take time. Yeah. But I commend Leon Rose. I think he did what you guys probably didn't want him to do, which is say, I'm going for it, and I don't believe this team is good enough. And I think about the fit. I think about a closing lineup. I think about Jalen Brunson on the floor with Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns, and Josh Hart. Think about this for a second. Josh Hart, who hit so many big shots last year, was actually a really good three-point shooter in the playoffs to the point where it didn't make any sense. I should have started asking questions. Josh Hart is far and away, not even close, the worst three-point shooter on the floor when he shares the floor with Bridges, OG, Jalen, and Cat. And I say that as a good thing. Right. You know how many extra offensive rebounds Josh Hart's going to grab? Like, that closing lineup, if they're healthy, and they develop chemistry, the New York Knicks are better than they were prior to this.
Because everyone gets pulled away from the basket.
And it just fits. Like, everything fits so much. Like, Bridges and it fits better. And trust me, I say that with pain. I don't want the Knicks to be successful, but you got to look past emotional attachment on players. Yeah. And you got to look at fit. And while there's a negative to this, here are the two negatives. Negative number one is Cat staying on the floor. And the second negative is he makes a crap ton of money, and you've locked yourself into this for the next 4 years, right? He's making $50 million a year. To me, I don't worry about that. It's like, all right, this is it. This is what I'm going for. This is my core. Right. This is what I'm doing. And I commend Leon for giving it a try. And I do think the New York Knicks got better.
And look, the Knicks are going to probably ultimately miss DiVincenzo in his minutes. But just remember, when you ran him into the ground, perhaps last year was simply Dante's peak.
He dropped the mic and left.
Again, I'm sorry.
He's leaving.
Try to cleanse the palate here, Knicks fans. It's Positive Tommy here. You got to trust Leon Rose.
He left. He's done.
You got to trust the organization. They've earned it. I think they have the best front office in all of New York sports. And I bring up this, Evan. You're a big basketball guy.
Yeah.
The Boston Celtics went from bridesmaids to NBA champions because they got a big man that could spread the floor, KP. That changed them into a title contender. That's what Karl Anthony Towns can do for the Knicks.
Yeah, he should have been more focused on the good Dante. Called it Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, and he regrets Sean's coming back. He almost realizes that maybe that mic drop moment wasn't as good as he thought.
I think it was pretty...
Oh, we shut your mic off.
Shut my mic
you
off.
were
Like,
done.
thankfully. I think it was pretty damn good.
All right. We'll come back and make our picks for Monday night's game, all live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Odyssey Lottery recap presented by Jack Pocket. Powerball is now $258 million. Mega Millions is now $93 million. Order Powerball and Mega Millions on your phone using the Jack Pocket app. 18 or older, gambling problem in New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. I just hope from all the videos today, I hope there's a video of Sean making the lame joke and dropping the mic. And so cockily walking away. Like, I gotcha. I'm the winner of the day. Hey, if you have a gambling problem in New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. See jackpocket.com/TOS for terms.
The Giants fell to the rival Cowboys once again on Thursday night, 20-15. The good news for Big Blue is their kicking woes seem behind them as Greg Joseph booted 5 field goals. Malik continued to cook, and Wandell was wonderful. Up next, a game in Seattle where the Giants seek revenge from last year's Monday night loss. This weekly Giants update is sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Some icons happen over time or by chance, but at Cadillac, our vehicles are made to be iconic with intent. Like the invigorating all-electric Lyriq. Charge into a new era with Lyric's GM estimated 350 horsepower. And with a near 50-50 weight distribution, Lyriq offers thrilling performance while drawing attention at every turn. Because icons aren't just born, they're made. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer.
New York football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone with BetMGM's second chance promotion. You'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avastin-capted Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now get a low $269 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $4,709 initial payment excludes tax, title, license, and $695 acquisition fee. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 9/30/24.
We're coming to you live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, powered by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
The $565,000 Truck or Treat giveaway is going on now through October 26th at Empire City Casino. Spin and win your share of $565,000 in cash, free play, trips to Mandalay Bay, Park MGM, and 4 brand new Chevy Equinox LTs. Drawings every Saturday in October from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. with a grand prize drawing every Saturday night. Your chance to drive away in style. Join the excitement at Empire City Casino. Game on. Must be 18 years of age or older to play New York lottery games. Please play responsibly.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. We'll test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who else shit?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese or bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese or bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
Odell Beckham Jr. made the catch with one hand for the touchdown. Wow, what a catch by the rookie.
Ridiculous. When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
What a day in New York sports. What a day indeed. If you missed any of it, you can rewind on the Odyssey app. This show's been broadcasted on YouTube all day. You can check that out as well. Mets are going to the postseason. They're trying to finish off their doubleheader against Atlanta. They currently trail 1-0, but they have first and third and 2 outs and Pete Alonso at the plate. Mets win, they go to San Diego, eliminate the Braves. Mets lose, Braves go to the playoffs too, but the Mets will go to Milwaukee and they'll start it off tomorrow. The Mets did not score in the 6th inning because Pete Alonso grounded out. And I'll say this to Pete, get all the non-clutch baseball out of the way now because tomorrow night, if you ground out in a spot like that.
He's exhausted, dude.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I'm not mad at him.
It's been a long day. Had an emotional doubleheader.
Don't I know, Tiki? It is time to make our picks. There are 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. Our picks are brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL and the New York Giants. Bud Light, easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy. By ELEC 825, Building Our Future. By Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. And by Saks Underwear with the Ballpark Pouch. We all had miserable Sundays. I went 0-3. Sean went 0-3.
Shocker.
Tiki went 0-3. Loogie went 1-2. Woo! We all picked the Jets. We all got it wrong. Overall, here are the standings. Me and Loogie are tied for first place at 10-10. Tiki is at 7-13, and Sean Morash has a pick record of 2-18. I repeat, Sean Morash has a pick record of 2-18.
And I'm trying.
And he's trying. So because of that, we're going to allow you to go first on the 2 Monday night games. The current lines we have is Miami laying 2.5 and Detroit laying 4.5. Go ahead, Sean.
I got to be real with you. I think the Titan-Dolphin game might be the one NFL game of the year so far. I have zero feel for heading in. It's a week of Snoop. He ran the promos last night. Snoop Dogg, it'll be at Steelers-Cowboys. Snoop Huntley. Give me him laying the 2.5 in Miami tonight for no other reason than I'm throwing a dart. Game number 2, I think I do have a strong feel for. People have overrated and overvalued the Seattle Seahawks through their first 3 games in their undefeated stretch, and they are so ripe for a pick and go into a raucous Ford Field tonight, where I think the Lions now have kind of earned their stripes in being a big-time, prime-time team. I think the Lions stomp them tonight. I'm laying the 4.5 points.
Lions are laying 4.5.
Yes.
All right.
I am going to go next, and I'm actually going to agree with Sean, believe it or not, which is scary considering he's 2-18. Despite the Dolphin quarterback issues, the line is so weird. The Dolphins being favored against the Tennessee team that has a lot of talent doesn't make any sense. So one thing I've sort of learned from all those sharps out there is when a line doesn't make sense, don't fall victim to it. So I'm going to take Miami laying the 2.5 against Tennessee. Obviously, I hope I'm wrong. You know how I feel about the Dolphins. And in game number 2, I completely agree. I think that the Seattle Seahawks are the softest undefeated team in the NFL. Wow. I think the Lions are going to blow them out tonight. Give me Detroit laying the 4.5. So I'm with Sean. Miami as a favorite. Detroit as a favorite. Tiki, go ahead.
Yeah, keep it interesting. I'll go both dogs.
Wow.
Complete opposite.
By the way, picking against me is usually safety, so congrats.
I'm also very surprised that Tiki would do that to Dan Campbell. I'm surprised.
Wait, they might still win the game.
That's true, I guess. All right, so
good caveat.
Tiki officially going with Tennessee and Seattle. And let's go to Tommy Lugauer, who demanded he go last. He said he would quit the radio station.
Part of my contract.
If he was not allowed to go last. And you know what? Sometimes you got to give the baby what he wants.
Lovely setup. I'll take the Lions laying the 4.5. And then I am going to take I'm gonna take the Titans plus 2.5.
Okay.
Wow. In the toilet bowl. Take the points.
There you go. Me and Sean on Miami, Loogie and Tiki on Tennessee. We're all on Detroit except for Tiki, who's taking Seattle. Those are our Monday night picks right here on WFAN. The later game, which is Seattle-Detroit, is right here on WFAN. That's a game you'll hear right now. The Miami game, or not right now, but about an hour or so. Loogie's got a Loog hour, and the Miami game is the early game. I want to thank everybody here at WFAN. They believed in this crazy idea. They said, yes, let's have an audio watch party. Engineering, led by Steve Apria, the king of it.
Always the man.
Hooked us up. Everybody really did an outstanding job. Who am I forgetting? Let's name names that I shouldn't forget.
Jess Clark took care of it.
Oh, how can I forget Jess Clark?
Yep.
Jess Clark did a great job. Ryan Hurley allowed to do it. The great architect thought it was a good idea. So thank you to everybody who helped put it together. Thank you to everybody who stopped by and watched the game with us. And thank you, Tiki, Sean, and Loogie. It was an honor to watch the greatest regular season game in the history of the New York Mets with you guys.
Close with saying something you wouldn't say at SNY.
The Mets!
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The Mets are going to the playoffs.
Season.
It's easy to say now.